On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, we're going to give you our full thoughts on Lostbelt 3. It happened. We'll talk about it. There are spoilers. But also, more Lostbelts are happening. The saga of whatever the heck is happening doesn't stop happening. With Lostbelt 5.5, Hey on Kill released an actual story chapter for realsies, not a temporary event. Anyway, let's jump into it. We are Omega. They are Lucky. And today, we are all Superman.
Everyone, I hope you're enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka we're gonna punch each other now. And while we here at Studio Omega like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events with the JP and EM version of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should get lost in Kentucky's baby blues.
As many people did watching that stream.
Mm-hmm.
Though, we'll talk about my whole experience with that, because I stayed up for that. Lucky did not.
Nope.
But I was there. It was the thing. Guys, you'd never believe me saying this, but I'm actually tired of seeing the same 6 Camelot scenes over and over again in different orders. Because they may have run trailers for like 30 minutes. It's interesting. We'll talk about it more. But since we have gotten our intro stuff out of the way, I would like to remind you that this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHarp on High Comics, Architect 10, Blacklist OG, Carlos Qua, Jeremy Vasquez, Kylie Jen, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Rogue Robin, Shawnee P, Some Guy Named Bob, Soda Son for 2 for 723, and Zach Reed. If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. You can get access to episodes early and lots of other goodies, and it really helps us out. Thank you for your support, everybody.
Thank you. Oh, look, it needs this benediction right here.
Yeah. Hey, so remember how Lucky talked about the not spoilers thing? We're for reals about this week. We are talking about basically news and preliminary impressions on a brand new JP story. For those of you who like to be truly fresh. And we are absolutely super deep diving on Lostbelt 3, because it's only like 16 sections long. So did we both finish it Monday? I think it was both Monday.
Yeah, I think it was both Monday, yeah.
Yeah, because we both tweeted it, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so not that long. I probably could have done it sooner if we don't have busy weekends. But yeah, that's just my last little bit of like, no, for serious though, if you don't like spoilers, watch those time codes and just get ready to get out of here. Come back when you're done. Because I do know it is a busy season for a lot of people. I know a lot of our community members have been delayed by doing finals and stuff. It's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, got some of that post-holiday stuff going on. But alright, let's go ahead and... let me close that tab. Don't need any more. Let's check in with everybody's favorite Kohai, Mesh.
Senpai, 起きてください.
That's right, everybody. It's time for Wake the Fuck Up Senpai, or a second for pro tips. So, this will probably be my last real week of harping on this, but I do just want to throw this out there again. Do not sleep on the upcoming Samba event, the Christmas event that will happen in a little bit. I don't think there's actually anything really big on the schedule. We should probably check what JP did in December, but...
I'll pull it up real quick.
Sorry, I got some phlegm today. I had to open up the windows. But, this is like... So I don't expect it's gonna, like, hit us, like, super right away, you know, because the banner goes on for a little bit, but... yeah, I think we got some, let's see. Yeah, no, the only thing was TV Project, which already happened, and then maybe the Traveling Circus banner, but did we? No, I don't think we got those elements. That's just a banner, though. So, yeah, the only thing left in this month is Holy Samba Night, so I expect they're probably going to give us maybe a little bit of a dead week this week, like through the full week.
Looking at it, it started in JP December 12th. It ran to the 25th.
Yeah, so they could easily... wait that longish, right? You know, because I think or they could fire it off on the 10th and then through the 24th and have something to make up through the last week, but I don't know what we'll do for that last week, basically. So there's a dead week coming up, but Samba may be out, and I'd love to do the pregame already. Unfortunately, very big show already. Like, we got a lot of stuff piled up, so I just wanted to remind everybody, this is not only a lotto event, which is a big deal for a lot of people. Get those EXPs, get those skill cookies. But it will not be rerun for a foreseeable future, so you are risking missing out on a welfare ruler, right? Mm-hmm. And there will actually be some gimmicky fights, I'm told. You may be doing some interesting, kind of similar to how you started Lostbelt 3 with, like, just Nezha and Mash stuff. You might have to do some interesting 2v2 tricks, okay? So,
by the way,
you are
looking between Summon Banner 2 and the Christmas, the only thing they have on here is the Winterfest 2018-19 commemorative campaign Hokkaido and the 1.4 millions commemoration. So yeah, nothing actually between the two. Nothing's actually
and while they could, they may do some kind of special winter thing. They could also rubble this in, because Ivan got his raid up already on Thanksgiving, because that would be Traveling Circus Campaign 2.
Yeah, let's see here. Normally, the Sin Banner 2 starts December 4th to December 18th, but we've already had that for, 2 days?
Yeah, started Thursday, right away.
Yeah, so looking at a calendar here, normally the 12th. Yeah, sometime next week we're probably getting Christmas. I'm not exactly sure when, but
yeah,
somewhere.
like hopefully they might give us a couple extra days to round out the schedule. If not, they don't, because there's a lot of it's interesting. There's a lot of fluff we're not going to get in the next, because January was very busy for JP. It will not be very busy for us. It will probably just be New Year / Sparrow Inn and the Prisma Codes rerun, because that was when, Heaven's Feel 2 commemoration was in JP. That's when the Babylonia stage performance was, right? So, did we already get Enuma Dingir? The special CE? We might have.
I think we might have. Hang on.
I expect if we didn't already get that, they'll probably just do that as,
Oh, wait, no, I'm pretty sure we didn't get this.
Okay. In that case, when do the Blu-rays of Babylonia come out? You know? That'll probably be the time we do this sort of thing. So, yeah, no. So there's probably not a lot of extra action in that first month of good old 2021. Though, again, also keep your eyes out. There will be 2 summon banners related to Sparrows Inn. And we'll be sure to talk about that stuff. Anyway, yeah, that's just my pro tip. So, sorry. Like I said, got some phlegm. We gotta have the windows open. It's cool but not cold right now. Alright, let's do Records on the Throne, a regular achievement topic.
Yay!
Lucky, yours is longer and mine's kind of a 2-parter, so why don't you go first?
Alright, I guess I'll go first. Sure, why not? So, Lucky, once again proving that he has no willpower, decided to spend approximately 400 quartz to get Jiangyu. Did not get a Jiangyu, but did get a Karna to get ready for LB4 though, so I'm gonna knock that one off the list. I've been wanting a Karna for a while, and it's perfect. I'll be just in time to get the Super Karna costume. I'm excited for that. So second banner rolls around, and Lucky decides to drop Dosh on another full pack of quartz. And much to my surprise, I got a Qishi Huang, a Yu, and a Rare Hair on the second roll. It was a very powerful roll. They were all literally back to back. It was a Qishi Huang, Concert Yu, and then Red Hair back to back to back. I was all too powerful, can't handle. So with that, I immediately flipped back to banner 1. And on the final 10 pool, got a Zhang Yu. I do believe now that I am officially ahead of the curve again.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's 500, about 500, and, well, probably closer to 600 quartz, but that's,
well, I mean, yeah, an actual Saint Court summon is minimum 3, so you got, 3 SSRs in 600?
3 SSRs.
That is ahead, yeah, because it's 10% or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Flash math is not my strong suit, guys. Yeah, alright, that's pretty good. Alright, it's time to tell you guys my story. So as you know, I've been saving. I've spent a little bit of action here and there, just casually, but I've been pretty savvy. I had about just over 500 Saint Quartz stockpiled up. So I did, in fact, get Mothman, NP2 Paisen, NP2 Neja, that's my second Neja ever, not 2 at once, and a Red Hair in just 3 spins. Mothman on my first spin. Quite intriguing. I had to reinstall Discord on my phone just because I was like, alright, hold on. I need to show some people what's going on here. However, I'll pivot back, but I'll pivot to Not All the World's Evil really quick. So, I was pretty satisfied, 3 rolls in, 90 quartz. Alright, that's good. I could use those new CEs though. They're cool, right? They're cool. And Red Hair's Story Lock, maybe get some extra NPs. I actually went for 2 more 10 spins after that. This is actually where my second, I think overall Concert You came from, technically from roll number 4, after I was going for broke. But I did not get any extra Red Hairs. Yeah, that's right. I pulled, the Story Lock Banner Limited 4-star before I pulled another, the 3-star. And did not get hardly any of the new CEs. I think I got 1 copy of the 3-star, which is not bad. That's 10% stun chance or 20%. But no, I'm slightly flabbergasted. I was deluged throughout this entire 5 or 6 roll period with 5-star CEs that were not new. I got a redundant limited 0 over. I got another fucking 500 a year obsession. I got another Vessel of the Saint I don't think I can use. I think I'm max limit break on that. It was a little crazy. It was very weird. But here we are. The banner is done and I have still 360-ish, I think, after some refunds for some other stuff quartz left.
Nice.
A little under that. So, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for for something that was arguably my big banner of the year. Since that day was also immediately Lancer Assassin Day, I have protected You Smile, and I'm working on Consort You, but I ran out of day, as often happens with FGO.
Well, actually, now that you actually got a bit of a stockpile behind you, what are you gonna save for next?
That's a really interesting question. So I think for CEs, I have to do at least one full 10 spin on both Christmas and New Year's, right?
Yeah.
I'm also not opposed to Benny Enma, though we don't know what exact rate up we're gonna get for like the special New Year's banner. Also, I do still have technically some paid Saint Courts left over, so I might be pre-stocked for the GSSR. I'd have to check. Because I bought a full 80 pack for Saber Maven Summer and got her in one spin, so the fickleness of these women. So that's interesting. But my next real big pull is Valentine's, which is a crisis in its own right.
Oh boy.
Though I did check my phone, it says I've got 2 gigs of free space left, even after because I reinstalled Discord. I really hope that FGO's update is not 2 gigs huge, but I would not be shocked. If anybody out there knows, I've asked this before, but if anybody out there does know, if you know how big the update for voice and letter collection is, I'd love to know ahead of time, because I don't want to have to buy a new phone and migrate if I need to, but I am willing to do so, because I would like eventually to get some more functionality on this phone, but, that's always the thing that's like, I wish I'd have more time to save up for a bigger upgrade, because really good phones can be a little expensive. So yeah, if anybody knows how big that update is, I'd love to know. I don't think so, because I used to have a tablet and FGO did not want to run on it. I believe FGO is optimized for phones. I mean, I could get, hold on, let me check what the price is right now. I do have like an Amazon Fire or something just chilling in my wish list. I think it's like a 2. No, it's HD10. That's right. That's how many up to. 32 gigs, black. I have to check what like the RAM is and stuff. Just say 2 gigs of RAM. I think that's how much FGO needs. Is 2
Probably.
gigs? Something like that. Yeah. So like that could hypothetically work and is cheaper than a phone, especially because Amazon will be like, you can do this with monthly payments. But I don't actually know how well FGO would play. Because I've had that problem before. I'd maybe want to like do some research if somebody else has been playing it okay on a Kindle, Amazon Kindle Fire. That could also work if it needs more space. That again, future me problem. Like I said, I hope 2 gigs is enough. Internet, if you know, let me know. I'd love to be able to pre-plan. But yeah, Murasaki Shigabu is my next big blast off in the year of hell. I believe it has been probably obliterated by many spoiler posts about. Nope, okay, it's actually really, somebody actually already, we did this last year, but somebody has already made a graphic for next year's banners, probably, and just, goddamn, guys, oh man, like, let's see, here, I'll cross-post it to, our patron channel, because, dang, guys, okay, so this is loading, but yeah, early 2021 has been long known as the Year of Hell. You're looking at, a Hokusai return, shit, dude, that Benny Enma banner has regular Tamo on it. I could really use that art support, too. I might have to do more than 2 spins, depending on how things go. But then there's a certain old man as well. We're going to skip that Heaven's Feel banner. There's Prisma Codes. Don't need to care about that.
I do want Mambio, though.
Yeah, I'm going to have to... Mew's cool and all, but I'm going to have to take a pass. Just because Valentine's right around the corner, and then the CCC rerun, though I do have a Suzuka, which is great. And then separately, yeah, the KP banner, which also involves Gawain and Tristan. I picked Tristan as my free SR, but there's that. Then there's a Moriarty banner for White Day in March, and the OQ banner as well, Kama. Then we're gonna have our rerun of the Guda Guda, or at least some kind of Guda Guda tie-in banner. Okita Altar's gonna come back. There's also the Case Files collab. There's a couple of junk banners in May nobody cares about. And then that's when, in June, is when Lostbelt 4 happens, which is Bad News Bears, because that's got 2 banners which are really good. Banner 1, New Permanent Moon Cancer. Not that it matters, I've got both of those, but, I like Juno. I'll try. Also got William Tell. Second banner, Hell. Got Arjuna Altar, the meta cast, and also Story Locked Asclepius, which is a big deal to me. Like, yeah, no, and then, actually, that's a really good question. Does the GSSR pop before or after? Because the next Guda Guda is supposed to be in July. Do they have to move that up? Was Mao in the GSSR poll for JP?
I don't think so.
If she missed, that's okay. But if not, yes, ooh, boy. Oh, man, that means that's even more packed lucky, because they're going to have to squeeze that one out first, too.
Oh,
That's okay.
no.
They've got a dead month in May. They arguably have the space, but yeah, there's another Hell banner. Do you want that, Mao and Nobu?
I kind of do, yes.
It's bad. It's real bad, guys. And
Bad.
Anniversary with fucking Tiny Da Vinci to steal my wallet, and Summer 4 right around the corner with those big names. I'm mostly concerned about that first banner, but if I have any quartz left, I'll take a pass on that second.
I appreciate on this fucking, on the fucking Benny Amatama banner that Fion's just in the back and there's no fucking SSR fucking Lancer there for me to just get
you
more
can
Fion.
still get blasted by Fion, though he will get a rank up with this event. But he's not gonna like spook you out of a banner SSR or anything.
Oh god, yeah, no.
This is a big deal year. This is why FGO made like 6 billion or 8 billion yen or whatever. Yeah, Mao's in the lucky bag. Spicy times. But yeah, that's my next big pull. Like I said, I got a decent amount, so I'm willing to throw a couple for CEs because those are always a great help. It's always a great help when you can spare the quartz to roll for some CEs.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And I mean, I won't say no to Bradamante, but I do already have a. Actually, I don't know. I may have said this already, but I have an NP2 now, level 100, 10, 10, 10 Areshkigal, so I'm pretty good for AoE Lancers, guys. Oh, actually, I should have put this in my records. I forgot this. I did finally get Jolter to 10, 10, 10. I was sleeping on her Dragon Witch, but I was like, I'm gonna need this. Hold on. And I juiced her up all the way. For a very particular boss fight we'll be talking about later. But okay. That's Achievos and Evils. Let's check in. Did you finish your master missions? This is pretty simple. You need to get 2 gem or statue drops, so any skill gem, any statues, from battles, not just like buying them in a store or something. And then you need to get 4 gems or statues. Complete 5 quests, complete 10 quests, defeat 15 humanoid enemies, and defeat 30 enemies, not servants or bosses. So basically, do the story.
Do Lostbelt.
Do the Lostbelts, maybe do some dailies, you'll be fine. So, nothing much to complain about. So, time for the news. Let's start with the NA stuff. It is December now, and they have brought back the FGO Advent Calendar.
Yay!
Started with a ticket. I think last year it was like 12 Saint Quartz, I think, total or something, or was it closer to 20? I don't know, but
I don't remember.
There's a decent amount of Saint Quartz. It's going. It's an error in my notes. It says it goes from the 30th of month 11 to the 25th of month 11. That's not how that works.
We're gonna go back in time.
But yeah, for 25 days, every day, log in for an extra treat. They've already given you some mana prisms, some QP, that ticket, like I said, some other stuff. And it's just a fun time, and, they've got a lovely little graphic. I appreciate the extra effort for the good old NA.
Mm-hmm. Give
us some extra shit. And then, shocking nobody, though they did do it without a news announcement or anything, so I had to fire off a wanted in the middle of the night. Thanks, guys. Lostbelt 3, Banner 2, happened on the 2nd. Going until the 16th. There's also a typo in that. Listen, I was very busy. I had a lot of notes. So long as when I'm reading them, I don't just Ron Burgundy myself and read out exactly what is written. It's okay. Anyway, this is the previously established raid upon Qin Liangyu Meiren. Yes, that is our... I'm going to get it out of the way now. That's the official localization. I'm going to say it. Meiren. It's easy. Technically, there's a hyphen in it, but I'm not typing that fucking hyphen every time. Fuck you. And red hair, plus the new CEs, hypothetically. Theoretically. They exist. Really wanted that waiver one. So, hey, Wanted happened. Got special guest lecturer Dallas to come in for a full 15 minutes of history talk, which was pretty good. Technically, I think in the actual final product, it's like 14 and a half because I did some editing. It reminds me how much of a joy it is to actually get to line-by-line edit. I don't get to do that a lot because I don't want to deal with myself for 30 minutes at a time. But, yeah, it was pretty good. It's doing okay. It could do better. So if you haven't watched it, why not? Go back and check it out. Hit it up. It exists. And if you missed it being dropped, that's because it was in the middle of the night when they announced the banner. And like I will say, the views aren't, super explosive or anything. We've had much more dramatic Wanteds, but it's got a lot more engagement than YuGiOh did, so, I'm just hopeful that it'll percolate over time. And remember, it's out now if you haven't seen it already. Check it out. It's good. Very informative. Very interesting unit. We'll talk a little bit about that later, because you get to demo him in Lostbelt.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's that. Alright, so, now we're getting into the big boy news, I think.
Oh, no.
JP. So, this was kicked off with a stream on the 2nd, I believe. Or the 4th. No, the 4th, yeah. Or was it the 2nd? What day was it? No, it's the 4th now, so it was the 2nd then. Or was it technically the 3rd? I'm not good with time zones. Anyway, there was a stream. Honestly, to be real, the stream sort of sapped my awareness of time and space. So I don't know when it was or what happened, but they have unfortunately begun a process of doing a lot of their own version of pre-roll ads, where they previewed every single song on the Moonlight in Lost Room Waltz soundtrack, both discs, complete with Dance and Mash animations. Costume design is great, though, by the way, guys. Good job. Love it. Just, why? Why did you put... It's like I went back to 1999, Lucky, and I'm watching fucking 5-disc CD collections. Get the best of romance. What? What?
I remember those.
Yeah. No, shit. Like, it was a little weird. And then they played literally every Camelot Wanna Gardlam trailer, also, for like 30 minutes. Which, great trailers. Love it. Holy shit. I do not need to see the same, like I said, 6 to 10 scenes over and over and over again.
I think this is the second time they've done that, because the last stream, they literally previewed all SR and SSR servants and their noble phantasms, I think for like a year.
Yeah, no, like they do a lot of little, I think it's so that they have time to set up slower, because like they have like, they're semi-social distancing, everybody needs the clear barriers and everything. They probably have to like space everybody out when they get on camera, etc.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like I can see there's probably a longer setup process. I don't know if it takes them 30 minutes though, but also I don't know how it works over there. But after that they got to the real thing, so they announced 2 things mainly, both of which were kind of to be expected. So the first big thing is Camelot movie release campaign number 1, starting the 4th, going to the 1st of January. Log in for special CEs. It does appear to not be GPS based, because obviously they understand that like shit's weird right now, so you just log in.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like how they do it over here, because obviously doing GPS tie-ins to movie theaters, period, in the US would be hard on a mobile game, but especially now would be rough, so they've kind of dropped that a little bit, I think, and just are letting you log in for 4 special CEs. And then they just went absolutely animal crazy. Bedivere costume, Silver Bullet, Butler Bedivere now available.
The girls were dying.
Right there. They had Kawasumi-san on, and she got to fondle a new Bedivere Figma that is coming out also. Lots of touching and spinning. But yeah, that's also happening. There is also a handful of merch announcements that are just kind of blurry. We'll see if a pop-up store hits us over here, but it's some interesting stuff. But animation updates for Bedivere and for Arash. That's right, it finally happened. Stella Reborn. Also, Arash is a real boy now. They like gave him proportions and everything.
Oh wow.
Yeah, if you look at the 2 different sprites, they're very different now. He looks much more normal now. Because you don't really think about it, but yeah, his OG sprite was a little super deformed. Also, like they make that joke, but it's still not that much longer. There's like a very slight extra amount of charge up time, and then he shoots it.
Yeah, and I think I did see it. It's still very fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'd say it's about as fast as Bunyan's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not. They didn't significantly change that, but they did give it that little extra flair. It's good, and also he has real attack animations and shit now. It's great.
I really do like how he just explodes in the dust when he fires the bow. I'm like, yes, good touch. He gone now. Bye.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Bedivere is nothing too fancier either, but it's a cleaner sprite and cleaner animations. We've also got, for this event period, double FP for Camelot servants. It's all those guys that you know. You can look them up, but there's like a dozen of them. I get slightly tired of listing out who is in what story chapters when they do these events every time.
Oh, looking at the comparison, Jesus Christ, you're right. Fuck.
Yeah, no. Our beautiful farming son is all grown up now.
It really is. Arash really did look just like a fucking teenager now that I think about it.
Like, I think technically his previous sprite was more ripped, but also way more shrunken. Like, there's less muscle definition on the new Arash, but his arms are just bigger now, along with the rest of his entire fucking body. And, you know, better perspectives, he has his own pose and everything. It's pretty good. Well, they've done some work. And then, Lucky, the big one, Lostbelt 5.5 Heian Kyo release 12/4. It's real. It's actually a story event. I know lots of people were like, what the fuck, but it was definitely a story event. They definitely showed the little story image with, like, the difference depth and all that stuff. It's real. It's a story event, so it's a permanent release. As you might expect from a permanent release, some stuff happened. Master level is raised to 160.
Man, I'm only at, like, 140 something, man. I'm not gonna catch up to this shit.
Maybe not. But some people were asking for that bump for a while, so. And remember, you got, you know, like,
2 years.
Yeah, is 150 our max right now still?
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah, so you got 2 years to get to 150 before this kicks in, so we might do that.
Maybe.
I know it's a lot of EXP, but it's still very reasonable. We play a lot. So this was shown on stream, but Heian costume for Kintoki, unlocked by story, so it's like the Super Karna costume we alluded to earlier. You play through the story, you get a new costume for Kintoki. This one slightly confused some people, because they showed like a sample dialogue that was all in Moon Runes. I understood none of it, but they showed Kintoki's sprite first. So I was like, is that Kintoki? That looks like Kintoki. He's got the thing. But then they showed his NP, and it's very clearly him.
Not wearing sunglasses.
Mm-hmm. And he has a headband with lightning bolts on it. I actually like Heian Kintoki because it's more, like, aesthetically appropriate, right?
Oh, yeah. It's very... like I said, it's Kintoki from, the Heian period.
Yeah, it's historic Kintoki.
Yes.
As opposed to Servant Kintoki, who's all about his weird goldenness. But, he's a good boy. You could see his bright blue eyes. He's great. Some people were like, is it new Kintoki? Is it not? No, they showed his NP. It's just a costume. Though it's a really good-looking costume. They have definitely broken out the Raita button for this story.
Oh yeah, no, Raita has actually. I think he's posted some more Kintoki art, and you can just see Kintoki's bulging back muscles. I'm like, oh, this shit's good.
Yeah, no, he's working on his muscle definition. There's also new Ascension materials, because of course there is. We've got Rainbow Yarns and Demonic Flames. I'm gonna guess Demonic Flames probably come from a new enemy. I think they're Lancers, but Tsuchigumo's land spiders. They're horrifying.
Oh, God.
They come in small and big varieties. It's great. I love it. I don't love it. In case you didn't know. But yeah. And we also got they got a couple of stuff, like some different stuff with like servant zooming and some other things. Like you can replay last dialogue. Most important button, though, there's a button to go back to the interlude. But so if you have to go into a story chapter to do an interlude, you can just tap a button and go right back. No, you get back all the way out. Great. Hopefully we get that one early.
Yeah.
And then the most important thing, the banner. Limited SSR alter ego Ashiya Douman.
They did make him an SSR.
Yep, they did make him an SSR, and they made him limited. We'll talk about that later. And permanent SR saber Watanabe no Tsuna.
That's one of the Heavenly Kings, right?
Yes,
right?
he is one of the Shitano. Shitano was a word thrown around a lot. Also, a lot of people were confused about the setup. We'll talk a little bit about the CM in a second, but one big detail was people were like, oh my god, does that guy have command seals? And I'm like, guys, did you listen? Because I admit, not everybody knows this, but I will spread the word. A lot of the phrase, Seihai Senso, was used a lot by everybody in the pre-release. That means Holy Grail War.
Yeah.
If you don't know. So, yes, it is absolutely some kind of weird Grail War fight in the past.
Yeah, actually, didn't they call it like an Imperial Grail War, too, or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. But it is a Seihai Senso, so yeah, that's why some people have command seals on the CM.
Mm-hmm.
There are also some new CEs. We're going to talk about those new servants below, but yeah, this came out with a spicy CM, good new song.
Very good song. The song is The Golden Path. Shit, I should have wrote down the artist who sang it and the arrangement behind it. The composer behind it actually has done work on games like Melty Blood, BB Tag, and I can't remember what it's called. Under Night, that's what it was. So it's good stuff. And you can find full versions of it now online. I heartily, recommend giving it a listen to.
Yeah, it's real good stuff. But this is the usual CM stuff, so you see a lot of things. Spooky Man Domans, some shots of Raiko, Ibaraki, Tsuna.
Suzuka. A very, very disturbing Suzuka shot. Ooh.
An angry Suzuka, and Kato Danzo.
Yep, firing missiles. Does
she do that right now, by the way?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Kato Danzo animation update when? She did get a new NP, at least. A new NP buff, anyway. But, yeah, so we saw some of that. Also, no spoilers, the event just come out. We're not gonna, go into deep dive. But a lot of eagle-eyed people watching the CM many, many times, because it's really worth it, did notice a certain blindfolded individual fighting Kintoki.
Yeah, totally.
Who sure looks like some flavor of Ushi. So, this is a full-blown story release.
I'm waiting for that banner too, yo.
So, yeah, there's a second banner probably coming. I'll be really interested to see what's in it. Because there's a couple of different characters and sprites and stuff showing up. Now, this isn't actually in our news, but we probably should yell about it since I've been reminded by Devilish. Arcade is doing their own
that's right.
Christmas event right now, which involves Santa Suzuka. Who is very popular, and I'm glad, but also, I'm very mad. Because, there's still been no Helena show up yet, right? So,
well, let's see. Santa Helena was last year, right?
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, Da Vinci was Da Vinci was a year on Arcade.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm hoping. What I'm hoping for right now is this year they'll have like a limited Santa Helena on Raid Up with whatever the SSR is for their Christmas event this year.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I also don't know what they're gonna do though, because like they've already done Nightingale. Now a lot of people have been like, "Does this mean no Christmas this year?" Guys, relax. This is a story release. It's gonna last like exactly. Well, it's not even really gonna last 2 weeks, but they're gonna give you 2 weeks of grace period to beat it because it's a story release.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of beating it, they did clarify on stream that they extended those spirit stones to count for revives for this Lostbelt as well. So they made it so it goes up to 5.5, which is great. Apparently people have been powering through some fights and have been a lot more spicy because you've got free revives, basically. Pretty cool. Love that feature.
Like honestly, they could totally put a fucking Christmas event in the fucking 3rd or 4th week of December. Like
there's still, like, assume this goes for, like, quote-unquote 2 weeks, 4th to 18th. That leaves still 2 weeks until the 1st of January. They cannot do a New Year's event until New Year's, guys. That's how it works. So they've got to do something in 2 weeks. So that will probably be New Christmas. We'll see what happens on it. That might be yet another appearance of an SSR who is revealed in Lostbelt 5.5. They sometimes like to do those story-related characters, right?
Oh, yeah.
It could be somebody entirely new. It could be all kinds of stuff. We'll have to see who Santa is as well. I'm still opining for Santa Medea because there's still no Okeanos Santa.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know, right?
Right.
And if it is Suzuka, I mean, people will cry because she's yet another Lancer unless they change her class. But, it could be a thing. Just in general, I think I talked about this, in our Discord. I'm pretty sure Arcade is going apeshit because they're trying not to die.
Yeah.
Basically.
We talked about this, didn't we?
Yes, we mentioned this before, but yeah, no. This just, I think, further reinforces the fact that Arcade is in a very question marky time. FGO didn't make as much of a profit in its last fiscal year, but they'll probably be turning that around with the second half of this calendar year, as it were, right? A lot of big banners come out in the second half of the year. And they say FGO is going to last for another 5 years, probably.
If they're going to keep doing these 0.5 chapters, yeah, it is. Fuck.
Yeah. Nissan said in the interview he thinks FGO will hit its 10th anniversary. Easy. So, they're not going anywhere. Arcade, big question marks. Sega's been talking about getting out of the arcade business, and they helped develop FGO Arcade. So, there's a lot of question marks. I know some people there's some weird, heated commentary about the fact that Arcade gets shit and, core FGO doesn't get shit. That's, there's some weird commentary about why are they supporting Arcade. I've even heard that some people are, annoyed that there's effort being spent on the English release, the North America release. Somehow that would work, even though those are, 3 entirely separate teams, by the way.
I don't understand.
NA has its own squad, Arcade has its own squad, JP has its own squad of developers.
Well, and that's the thing. Well, as much as it infuriates me that Arcade gets its own shit, if it wants to establish itself as something different from FGO, it needs its own exclusive shit to draw people into it. That's how, if FGO, if base FGO had everything that Arcade had, well, no one would go play Arcade, especially now in these fucking times.
Yeah. No, so Arcade needs some exclusives, and I'm not gonna fight him about it. I do believe some of those things will move. Seasonals, I'm less question about. I don't think that they drew fucking art for Sita and assigned her skills and lore just so they could do, Curse of Separation, they can't be in the same game. Why would they do that? That's lost money, right? Same with Merlin Prototype. That's money down the drain if they don't bring that back around.
What I'm thinking, honestly, what I think it'd do is it's a time-based exclusivity. I think that's the word. I can't say it right now.
Yeah.
It'll basically be so long on Arcade, and then FGO will be all haha, now it is here.
Yeah. They already did that. You brought this up earlier with Da Vinci. She was a welfare for a special Children's Day event in Arcade, where you had to, go back for, a whole month, log in, once a week to get your copies. And she was also not necessarily a completely different unit, but a very distinct unit from how she appeared in FGO about a year later as an anniversary servant.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I think it's open-ended. There is only just because that port over hasn't happened, there's still a question mark about the seasonal servants, like the Santas who are so far the only exclusives. I don't think they've done an exclusive swimsuit. They've done some exclusive swimsuit costumes, but not, like I said, a proper exclusive swimsuit. Also to celebrate Heaven's Feel, you can get Saber Alter in a suit. We're all dead. I'm dead. But people have been talking about this meme the moment it happened. Guys, I already titled an episode, I'll Never Forgive Arcade. It already happened. I've done it already. I can't do it again.
No.
we're already in there. But yeah, so our arcade's doing its own thing. And honestly, like, we're really just gonna have to see how FGO Core, FGO JP on mobile rounds out the year, I think. Because there are a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, so I guess Lucky is hoping, personally, himself, again, new SSR, and whatever our SR will be will probably be Santa Helena. Or maybe they'll go crazy and give us the fucking Santa Helena thing and she'll be the SSR and make you spend more money. Who knows? Just let it happen, guys. Fuck.
Yeah. But I think that's most of our news, unless we really want to, because we'll talk about the new units later. And I think I have some. Well, actually, I can say some cross thoughts about Sita right now. Because here's the thing. We're going to talk about exactly how he does this, but Tsuna is right now just a better Rama than Rama. Like, he occupies Rama's niche in a way that is more effective than Rama does. Though Rama has some positive points we'll talk about later. Rama's never had a rank up though. Right? So, you could easily see a Rama rank up if they did a Sita release. And also, I'd look this up. Sita's got a really interesting kit in arcade, guys. She's an arts tank archer. She's got, like, team defense up and team debuff immunity. She's got a taunt with an invul. Self-taunt invul. Great stuff. And she's got a better curse of separation, more healing and healing per turn than Rama's, as well as the guts effect. And her NP is a single target arts, which removes her debuffs and gives her increased healing effect for a turn.
Oh, wow.
So it's a very interesting kit. I'd love to see it in the core game in some form. They probably have to tweak the numbers, because I think the numbers in arcade are just bigger. But, yeah, it's they could do some interesting stuff, and I hope, like I said, I hope they carry over. And who knows, they could change all that too as well, just because that's what they did for Da Vinci, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But all right. Yeah, no, we're probably gonna, you guys will all have seen it. We're not really... I mean, I don't think none of it's necessarily especially considering doesn't technically Giles have mass hysteria first?
I can't remember.
God help him, you know. But also, I mean, you're talking about a B rank skill versus an EX rank skill, and we're gonna talk about Doughman later. There's a lot of stuff to him. This is one of those lore reasons things, and as much as his first skill is sure it's better than Abby's mass hysteria or whatever. I don't know if his NP is. We'll talk about it. But that's after the break. For Lostbelt 5.5, I don't think we got any other, like, really big stuff to talk about until, like I said, we see a second banner. They're holding some stuff close to the vest. There's some interesting looking things coming. There's some new enemies, some new mechanics, it looks like. There's a lot of casters. You can see a Babbage in the CM. I'm really wondering if maybe we'll get a Babbage animation update?
I mean, actually, now that I think about it. Because in the CM... like, you can see Tsuna and Shuten have the command seals. But
so the way I think it works is we're actually going back to the past, right? Like, it's called the Singularity. There's a Lostbelt tree, obviously. It's in the CM.
It might be, I don't know if it's actual Shuten Doji. I don't know if it's summoned Shuten Doji. So.
But we are going back to the Heian period. So it's it appears to be we're seeing pairs of characters who are those real living people because the Heian period has mystery still.
Yeah, because
like, you can still get people who fight at this level and also can summon servants.
Like, because we see Murasaki and Sei Shonagon in the CM as well.
Yes, you see Murasaki, Sei Shonagon. They're on the bonus stuff for FP and things.
Mm-hmm.
I believe some people talked about seeing Medea Lily in the CM somewhere. I think you can do that.
Yes.
There's a lot of casters.
That is a lot of casters. Yeah,
a lot of casters. It's very interesting.
That is interesting.
Though, I mean, that could make sense. Remember, we talked about this. Lostbelts we're going to talk about this a lot when we talk about Lostbelt 3. Lostbelts like to take characters who didn't get a good performance in Part 1. And, if they're heavily involved in the story, this would be a great turnaround for some of those casters, right? Like, I think FGO does a really good job of building up Paracelsus's character after he got kind of dabbed on in Prototype for reasons. So, like, London, I think, does a decent amount for him, but it could do more if he shows up in, like, something like this. We know that, though, we know for sure that Medea Lily shows up, right? And she was a consistent part of Okeanos, but not very deep. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Same with Babbage. Like, he showed up a few times, but also we didn't really get a good look at him.
I mean, I think the best look we got at Babbage was Summer 2.
Yes.
With him being Moriarty straight man.
So, yeah, no, like, there is definitely some work to be done there. Like, in the CM, I know there's some people who are like, Shiteno! We still don't see those other two guys yet, I don't think, in the CM. I don't know if we see them in the event at all, but... This is kind of an ongoing back and forth. Like, we know that they have classes and they have NPs because they have weapons, but my understanding is that those other two guys don't have a lot of, like, legends about them. They're just, and Raiko with their 4 heavenly kings, Kintoki, Tsuna, and those other 2 guys showed up, basically. Like, I think that's about the level of it. So if they're not fully fleshed out characters yet, I wouldn't be surprised. Because this is the thing I talked about offline with some people when having this discussion. Your boy Nasu is an absolute madman, and he just likes to say, this person could be a servant, this person's a servant, they're this class. Queen Victoria could be a saber or a caster. What? Huh? What? Oh, you could summon Robert E. Lee as a ruler or an adventurer. I'm like, Nasu, what? What are you doing? Don't talk to me like you know what the Civil War was. I played America chapter. Like, they love to just throw that shit out there, so I don't know if it means anything.
Like I said, you only know when we get there. Speculation is all fun again, but don't make it too serious. Otherwise, you're just set yourself up.
This is a thing I would say is some people get really feisty about this'll be the day this happens. I'm like,
it could, but also it could not. How are you gonna feel if it isn't? And you're like, no, it can't. It will. And I'm just
like, I think
isn't?
we all felt confident because he already had that special little CM of shooting our shot. Doughman time.
Yeah.
Like, that was pretty obvious when they were like, hey, so this only requires you to clear Lostbelt 5.2, but you might want to beat Shimosa first. I'm like, oh, yeah, no, hang on. Yeah, it's Doughman.
Doughman.
And not necessarily a pleasant surprise, but Tsuna is a character who has a decent amount of lore. He has some standalone legends. He's really tied into Ibaraki. That was an easy one to be like,
no. Oh, actually, this is something that I will say actually did surprise me about the CM. I'm kind of surprised I didn't see any Tamamo anywhere.
Yeah, no. She doesn't appear to show up.
Yeah, like as per Nasu lore, she should be kicking around the same time, but nothing. I could be wrong.
But also, another thing to note, even though Doughman is involved, I have not seen any obvious designs for an Abe no Seimei.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe that's a spoiler thing. Maybe that's something that's because obviously Doughman is probably up to some shenanigans in this singularity belt thing, whatever's happening.
The single belt.
Yeah, whatever he's doing. Because it's in the preview, it's referred to as a singularity, but obviously it has a tree, right? Because you see a very big tree in the CM end. So, there's some, they call it Lostbelt as well. So there's some weird shit going on. But I could see Doughman arranging it so Abe no Seimei is not around when he wants to do a thing. That's not traditionally worked well for Ashiya Douman. But anyway, we'll see.
We'll see.
Anyway, that took us about 50 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So, I knew we'd go a little animal. Let's do that hour of mailbag.
Yeah, we're only doing an hour because we have a chunk.
Yeah, so nobody really noticed, but really quick, there was no so you didn't get that 5-star last week because last week was also huge already. So I was fine with that. So I redirected it to this week. So there's a lot of stuff in the back half. But let's go ahead and jump into that mailbag without any further delays.
No more delays. So everyone, sit down, relax, get your favorite drink, and open your ears because it is time for Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say to us. Unless I'm completely like, well, screw this, and I toss it out the window, but there when we get there. So, as we said, we're only doing 1 hour this week because we have a lot to go through, and we have a fuck ton of you today. Let's see here, what is it? 38? 38. So, I apologize in advance unless we blaze through these, do not faff, and somehow stay on task. We're not going to get through these all.
So, we're not going to get through these all.
Yeah. So, but anyway, we have the timer is concerned, and we're going to start right now. So, the first one comes from Secret Casino King Bun Bun, who says, I hope whatever had you down yesterday gets better. Well, fortunately, Lucky's not actually that better. He is literally powering through with the power of fucking monster energy and willpower right now. I've already finished one. I'm about to crack open a second one.
The show must go on. And also, if you don't know what that's referring to, I'm pretty sure that's sympathies for whatever caused Bed Burrito Lucky yesterday on stream day.
Yes, no, Lucky was full on Bed Burrito. The other day, I slept like I can't even remember when I woke up to type I ain't streaming because whenever I overslept, so I didn't go to work. I was like, I called in to work. I was all like, I'm not coming in. I feel like shit. I'm going back to bed.
In this time period, not feeling great is a great excuse not to go to work.
Yeah, I know. So then I woke up and I was like, oh yeah, I should probably let people I'm not going to stream. Type that, went back to bed. I woke up at like 6 p.m. again. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's a lazy day. That's a sleep day.
That's a sleep day. So yeah, no. Lucky's not currently feeling better. Like, honestly, I only got up out of bed today. Let's see here. At 4:30, because I got up and was like, oh yeah, we have to record today. Looked at, and Omega's like, hey, show notes are wrinkled. I'm like, I shall eat as well. I had literally gotten out of bed like 5 minutes before that.
No, I understand. I had a late start today too. I'm just I'm in the future from you, so my late start at like, and I'll admit there are days when I'm like, I don't get my shit together until 4 p.m. I don't like those days, but it happens. But when I do that, it's only like 1 p.m. for you. So yeah, no, it's like, listen, we do the stuff, we're doing the show, it's fine. And I had a half second of like, should I stream something? I was like, no, fuck it, it's my day off. Everybody needs me days. Okay.
Anyway,
next.
Anyway, thank you very much. We move on to CM music loving priests that recently learned how complicated Japanese names are. Yeah, they are. Anyway, they say, hi ho, mega o, and go, 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 lucky. Greetings from Switzerland. I wish you a good day. Thank you.
I wish you a good day. I don't know how much of that dramatic pause will carry over, but there was a dramatic pause in the letter.
Yes.
I'm probably going to compress the shit out of this one.
Probably. This next one, so thank you very much. This next one comes from BB Buddy Waiting for Christmas, who says, humanity saved. The master retires, has children with redacted. Shout out to some of the servant, who answers the call.
It's not Dallas, but it's one of our people who's just as bad at typing as Dallas is. It's an inside joke, by the way. Dallas, one of our moderators, resident Chinophile. Notoriously awful speller. I don't know. I saw this question, by the way, asked in, like, NA spoiler chat. And then I saw it was on Mailbag as well, and I'm like, what? I don't get it. I don't get what
what do you want me to say? You gotta remember, summoning ain't just, here we go, get something random. It's a function that requires items, times, magical power, location, all that stuff. So before you ask me this question, give me all those details. But I tell you right now, if you give me all those details, you're totally fishing for a certain answer.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't get what you want from me. Listen, I'm not averse to I'm not completely averse to hypothetical questions. I just don't with the redacted and the whatever. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what sort of direction we're going with this. Let's move on. We got shit to do.
So thank you very much for your confusion. We move on to Kentucky without glasses is real. Let's go. They say, question. When you read this, Lostbelt 5.5 will be almost here. I think it's been here. Is it out already?
Yep, happened.
Yeah, it happened.
It's up. People are beating it.
But what do you think of the new servants released for this chapter? Well, unlucky Sin, we were expecting Ashiya Douman. I don't know what his deal is. I haven't learned that. I haven't figured it out. What I do know, I learned from staring at a CM for like an hour. Omega was talking about people going frame by frame, looking at every detail. That was lucky.
I do know when I saw Douman's NP, because obviously they do that as well on the stream, I was like, sir, your NP is very extra, sir.
Doughman seems like an extra kind of dude.
He absolutely is. We'll get in there. It's some fun stuff to talk about. Okay.
10 out of 10 was not expecting Tsuna boy. It's one of those things that always in the back of my head of like, oh yeah, this person exists, but never actually came to the front of like, oh yeah, he could show up. Again, I don't actually know full details about 5.5, but I said I do have a prediction for Binary 2. I will not say what it is, but that's only one of potential 2 or even 3 that could be on.
You never know what they're doing.
You never know what you're doing, so that could be interesting. But I will say that this
and New Year's, guys.
Oof. But I will say that it is good to know that we are finally at 1 out of 3 of the foreign gods alter egos. We just have 2 left with Tomomovich and Rasputin.
Which also, by the way, I believe Vich is now officially the last trailer servant who doesn't have a real boy servant.
Yes. Everyone else is now officially out.
And also, it shouldn't necessarily shock anybody that Doughman is limited because Scotty was also limited.
Oh, actually, whoever's going to probably be on Banner too. Would they be the Lostbelt King? No, I don't know.
It's a weird Lostbelt. We don't even know how this plays into the Lostbelt rules yet. Is the problem?
Yeah, because
it's a Lostbelt that's still in the past. I think, unless it's not, but I think it is. it's really weird. And I don't want to talk too much about it because, unfortunately, the preamble is a little spoilery because it's like, after we did all this Lostbelt 5 stuff, we went back to home and found a new problem to deal with.
I wonder if it's building off of the fucking thing that fucking Doughman did in Shimosa, where it was kind of an alternate dimension thing.
Like he's trying to jump into a new timeline and make more Lostbelts or something. Or he's just fucking with us because he's an animal.
Yeah. Anyway, but like I said, so I don't know, but I feel like I know what one of the servants is going to be on the bill, and it's like, and who knows, could be a couple more. I don't know, and until I see the fucking battle, I don't want to know. Keep your spoilers to yourself. I'll fight you.
Well, and also I talked about this with people. One, just because a character has a fight and has a sprite means nothing in FGO right now. Like, you don't know that they're coming right away. There are story bosses. I mean, fuck, think about it. I mean, I know he turned into a giant ghost, but Doughman was a guy in Shimosa.
Yeah.
That was already a year ago for us right now. That's like 3 years of gap for JP, right? Like, early trigger pull, you know? So, like, that means nothing just because you saw someone or even fought somebody in 5.5. You never know. Anyway, for me, real quick to wrap this up, we're going to talk about my thoughts of Doughman as a unit later. I'm just like, look at this smug little motherfucker. I've done a lot of research into this surrounding ethos myself. It's a fun one. Tsuna's pretty cool. Nice bowl cut dude. But I'm kind of interested to see how he plays. I like that he's permanent. He does a lot of interesting things. Played by Kenji Akabane, Codex VA. He's finally playable. Mm-hmm. Good job for him. I'll be interested in seeing more. I think he's got some fun backstory, and that character, the relationship with like Ibaraki is all very interesting. Especially when you take into context that Oniland says that Ibaraki is one of those Onis that used to be a person, kind of. Mm. Whereas Shuten was born as something.
Something dragging, something complete.
Yeah. Also, spoilers, Ashiya Douman apparently went to the Clan Nobunaga style Final Ascension. He's very naked. It's wild. That'll be a fun one for Lucky to maybe slip into a thumbnail. I think it's got the right angle.
I decided to go with LB.
Yeah, no, but next week maybe. This is gonna be a fun one to tuck on there.
Yeah, sure. I can do that.
All right, but those are my thoughts. Let's keep moving.
So thank you very much. This next one comes from Zhang Zhang. Oh god, I know why. MVP for LB3 with her NP. Question, what top servants are you rolling for next year? I'm going for Space Ishtar, Rain is ML, 4 stars, Estrella, Lakshmi Bai, and Jane. Man, do I have that fucking list up still? Hang on. Patreon chat, where are you?
You can always scroll up.
I'm gonna scroll up. That's what I'm going here. Okay, here it is. Okay, let me open up this original here. Alright, so take a moment here. So, Lucky might roll on the Benny Aim Tamamo banner. One, I want me a Saber Lolly Burb, and I want me more Tamamos. Next, I'll probably roll on the Prisma rerun, because I'm gonna want me a Miyu. I'm definitely, and I mean this, definitely going hard on the Murasaki banner, and the KP banner. After which, guess what? I'm going hard on the Kama banner. Following that, I don't know, I might, Lady Reyna's and Estrella, that's also a maybe for me. It has to see how I fucking feel. Now, when we get to Lostbelt 4, I don't fucking know. It's in the air. I might go, nah, I'm good, or I might did like when I did an LP3 and was like, no, I don't want any of these units, and then absolutely flip my fucking shit and spend like almost 600 quartz on them. Alright? We're only in June at the moment here, guys. Mm-hmm. So, at that point, it's the rerun. I don't have to fucking worry about them. I already got them all. But then we get Anniversary with fucking Da Vinci-chan. I'm like, excuse me, do you know who I am? And then we go into Summer 4. Excuse me, do you know who I am? I am literally 3 for 3 of rolling all Summer Servants their first year.
Well, and also in particular, this was a very powerful show-off, right?
Yeah, this is Summer Carmilla, this is Summer Lancer Artoria, we got Summer Okita, Summer Melt, Summer Osaka Hime. Honestly, the only one that like I really could like potentially pass on is Summer Musashi, but guess what? I'm not.
I mean, maybe Lucky will learn and take his lumps if he gets good on those 2 4-stars in that first banner, but I don't know that future Lucky will be able to resist a wild cowboy woman with sword guns.
No,
and great tan lines, guys.
Too powerful. After that, though, I think I have a couple months of downtime until we get to Saber Wars 2. Because Rin ain't my first girl, but she's definitely not my last girl, so I definitely will want me a fucking Space Ishtar. And then there's gonna be another MHX Alter banner. I'm gonna roll on that because she continues to elude me. Lucky's gonna be real. He's gonna be real. He wants a Saber Astolfo. He's just too damn cute, y'all. Too damn cute. And then we end out the year with fucking Superhuman Orion in Europa. You bet I want a big Chungus and a fucking grandma.
Yeah, no, it's we've talked about this before. This year is very seminal. Like, you'll think there's a drought of events. There's not a drought of banners, though. No. There are so many very spicy reruns and new banners kicked in here. I think my big bullet points are, number 1, Valentine's, Murasaki.
Mm-hmm.
Right, has got great designs, and I'm a weeb, I know it. We'll have to see how the string period after Valentine's of, KP Moriarty, works out, like what all is happening in that time period. I definitely want to try for Estrella and maybe Renez on top, but skip May, that's fine. I already got myself a regular Da Vinci.
Yes, Metal Tyranno Kingmon. Yes, I did count the MXA banner.
But then June with both Lostbelts, that's got Jinako, that's got Asclepius in there, and whatever. Archer Alter could be fun. I have a Merlin, I can do Buster. Lucky did not mention Mao Nobu, but I will, because damn, dude. Plus,
I think I might have just skipped over Colin because I totally forgot to mention Moriarty.
Yeah, that was in July. It's at the bottom.
Yeah, in Mao Nobu. So yeah, those two as well. Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Also got the limited 3-star, who's a guy. And then there's Anniversary with, as we mentioned, that's going to be a big one. Da Vinci Small into summer. Please don't hurt me, FGO.
It's gonna hurt you.
Nothing really happens in September other than Murasaki's second run. Well, somebody's got a freaking bass stereo system they're blasting through my open window. But I think it's so low frequency, my microphone's not even acknowledging it. Wow, wild. But yeah, like after the big summer smash, I don't think I have to deal with anything until October and Space Ishtar. That's gonna be my big one. Like, I'm gonna go ham in summer because that's got a lot of good stuff, and then that's gonna be full blown saving until October for Space Ishtar. That's my move. And then I don't have to fire off at anything else until that Lostbelt. But yeah, no, it's a big one. For me, I think the tent poles are summer, Anniversary and summer. Though our anniversary is earlier, so there's a little bit of that. Murasaki, Mao Nobu, and Space Ishtar as like my giga tent pole because I need that Rin Face collection. I have the grails. I don't know if I have the skill mats, but I'll try. And there you go. There's our entire banner schedule for the next year.
In other words, Lucky's gonna kill himself as usual. So thank you very much for your question. We move on to a new new decibel of Studio Mega. And they say, what are your feelings and the Santa Suzuka servant and it only being available for arcade? I'm going to assume that English is not your first language. Also, hashtag I'll never forgive arcade. Solid hashtag.
Yep.
We have said it though. We are, what's the word I want to say? Shook a little bit, but not necessarily upset.
I am slightly nettled. But if you want more, just go back in time. Rewind. Record this to a VHS tape, put it in your VHS player, rewind it.
But that's our thoughts on that, so thank you very much. This next one comes from the guy who entered into a Faustian bargain for pancake ingredients. Question: do souls have value in the Not-So-verse? Well, that's kind of what the Heaven's Feel magic is all about, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's what Heaven's Feel is. The third magic is the materialization of the soul, which does a lot of stuff. It's a big plot button.
Yeah.
If you meant something else in there, I don't know, but no, souls are a big thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So now we're gonna move on, thank you very much, to He Who Burned a Moth with Hellfire. I'm pretty sure a lot of people did.
I mean, that was the strat.
Mm-hmm. As the new anime season draws near, what anime are you guys looking forward to seeing in January? I'm personally hyped for Log Horizon Season 3. That's an anime question. Yeah, I guess it's a question. We're probably not going to talk that much about anime on What's Up.
I can also... If you have a list, I can tell you I don't have a list. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know anything from nothing.
Off the top of my head, I know that Late Band Camp is getting their second season. Slime's getting their second season. What else is getting their second season that I'm excited for? Hang on. I was literally thinking about this the other day. What was it? It was Slime. Oh yeah, well actually that's right. Beastars has their second season, but that's going on Netflix, which means I'm not going to see it till fucking summer or something.
Yep.
I don't know why. But yeah, Long Horizon gets their next season. Cells at Work gets their second season. Cells at Work Black gets their season. That's gonna be fucking wild. Horimiya finally gets a real anime, not a crappy OVA. Mushiko Tensei, I'm super excited for that. Kuma Deska, excited for that. I think those are all the super big ones I'm excited for. And I'll probably see whatever else comes through. Fucking every season has something that surprises me that I like. World Witches Hashin Shimasu, I'm also excited about. Because I love 501st Takes Off to death. It makes me crack up every time. But what were you saying, Omega?
I was just saying, I don't know what's up right now. I just haven't been in a really good anime watching spot. I do have some shows I need to make some time and catch up on, but we're juggling a lot of stuff right now and anticipating a lot of releases. So, I don't know. Like, I haven't caught up on, like, Yashahime at all, but I can easily do that. I'm still paying for Funimation, but I don't know what's coming up.
Sony, did you actually get Funimation? What are you doing with it, my guys? Tell me. Anyway, but that's that. So thank you very much.
Hey, Lucky, do you mind if we pause the timer for a second?
We can pause the timer for a second.
Because, hold on, let me set my volume low. I am about to, on air, protect Meiren's smile. It's happening live. Watch my phone, like, take forever to load.
It's coming in kind of for me.
Oh, is that it? You get anything else?
Listen, Meiren is very tsundere.
No, here it is. Oh, a little creepy. All right, there you go.
It was.
I don't know how well it picked up, but
it wasn't that good. I'm telling you that right now.
Didn't want my phone to explode. I also do have it on like sound sensitivity. It's a little weird because you got to like point your speaker basically, but it happened.
Fuck! I keep doing this shit. Sorry,
wrong?
I booted up Genshin Impact, and I keep forgetting that I keep logging out next to the fucking Earth cubes. When I log back in, it's right like, hey, let's fight. And I'm like, fuck!
That's why I always try to log out after like doing rewards or something.
I have to pause that, because that's
Log back
actually
in
required. That's gonna require brain juice. But let me turn back on the timer.
Yes, let us continue.
To the next one, who says, the Destroyer of Servants mobile arrival, Arcado. Who says, throughout the history of FGO, what servant reveal gives you joy? Probably great joy? I'd have to say Murasaki Shikabu. Like I said, someone very relevant to my interests, very relevant in my aesthetics. And it was during a time when they were giving the voiced lines of all the Valentines. So yeah, Murasaki Shikabu, very powerful. That's why I think I literally, when she came out, it's like, Meg, I'm doing the wanted. You can't stop me. And he was like, okay.
I was like, okay, USA. Yeah. I mean, let's see. Like reveal is an open-ended thing. I want to say that I think the big ones for me were Space Ishtar was really interesting that they like dropped that, especially with a lot of the other stuff that's in there, like not just being from space, but also some other interesting things going on. Mm-hmm. And just the fact that they were like Space Ishtar, I was like, this is great. I love this. Other than that, I think just the one that I was just happiest to see was when they dropped Odysseus on a white day as a permanent too. Mm-hmm. I'm just like, that's good. I love this. This is great. Huge fan of the Odyssey. And Odysseus is actually a pretty. I don't want to say fun, because he's one of those classic long-suffering heroes. But he's a very interesting character who kind of puts on the head of a decent number of the classic tropes of Greek heroes. So that one was a lot of fun for me. Just be like, yes, getting in there, and he has a giant robot,
super fighting robot.
Now I need to pair him with my Qin Shi Huang and just get my giant robot jokes out of the way.
Listening to that Jin Fukuyama was great.
Mm-hmm.
So that is that. We're gonna move on. Thank you. This next one comes from Toto-sama has released the Padoru, who says, hey, Usagi Lucky and Tamahagane Omega. Tamahagane is a type of iron. How are things? No question for me this week. Just hope your rolls are blessed in the near future. Well, I hope yours as well.
Yeah, let's see what kind of rolling we do in the future.
Mm-hmm. So thank you very much. This next one comes from Shiro, who says, just want to say hi. Just want to say have a great day. Lucky is filling in words when he shouldn't.
Well, you also have a great day. I mean, it's 9:30 at night for me, but I'll try.
Yeah. So thank you very much. This next one comes from Moon has returned once more, filled with hope since finals are almost over. Yeah. Now, so I've watched Sia TV's video about mystic codes and got me wondering about something. Question, is it possible to accidentally make an item a mystic code? As if you accidentally or unconsciously channel magic into an object and make it and unconsciously channel magic energy into an object or something like that? Or does the item have to be specifically made / designed to be a mystic code? Have a great day / evening.
Well, thank you for pointing out that it could be evening when we record this. It usually is.
Yeah.
To answer the question, that's a slight for me. Not sure.
I mean, anything can be done accidentally, honestly. But sometimes it takes a slippery slope of coincidences. So I would have to say...
there are a lot of different types of mystic codes, right? Like, they have different purposes and different functions. So you can do some different stuff with them. Because you can just, use them as a storage device for magic energy, that's probably something you could accidentally do. Like, you could accidentally try and put magical energy into something and then it just stores it, because that's technically a very simple type of mystic code.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how much, because there's... Magecraft is, all about complex actions and stuff, so... Yeah, don't know. But, thank you very much for your question. We shall move on to... Yo, my oldies with luck at random times. Here is the one with a comfy life. I literally just had to have someone talk to me how I'm not old yet to give me comfort, and here this fucker is telling me, hey, you old. I kind of want to just start... Old. According to this person, I am. I mean, I got a better one. They also called me old. I'm definitely not old.
Yeah, you're not even in your 30s yet, if I remember. You're like, what?
No, I'm in my late 20s. I am still technically a 20-something. So, fuck you very much. But, alright, let's read your essay and see if it was worth all that shade you're throwing.
Let's go 1.5 speed. I haven't finished the LB last week. I have to say that I did not feel as hard as some people are making out to be, as they were saying that this would have been a boss fight that would give great difficulty spike to a previous LSB, similar to Camelot did for previous Singularity. Personally, apart from that particular fight that we all know none felt real different. I'll admit that Kushianten's specialty did make something incredibly easy for one of the potential strats that could be played for a number of fights, but still outside of those strats in one fight that felt really easy in Calm LB. Did you guys have the same feeling regarding the fights? Addendum. To hell with that fight versus the Voltrons and the Moose Cell. Took a simple bond farming team thinking that was going to be easy and was still into the early DLB and had to be careful with my team to ensure that I was barely coming through it without having to use a single command spell. I'll admit that there was some unresolved hatred towards the Voltrons at the end of the LB1 on my alt that only uses level 1 servants and a solo PS for my main account. Sincerely, the one with the comfy life.
Okay, so to answer your first question, I think you actually explained it with your addendum. You got surprised by a fight you didn't think would be a big deal, and it almost kicked your ass. Lostbelt 3 is basically all of that, because remember, when people do these in Japan, they're blind. They don't know what's happening. And so especially compared to Lostbelt 5, those two Lostbelt 5s are considered very difficult. Like, those are the big difficulty spike, the halfway point like Camelot. Actually, Camelot's not even halfway, it's very close to the end, but you know what I mean. But the thing there is that many fights in Lostbelt 3 punish you very hard if you try to do certain strats, right?
Yeah.
If you try to stall Meiren or Old Man Royal Guard, you die. You're dead. You cannot stall. The game will sense you trying to stall and will punish you. Like, you can try and shenanigans you with, Jean and stuff, which I tried. We'll talk more about that later. But, yeah, no, I think the thing is that, and I found this the same way, Lostbelt 3 isn't really that hard if you're decently pre-prepared and you know the gimmicks, or at least if you're willing to eyeball the gimmicks and take a loss, right? But for people slamming into this for the first time in JP, yes, this was hard because you can't just ruse cruise on a lot of stuff you normally do.
Nope.
You have to go specifically strong with stuff and know that Caster Shuten is given to you as a gift so you can actually beat this fucking story, etc., right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no, I mean, I didn't think the Lostbelt was really that hard, but also I didn't have a hard time in Camelot either, but that's because I knew what the fuck I was doing and was preparing for, literally a year.
For Lucky's on, I do felt like a lot of the fights were hard, but none of, they were not particularly impossible. Every time I failed, I was always, literally, 1 or 2 turns from completing it anyway. Mm-hmm. And at that point, I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna summon the fucking chord and just blast them and get out of here.
Right, because we're trying to get shit done for the weekend story.
Yeah.
That was my biggest fear, was that I was gonna run out of juice, but I spent a couple of full command seals, period. Yeah, no, it's fine.
I think, what was... Oh, wait, no, I did get stubborn with the first, Meiren fight, because I'm like, no, I actually want to complete this, even getting blasted. So I was stubborn on that one, but,
Well, and that one is, thank God that one's only 1 break bar.
Yeah. Like with the we'll probably talk more about with the old man fight. Yeah, no, like I almost got him down in my first try, but at that last break bar, he's just like, oh my god.
Yeah, I had to spend some juice on that one, and I'm okay with that. It was a fair fight. My team got through one break bar, and then I had to bring him back to do it again. It worked. The system worked. I just didn't want to spend extra time waiting for it to work out.
Yeah.
The second time I spent a shitload of command seals was, spoilers, guys, I invented the J-turn clear, which is where I feed Jolter command spells until Qin Liangyu is dead. Because she is actually ideal for that fight.
Oh yeah, no, I totally use Jolter. The tree fight, the Shi Wong fights,
my biggest... So this is a pre... we shouldn't get too deep into this, but honestly, my biggest difficulty with the tree fight was that my phone hated those fucking particle effects. As many people's phones apparently did. That was the biggest holdup for me in that. They gave you a fucking free Qin Wong to take it on. It was not hard.
Yeah,
honestly, I had better experiences. A lot of people were bitching about the married couple fight. I just brought only alter egos and foreigners, and it worked.
No, the couples fights. I will say a lot of the fights that had Zhang Yu on it, I had to use quartz on.
No, he was a big boy. I think that was the first time I had to, like, the day it released. That was the first time I had to spend 3 seals. Was I think the him and Lanling fight.
Mm-hmm.
And then I basically didn't do anything for like the weekend and came back. But no, the married couple fight was just like foreigners and alter egos go nuts.
Whee!
What's this Zhang Yu? You're trying to do buffs or do big damage while my foreigners take half damage. Abby's just like nom your buffs. I'll admit though, I'm very lucky. I have a full tentacle team. I own every foreigner that is available in the game right now.
Go tentacles.
So yeah, it's yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I think there was much like Camelot, there was a fair warning involved here. Like, if you were clowning around and didn't know what you're doing, some of these fights are going to kick your ass. But I don't think they're meant to be, like, ultra challenging. Just that the game is, like, trying to adopt specific gimmicks. And much like how break bars exist to prevent you from maximum speed clearing enemies, right? Mm-hmm. Just doing one turn only of big damage. A lot of these fights existed to be like, okay, well, if you try and turtle, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah. All right, but let's not dwell too much. We have said what we want to say. We'll get more into the fights once we go into our big talk. But thank you very much for your sass. And we move on. This next one comes from Inverse Universe, who says, hey, Rabbit of Tyrion Mega and Children's Card Game Lucky.
I see what you did there.
I see what you did there. Hope you've had a great day and a wonderful week. And I was wondering if we ever get an episode of LTFGO with you guys doing the others intro. Yes, and Mega must have a can.
Well, I'd have to pre-script that. I don't usually have cans lying around.
Yeah. And that would mean that Lucky would have to start things off, and we'll see.
We could do that as a joke for sure.
It's a definite maybe.
We have an episode. We have an episode coming out on April Fools. Hold on, when's April Fools this year? Nah, it's a Thursday. That doesn't work. That means you got to deal with that shit on a stream day, though, buddy.
Hey! Guess what? We can do it for April 1st, 2022. That's on a Friday.
Sure, let's schedule it now. I'm not gonna remember this in 2 years. Hey, audience, if you and we still exist in the year 2022, remind us.
Yeah.
All right.
But thank you very much. We move on to the once and future simp, who says, dear Megan and Lucky, I hope your week is going well. I'm sick as fuck. I just wanted to ask if there's any bosses you wish were able to fight again, either to see how newer servants would work or just for the spectacle of the fight. Personally, whoops! I did not mean to downvote that. I'm sorry, my dude. Personally, I'd love to see Summer BB hit Beast Tiamat with her Noble Phantasm. Thanks and congratulations on your LB3 rolls. Like, honestly, like, I think I mentioned it for this. I would just love a fucking boss record where we can just go back and fight old bosses, just all of them. So this would be fucking Camelot bosses. Yeah, because Camelot is when they started getting with the weird fucking gimmicks, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Camelot had a lot of, because they had the Grail blessing, so they had units that weren't just units with their normal stats and skills and stuff, or special classes. Yeah.
So that means, like, if we had a boss record, that means we could fight the Camelot bosses again, Tiamat again, Gorgon again. Yeah, actually, I forgot it's Gorgon.
Yeah, there's a couple of interesting Babylonia bosses that might be good to try out.
Gatia, Solomon, hecking, then we go into Epic of Remnant.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there could be some of the EOR fights could be interesting. Like, I know some people yell about them, but getting to Redux, the Shimosa fights, Maybe some new toolkits would be interesting.
Oh yeah, no, like when you ask which boss, I say all of them. Like
just a general rule would be great. Like there are some specific bosses I definitely want to try out, especially for the lulls. Like, gosh, I use Shiva a lot as my hitter caster. Watching hydras and trees and shit do end over end flips, it's the best, guys. It's so ludicrous, especially with this Lostbelt tree, because the tree is fucking huge.
All right, but there you go. But thank you very much for your question. We move on to the Thenos Simp, who says, "Not gonna lie, I've been ignoring FGO versus Genshin lately until my wife was Thenos' sudden early animation update. Since then, I've been putting her as my DPS from story/event boss fights, and Smile whenever she does her Buster card. Smiles that hit for 275k.
That's a lot of Ks.
That's a lot of K. Question, how about you guys? Have been revitalized your enthusiasm of the game by something new? Or try to challenge yourself with something clearly underpowered servants? Lucky's having to almost not trying not to bite his tongue here.
That was, there's some awkward grammar in there. Also, I'm going to tell you right now, that second bit, no, never. You have failed to understand 150 episodes plus of Omega, if you ask that question.
So happy Centeno is effective in LB3, either the DPS or support in the SNEC team. The only exception is the tree battle, because I like QSS and want to use him. No, that's solid.
No, that's good.
No, that's good. But also, again, my enthusiasm for the game has never really been dimmed. As I said, I don't go whole hog on it, and I spread out my time between other things.
Mm-hmm. I'm hitting up dailies pretty regularly because I've got a lot of new servants to level, but I'm also not going like ham right now eating apples because there's also a lotto coming up. So I'm just spending my AP, you know,
living the best life.
I got shit to do. Guys, Cyberpunk 2077 will come out in less than a week. It will happen. I am assured of this.
Ooh.
So, yeah, that one. Like, I don't know. There's definitely times when I've been like, oh yeah, I can't wait to log into FGO. Like, there have been dead weeks, right?
Oh yeah.
And then they drop the new shit and you're like, yeah, get me in there, son. You know, I was a little pained. I was like, shit, extended maintenance. I gotta sleep. I can't start Lostbelt 3 right away. You know? Mm-hmm. But, much like Lucky, we balance our lives and like, honestly, well, we're mostly always on Discord in some form because computers are always on. Mm-hmm. It says you're doing something different right now, Lucky. You're playing Genshin. I was gonna double check if it would tell me how long you've been. I
was like here again. This is slightly irrelevant. Lucky is also really good at fucking multitasking.
Yes, but no, like there was a time period where I think your computer was just on and you were like you had BlueStacks open for like a day or something, 24 hours. You know, mm-hmm. But like. This is a day when we really get a lot of our FGO energy out, right? Like, yeah. We're saving up some of this shit. Like, obviously, there's a stream, we'll go ape shit, we'll yell in Discord, you know, something new happens. I frequently get suckered into these discussions with my D&D group, because that's, like, 90% people from our community server, so, you know. But, yeah, no, my enthusiasm doesn't ever really go down, and I don't think it will for a long time. That's honestly an advantage of clairvoyance, is like, oh, yeah, we're gonna get new stuff then. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so. Alright, now I gotta pause it because I gotta read more.
Alright, so thank you very much for your question. This next one comes from Merkava Main about the Stella. I just like to ask that you pick up that phone because I called it. I mean, I didn't hear you call it, so I doubt. How do you guys feel about the animation updates of our boys Arash and Bedivere? Who else do you think needs a full animation overhaul?
Actually, Step 1, sure. Good. Step 2, Ushi Wakamaru. Holy shit, guys, come on. I think my answer is still Ushi and anybody still cursed with caster balls.
So that'd be wait, Matahari still hasn't got her animation update, right?
I don't think so. Also, I think Phantom is still caster balls.
Yeah, because I know Marie got hers. Yes. I can't think of anyone else who still has caster balls.
No. I mean, there's still some anybody who's still cursed by generic day one animations. Like, Ushi is a writer, she has generic Saber animations. Same as Saber Giles, etc. So, like, just, if you were a launch servant and you don't have an animation update, by God, you deserve one. And some after. Oh yeah, Mozart. You could probably do some cool shit. I've seen Salieri's animation. He goes pretty ape shit.
Yeah, Saber does well.
Well, I don't know about I don't know how different Leonidas' regular fight animations would be because he's a pretty mundane guy, but he definitely needs a new NP animation. He was in fucking Babylonia.
I would like that fucking front-facing scene of him just striking his shield and just fucking shield.
Strike the shield and the shields appear.
Yeah.
Throw in a Molan Labe.
Molan Labe. Fucking love Molan Labe.
As his attacks have some ghost Spartans throw some javelins. You know, they could do some shit. He was in an anime, okay? That means you can do the real shit. That's the same thing that happened to all those servants who got updates later. Just give them some real shit and give Ushi some fun stuff.
Actually, Sateno and Urali got updated for fucking Heaven's Feel. Did anyone get updated for Babylonia? I don't remember.
I don't. Yeah, Ishtar technically got some updates, but also she had her super Ishtar. Like, she had a costume waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they really went ham.
Cause we got, for Camelot, we just got Bedivere and heckin',
Arash, yeah.
Arash,
and I would expect maybe when the second movie comes out, we might get some others. Like, they might redo Lancer Artorias, for instance. Not that she's, like, super needs it, but she's not, a brand new servant either.
What about, like, Serenity, or...
Serenity might use a good one. Kirstarm's already got his. That's pretty good. Also, hey, a lot of people have been noticing this when they showed the trailers 5 million times. I don't actually know if 100% is going to be in this movie a lot. Same with, unfortunately, Tawara Tota, who also probably needs an everything update. The poor man.
I don't know. I enjoy him. I enjoy his Buster attack of just throwing a rice bale.
No, that's good, but, like, his NP animation is very generic. I shoot beam! I don't think his kits necessarily super stand out against a lot of archers we have, right? And his regular animations are pretty generic, other than like the special fun ones. So yeah, no, like there's some opportunity there. Hopefully we'll see some of those. But yeah, no, Babylonia really didn't go ape. They could definitely do some work. Like Gorgon could probably be polished a little. Ushi and Leo straight up need new animations.
Give me a giant Gorgon costume.
That could be interesting. Or just make one of Gorgon's attacks, like, instead of her making a weird dome thing, make, like, her extra attack is she, like, turns giant and smashes you or something.
Yeah. Anyway, we only got, like, 15 minutes left. I'm gonna get through more of these. So, thank you very much for your question. Our next one comes from the guy who wanted Liangyu and Consort Yu, but got all the raid-up servants while trying.
Not that crazy.
Not that crazy. Hey, Studio Mega and Studio Lucky. I was just wondering if you could better explain what a true ancestor is. I didn't really get a good understanding from the Lostbelt dialogue, and while I usually just look at it myself, I figured this was a good opportunity to post my first question in Mailbag. Keep up the good work as always, guys. Well, about that.
Yeah, so not right now, but
no.
I will tell you, this will come up later, but I have, there is no poll for Teach Me this month. I am doing we've only got one left. It's the last month of the year. We're doing that one. We're doing Homunculus this month for sure.
Yeah. Next
year, I will start off with new topics on a poll. One of them will be, what is a dead apostle / true ancestor? Because so spoilers, it comes up on, and I think we got another question down there later as well about this. It comes up in Lostbelt 3. I really wanted to see how it handled it. They handled it by doing fucking nothing. Thanks, Da Vinci. This is one of the few times that, like, especially considering this was written by a guest writer. This was written by Urubuchi. This one leans hard into, hey kids, did you ever play Tsukahime? And so, yeah, no, it's probably gonna win the first poll. I don't even know what its competition will be in the new year. Like, we could probably get some other weird hypothetical ones. We could probably do, like, we could even do Teach Me on maybe specific eras if people are interested in that kind of stuff. Just give me your suggestions. We're open. I need some new stuff for the new year. But yes, I am almost certain that January's topic will end up this one. Because I was almost shocked by the lack of unnecessary exposition about true ancestors.
Yeah.
It was just like, holy shit, she's a true ancestor and elemental. We're all doomed. Oh shit, she's gone.
Bye.
Like, that's it.
Oh my God, she ate a man.
Yeah, no, it was very much almost like, hey kids, if you want to know more, Tsukahime remake will come out sometime in the next 10 years. Like, I don't know. It was a weird one. Anyway, let's move on.
Yeah. So, soon, TM. This next one comes from Gahulian God. Let's say the three Lostbelt Kongs we know right now had a Fate Zero King's banquet. How would it go? Whose ideology would clash to level potential violence and conflict? For the sake of this question, Ivan is still a king of his Lostbelt, but Anastasia is listening in on the side like a waiver. You thought too deep. You thought too deep on this one, dude.
You went too much extra. No, we would have just been. It would have been Ivan anyway.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Scotty and Qin Wang would have some interesting conversations.
Well, yeah.
Because Qin Wang is, I am true human, and Scotty is like, I am mother goddess. But both have similar opinions on their humans.
Well, they have similar opinions, but one is forced into the situation they are. The other made the situation as it is.
True, and I think they would disagree about some stuff, but they would have a very interesting conversation. Ivan's literally crazy.
Yeah.
He literally has double alignments. Like, he can switch from being lawful evil to chaotic evil. I don't think he'd be a great conversationalist. Also, he's very big on the Jesus.
Very big on religion, and therefore would probably come to blows with both the mother goddess and the person who believes himself to be, fucking immortal.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think a conversation between Scotty and Qin Wang would be enlightening, because actually this is something that Qin Wang has become like one of my favorites. We went through a couple turns with him, but I was like at the end I'm like, oh no, I love this man.
No, he's a great character. Also has he has different summoning lines whether or not you've cleared a lost book.
Yeah, I know. I love the one if you beat LB3. He's like,
yes.
So I know what I said, but
I love it. Yeah, when he shows up, he's like, okay, so we know we said we would let you do the thing. We'd let you get to it, but let's be real. We were worried. We wanted to check in. We wanted to see how you were doing. Whereas Meiren is like, you have the goddamn gall, and you're like, yeah, I do. Yeah, well, I do. Get in the Bond farm. Get in the slot.
I laugh though because remember, servants can refuse summoning. So as much as she's bitching, she came willingly.
She knows what she wants, but it's like I think she more shows up just to yell at you for having the guts to try and summon her, and she's like, "You motherfucker!" And then I'm like, "Yeah, hey, guess what? It's Lancer Assassin Day. Get in the back row."
Actually, I have Qin Wang and Meiren in my back line at the moment. Mine's not my Yu isn't fully level, but she's like 64 right now.
As you know, I crossed Final Ascension on air earlier, kind of. So
kind of.
I'll have to round up those levels. Gotta look at her skills. I think she needs stakes. That's gonna be rough. We'll talk about all the shit later.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Moving on. So the question is, honestly, Ivan probably would resort to violence as he's like, because Ivan also wants to control the fucking world.
Yes.
And so that comes immediately into blows with Qin Wang.
Like honestly, Anastasia would probably be a much more interesting character in this conversation.
Oh yeah.
But we also don't know a lot about her long-term goals either.
Yeah.
I don't know if this will from what I like in his trailer, Arjuna Alter is just like, I am God, I am destroy. So I don't know how fun he's going to be at parties either.
Yeah.
So that'll be a question, too.
Mm-hmm. But thank you very much for your question. We now move on to a masked man offered strange bargains. I wonder if this is who the earlier dude got the Faustian bargain for pancake ingredients.
I don't know. Go watch out for this mysterious masked man.
Oh, it's this one. Dear Lucky to Mega, no question this week, but thanks for the in-depth answer about the Advent Remnant last week. Now, to wait for the future, teach me what the fuck are vampires / dead apostles / your answers. Correct.
Yeah. Although, also, I do want to... This is actually a good caveat, because we were talking about this, but the thing with Heian-kyo actually dropping and being literally directly related to Shimosa shows that, like, those aren't completely forgotten, right? They were experimental, but they're not forgotten. They actually have important shit in there. Well, it's interesting that Shimosa seems to be the most plot important, but I don't know. We might see more Salem themes keep coming up, because we keep getting new foreigners.
Maybe. I think I had a thought on that, but I'm gonna let it go.
That's fine. Yeah, we're running out of time.
Yeah. So thank you very much. We move on to the next one. Who says username has been taken? No, someone actually have used my planned alias before. For real. Kind of curious which one it was now. Anyway, they say, Dear Lucky Omega, hope you guys are having a good week and enjoying LB3 as I had. My question is, what are your favorite story moments from LB3? If it's a bit too spoilery, what's your favorite story moment for FGO story in general? Event stories are fair game. This is where I would put down my personal favorite, but to be honest, there are more than a few, and I have a hard time picking one. Apologize for any botched grammar, phrasing, and all that. I don't think you're fine.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'll definitely answer my favorite moments from LB3. If you have questions, look at the fucking thumbnail. I might have picked them for a fucking reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, mine's definitely, it's Jump.
So yeah, I hope that answers your question. We're gonna keep going. I want to get some more of those. This next one comes from looking forward to saving SQ for Tomovich someday. Power. I feel this. But they say, hi, Lucky New Omega. Firstly, I love the fan service segment last week. Great job. Good job, Omega. I already loved Holmes and Da Vinci separately, but the Sin Lostbelt is the first time I loved them as a duo. I also love Romani and Da Vinci as a duo. That's because their voice actresses are married. Actresses. Yeah, I fear that for Romani to ever come back to Chaldean, Holmes would have to die or leave somehow, as he's sort of Romani's replacement, even though they have very different dynamics as duo. Kind of like how they replaced Brock with Tracy in the Pokemon anime for the Orange Islands, but then Brock came back for Johto. Do you have any thoughts on this? Am I maybe worrying too much, and Holmes and Romani can easily coexist without tragedy?
Honestly, probably. Like, if Romani could come back, that is a big question mark, right? Because that's kind of the whole point of the 10th ring, returning to heaven.
The time of parting hath come.
Yeah. But I would actually say the character who kind of fills Romani's role in the story right now is actually Gordel.
Remember,
he's
Romani
got that kind of I'm supposed to be in charge, but I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing energy.
Yeah. Also, remember, Romani was kind of
he was the acting director. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's also like archetype. He was the punch man. He was the one that everyone yelled at, even though,
yes, he was the fall guy. He was the funny man, the target of the jokes.
Yeah. So that's Goldorf at the moment. Mm-hmm. Honestly, if Romani was to come back, he'd just get double whammy from Holmes and Da Vinci, and it'd just be like,
yes.
Oh my god.
Holmes would just be like, he would be like, Dr. Romani, no, Mr. Solomon, the fuck? Aren't you the wisest guy ever? How did we get here? And Romani would just be like, sorry guys, I have to go to my Majimari merchandise auction online. Bye.
I would love to if he came back as actually Solomon. It's just Solomon doing all this shit. This wise ass looking king just be like with the fucking headbands and light sticks.
Yes. I do kind of hope that maybe we get some of that action, because I would also love to see how he handles Tiny Da Vinci. Because I do think that switching Da Vinci talks about herself as a writer, basically, as Da Vinci Small, as a different person, right? Like she has her memories from her previous iteration, as she constantly brings up, but she's not quite the same. She's definitely
she refers to older Da Vinci as her previous self.
Yes. And honestly, I do really think that being a kid basically has made her cheekier, right? Like
have you seen all the gaming references she makes all the fucking time?
There's still some through lines, but there's definitely, I think, a certain sassy lost child attributes to Da Vinci Small, whereas Da Vinci Large was definitely more of a, smug superhuman almost, of like, yes, I am Leonardo da Vinci, I'm super brilliant. Also, look how big my bosoms are. They're perfect. The golden ratio. I want to draw people naked and stuff, whereas Da Vinci is like, hold on, let me get my Da Vinci Small is like, hold on, let me get my laptop.
Like, I'm gonna build some shit.
Yes. So yeah, let's get some interesting verbs. Like,
I'm sorry.
I do think, honestly, yes, we should be more worried about Gordolf in that situation, because he is our comic relief guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he also has some similar character tropes to Romani, where while he is quote unquote incompetent, he's a good guy underneath. The fucking rock paper scissors battle was great.
Oh man,
such a good boy.
He is a good boy.
Which also, by the way, that has different dialogue. I actually had to go back because I think I did that through a login, so I had to redo that dialogue anyway, and I picked the other one.
Mm-hmm.
So one, you basically force him to drink it no matter what, but
yeah,
if you beat him, he's crushed. If you don't beat him, he's like, what the fuck are you doing? I told you what I was gonna do. What's wrong with you?
No. Again, Goldorf is one of those characters that's really growing on me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, so as the director, he, obviously has a tough route to follow, right? Because he's following Olga Marie, who is a character who was the sacrificial lion. She only exists so that she could job out and die in the first story, the prologue, before the story can go anywhere. But she has left such an impact that she is still a character we think about and are like, fucking Olga Marie when? When we gonna do that stuff?
I mean, they only rekindled that with fucking Moonlight in the Lost Room and the fucking LB Lostbelt trailer.
And also using her in case files, in the animated case files as well, right? Like they use the arcs that included her. Like they know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's that. That's the thing that has stuck with us through 5 years of FGO, 5.5 years at this point, right?
Yes.
So and then Romani is acting director. The biggest one, literally we had a feels moment in this Lostbelt where like people were like, man, I miss the Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's there's some big hits.
And let's say he went out with the fucking feels too, which you're just like, oh god, why?
Yeah, no. So like, the Goldorf had to step into some big shoes, but I think he's filling out his own role very well. I especially like that he has his, he has his own things. Like despite being such a rotund guy, like he's actually got some training. He knows how to fucking cook, and he knows how to do cars. He's a gearhead, right?
Yes.
Like when he accidentally breaks one of your stealth fields, he's like, "What the fuck are you doing? You don't do delicate work on the floor of your tent. Do it in a garage." So,
and he has really good survival skills.
He's also a really good driver. Meunier, when he's incapacitated, when Gordov is incapacitated, he's like, "Shit, guys, I'm flying this solo. Could use some help here."
Mm-hmm.
It's great. Yeah. All right.
But also, I also would like a Romani bag just so I can see Shiba Wawas.
Mm-hmm. See what happens. I mean, it's very interesting. Lucky, did you catch it? They threw one more cameo for the mysterious white-coated man from Chaldea.
Ah, yes, they did.
So we'll see when that becomes a thing, because I'm sure it will. Because you don't create a recurring motif anyway. Yeah, but she's still. I think she would still Wawa a little bit because it's Shiba.
It's Shiba.
And then she would probably be like, by the way, you owe me like $5, and he would be like, shit, I'm broke. I spent it all on Magibari merch, and then she would be like, like
it might be
laser
a little
money eyes.
It might be a little of a Cleo Caesar thing, maybe. Oh no, I'm into him, but he's kind of a fucking idiot.
Oh right, when he's not being a perfect king, he's a complete dork.
Oh, that's great. I love that. Anyway, we're gonna move on. We don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, we keep going. We got a couple more interesting questions.
Yeah. So this next one comes from that one guy who exists, Potato. They say, "Hey, Lucky and Meg, I hope you're both having good weeks." Meh. In the previous episode, you had a Teach Me segment on swords. I was wondering if other weapons had these classifications in the Monsterverse as well. For example, are there holy and demonic lances, axes, etc.? I wish you good luck on your future roles and hope you both have good weeks.
So, yes, but no. Like, I cannot. There are occasionally like Rungumniad is the holy lance, right?
Yeah.
And there, I think, are certainly some weapons that are considered demonic because that has that's a recurring theme. But it is not as consistent a verbiage as holy swords and demonic swords. Now, that might just be because Fate Stay Night was excessively sword focused, thanks to Emiya. Not that I'm going to complain, but it was. It's why I think, because of the style of the writing and the fact that, like we said, there are some sacred cows in Fate that we just can't go back on. I think there was a lot of detailing on swords in the original Fate Stay Night.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think the only non-fucking sword was goddamn, or non-blade, well, like non-sword-like thing was fucking Lancer and Gay Bolg.
Yeah, because Rule Breaker is a blade.
Axe had a giant axe sword thing.
Yeah.
Fucking Kojiro sword.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Caster, Rule Breaker.
Yeah.
Ryder even has, like, those stabby knife things.
Yeah, she has her, like, nail thing, nameless daggers, I think they're officially called, right?
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, everybody was using bladed weapons for the most part. So, yeah, it was very, very blade heavy. And even then, even though he's called Lancer, Ku uses a spear, not a lance.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, like, yes, there are weapons that are holy and demonic of different classes. I don't think they're as detailed and fetishized because that's not what Nasu is about. This is the guy who, like, raises sword techniques to the level of noble phantasms and shit. But you've hardly ever seen anybody with well, actually, no, technically Gay Bolg, but that might be a retcon. Because Gay Bolg is technically the techniques, not the weapons. The weapons are mass-produced, right? But, it's still, like, there's a lot of sword fetishism in Fate. So, yeah, like I said, yes and no.
All right. Let's see here. So, thank you very much. This next one comes from a white paper towel, 2 sticks of dry glue, a manga that's missing pages, cover, 35, 67, and 133, and a half in lunch bag.
That's very specific.
That's very specific. I wonder if it's a reference to something.
Probably.
Dear Lucky Omega, why do you think that Fate gets flack? Infamy, notoriety, for being the franchise that gender bends historical mythical figures, even though I know there are games out there who are way more egregious about it than Fate. Maybe because Fate fans are louder, or maybe because that's how Type Moon does gender bends is different somehow. Let me tell you what, you want to know what gets flack in Infamy? Because it's popular.
Well, yeah, there's that. So actually, like, this has been interesting. I've been hearing this question come up a lot lately, so I'm actually glad we did get to this mailbag, because I have been wanting to maybe weigh in on it.
I'm going to stop the timer then. We only have 45 seconds.
Sure, yeah, let's cut it, because we'll do another question, but I want to talk about this one. So, it is interesting, right? People do give Fate the flack as the gender bend franchise. Even though in the original FSN, there's one gender bent character. And usually per main entry, there's only... Well, no, with Extra, there was Drake and Nero. But Nero was technically optional, right?
Yeah.
So, like... Well, yeah, there's... Actually, Dallas brought up a good point to the last question. There are divine constructs of every type, but no, there's not... They aren't like, holy hammers. Mjolnir is the greatest of all the holy hammers. Whereas they're like, the strongest holy sword, Excalibur, you know. Anyway, I'm talking about gender bends. And actually, I don't know how up-to-date these stats are, but FGO's roster, which isn't super huge admittedly, but if you look at it, it's not a majority, like, gender bends. It's like, I think it's like 20-something. It's the late 20s of the units. Like close to 30, but under 30. Out of, oh gosh, how many are we up to? Hold on, let me
Probably
check.
200 something.
Yeah, it's over 200. Servants. ID number. Okay, Nemo was 296, and we've added 2 more, so we're at almost 300.
Wow.
We're probably going to hit 300 units. So, like, 1/10, I think, of the units are gender bent. Which is, by the way, I believe that's 27 out of, like, 30 characters, at least when this number was total. I don't know how recent it was. But, like, 27 out of 30 characters in the whole franchise who are gender bends. So, it's not actually that big part of the roster. It's just, I think it's because, like you said, Fate is popular and got known as the franchise where King Arthur is a girl, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's how everything got fucking started, I want to say, back in the day.
And, like, I mean, I want to say, it's not like they're necessarily... Yes, they do things where appropriate, but look at it. Right now, we have a main story banner with a limited servant who is male, and is also very fan servicey. Again, very naked. Who's the second runner-up on a banner? Another male. Like, yes, they did do reruns of big female characters before this, but those are repeats. Both the new characters for this Lostbelt story release are male. There's a new costume for Kentoki, another very popular male character. There might be some females on that second part banner, but they're leading, after just reporting, by the way, a big loss of money. Well, not loss, but like a big reduction in profit. We should be careful about our verbiage. We said this before, right?
Yep. Yes.
So, yeah, no, there's some, like, they're not necessarily afraid of male characters. And as Dallas is bringing up, there are a lot of these characters which are not, like, I don't think Fate did Girl Okitasoji first. Yeah, it's a joke, but they didn't do it first. Mm-hmm. As Dallas is mentioning, Sanzo is very frequently gender flipped, because as a character, Tripitaka is such a milquetoast squish boy anyway.
That's so true.
Like, making him a literal girl doesn't change much about the story beats. Yeah. And I believe specifically Sanzo was inspired by a famous portrayal in Japan as a female character, right? Like, they explicitly were drawing on a historical reference. So, yeah, no, I mean, there are, I think even some of the games, like Lucky Place, like, are there, I feel like while there are male units in Destiny Child, I do believe there are some female characters which are just named after mythical dudes and ladies for no reason, right?
Yeah. No, like, we got, Ziva recently, I learned was a goddess. We have Cain. Oh yeah, we just released Cain and Abel. Well, actually Abel, but Cain, those biblical dudes, and they're priests. Wild.
Like there are a lot of, I'm pretty sure, random esoteric mythological characters also as cute girls is an entire card game genre in Japan. It's also definitely a genre of gacha game, right?
Also, by the way, don't give Fate too much flack, because there's a plenty of other games you just take whatever and turn it into cute girls.
No, it's pretty popular.
I mean, I'm looking at fucking Azure Lane, think about Girls Frontline, think about, like, Konkole. Fuck, shoot, they don't even have to anthropomorphize. Like, Crunchyroll just announced that they're doing, Princess Dive Reconnect, which is just, you're a dude and you get to collect a bunch of girls for some odd reason. It's a fucking thing, y'all.
Yeah, no, like, and I think it does boil back to what you said, Lucky, where FGO is the game that in Japan has 22 million downloads. What was our latest downloads? Oh, was it 12? 12 was the last one we had? Mm-hmm. I think we're in 2 digits now.
I think so, yeah.
Like, there's a lot of stuff that like, FGO is big, it's popular, they're buying fucking wraparounds on buses in LA. all that stuff. So, and right now, Fate is a big franchise with a big media machine. Like, fuck, we didn't talk about this yet, but they alluded to the possibility that Carnival Phantasm's coming back, or at least something is. They showed Cafe Arabe with like a little Neko tail in it. Like they have said that they are working on new FGO anime projects for the new year. I don't think they talked about, unfortunately, about a new season of Today's Menu. Yeah. There was no allusion, but they have several projects in the works, right? Also didn't clarify, I'm pretty sure I didn't see anything about them clarifying anything about Solomon's anime release either.
Heck.
But, this is an actively going on project that has stuff happening. So I think that's why they get flack, even though it's not really as big of a deal. And, some people think some of the examples are egregious. I know a lot of people's jimmies are rustled about Van Gogh, even though that's not a gender bend at all. Literally, that character, the servant Van Gogh, introduces herself as, just Van Gogh. And, even I think it's in her baseline profile is yeah, but this ain't Vincent Van Gogh, though. And I don't want to get into the details of, how and why that happens, because I'm pretty sure that's the story arc for the event.
Also, this is also a banner that shells with fucking, Nemo, an SSR fucking male writer.
Yes. Admittedly, yes, as an adorable Shota, but, Also, I don't know. Even though I love 20,000 Leagues of this Under the Sea, I do have a hard time saying the phrase Nemo without putting little in front of it.
Honestly, I keep wondering if they maybe combined the fucking old ass anime Little Nemo with fucking this Nemo.
Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if that's why he's small. Is just because they couldn't shake the idea of quote unquote Little Nemo either, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just a pop culture thing. Dallas is just listing gender bends down there. No, there's a lot of reference. I think the most saturated gender weirdness is probably APOC, because that's got Mordred, but Mordred is just they're literally doing a shade on Artoria.
Yeah.
And they did want originally it was supposed to be that Mordred was supposed to be more gender ambiguous, but Nasu was like, "No, Astolfo's already in here. This is way too confusing. Just make her a girl like Saber, basically."
Honestly, I feel like maybe Astolfo gets a lot more flack than he should sometimes.
Yeah, that's that's put in a little bit of a modern Japanese cultural context, but that still was a thing in the. It's why is Roland naked in Astolfo's interlude? Guys, I'm gonna do it. There's gonna be a Wanted Bradamante. I think I gotta shoot it next week. We're gonna have a conversation about Italian operas, okay? It's all the fucking Italians' fault. You know how I yell about Lancelot being the French's fault? All that weird shit with the Paladins of Charlemagne, it's all the Italians' fault. Half of these guys didn't even have fucking names in the actual Song of Roland. So, yeah, it's crazy. Ugh.
Yeah, Spark Pro also had Small Murder Daughter Jack the Ripper. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that shocked a lot of people.
But
what?
Also, Jack is
weird.
Jack was a collection of ghosts that looked like a little girl. It was fucking weird. There was Fran too, but also, that still worked because the whole point of making the guy was making a new Adam and Eve anyway. So just in this case, Dr. Victor just started with Eve instead of Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and also that's a very good point that there's no real Jack. That's why there are two completely separate Jacks in different Fate franchises. There's a Berserker Jack in Strange Fake who is literally completely different than the one seen in APOC because we don't know. I think people give extra flack for Nero. Also because a lot of people don't like the Nero praise and Nero waifuism, but also that's because those people are historically ignorant.
Honestly,
Nero being Rome bands.
Honestly, Nero being a woman makes so much goddamn sense in my head. Fuck.
But also the Nero Bride is drawn from an actual anecdote where supposedly the real Nero dressed up as a bride and also married a eunuch. Let's not talk about that old-fashioned real history Nero was constrained by your modern ideals. Honestly, more people should probably get into that, right? Because, historical Nero bucking trends and being an absolute mad lad.
Oh, yeah.
Well, also, I gotta be honest, I'll throw some shade. There are some people in the modern pop culture who are no longer bothered by throwing Christians to the lions. Let's be real. Some people aren't bothered anymore. Catholic Church's been on top a long time. Now we're just getting crushed by Umu and Padoru gifts.
My Nero strut.
Altera's weird, but that was a whole... I'll say this. Most gender flips in Fate are not for cheap heat, right? Nero, maybe, but even then, they make it work for her, right? Altera's not for cheap heat. Like,
Altera has a bit
thing.
Yeah, but like honestly, there's a few of them that I says like it really doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. Like talking about like Nobunaga. It's like Nobunaga, historically a man, but seeing them as a woman, I'm like, it really doesn't change anything.
Well, and also that's the whole point of her backstory is like the reason why Nobu was so weird in their rise to power is because what if they were a woman? Also, again, that's another Japanese thing they don't mind.
Yeah.
Like, Raiko was gonna not be a flip until the Ushi Gozen story came up, and then Raita basically explodes onto the scenes with big mommy cow titties. I think it was, who was it who fought? Was it, was it our boy Takeuchi who was gonna do it? Or was not? I don't remember. There was a big long discussion about what they were doing with the thing, but then when the researchers came to them with the Ushi Gozen story, it was like, fuck it, I think it was Takeuchi Tanasu who was like, fuck it, I'm gonna get Raita to draw some giant titties, and was like, smoke bomb. Like, I think that's how it worked, but I don't remember the story exactly. Like, there's a few interesting instances. And like Ibaraki, for instance, I don't even know if you'd call that a flip, because the actual Ibaraki Doji has several legends of disguising as a woman. Shuten is probably a flip, but also I don't think the first time that Shuten Doji has been a girl. It's wild.
I've seen several modern interpretations of Shuten Doji as a female, but historically, I don't fucking know.
I don't know. I mean, Shuten's a weird, giant, inhuman monster. I don't think it matters.
Yeah. What is gender? She is here to drink blood, steal treasure, and generally have a good time.
Like, yes, in that legend, there are, like, young maidens being captured, but...
Listen, I totally believe that Shuten Doji is bisexual.
Well, and also, even in the original myths, the maids are just captured to serve wine and get eaten. Like, maybe it's just our old history's sensitivity to such things, but you'd be surprised knowing about modern porn culture, but in ancient mythologies, there's a lot less monster cock than you'd think. It's at worst alluded to that weird serpents are just hanging out with virgin maidens. There's not really any hanky-panky going on. It would break everybody's fragile minds.
Listen, you get impregnated by the weirdest fucking things. Look at Zeus.
That's true. They also do the flip side.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so... There's a lot of open-ended stuff. Yeah, we already talked about Kets. That's got backstory. Mm-hmm. Like, Quetzalcoatl, as we know them as a servant, is not true blue Quetzalcoatl because they wouldn't fit as a servant. That's how divines work. It's a big question, and I think that Fate and FGO gets a little bit of unnecessary flack. But it does because it's popular. It's big, and
yeah.
I admit this is a slightly cynical approach of mine about like. Every time somebody starts talking shit about something that's popular, like, they start throwing stones, I'm like, you just mad. You mad. Cause, like, and I'll admit, I've been on the reverse of this. Yeah, there's a certain amount of, like, sometimes that's not the case. Like, if you're deep in on a franchise and you're still, like, upset with stuff that's going on, that can just be true fandom. Like, well, I don't even know how, cause Solo wasn't successful. Star Wars started to get less successful towards the end there. And I do know that some people who are like, you just mad, bro, are really insufferable about some of those sequel trilogy movies. But no, I think that, like, overall, most people who are just like, I've just heard about this wildly popular thing, and I think it sucks, is like, you're just going for, that's cheap heat. That's the cheap heat, guys. When you're just like, oh shit, people like Fate, and that does this weird thing with gender-bent characters that I can easily exploit, as everybody knows this thing about Fate. That's got some clicks in it. That's got drama. Yes.
Yeah, like, there was a person I saw on Twitter, I can't remember who it is, I don't want to out them, but they literally just said, I think Fate's bad, and I'm just like, well, you're just blocked forever, and I'm not going to think about you anymore. So it's like, honestly, if you see someone, like, if you see someone giving
honestly,
Fate...
with Twitter, just in general, like, I don't really block people, because I don't have anybody in my life who does that, but man, like, it's, if people are on social media harshing your buzz, don't bother with them, get them out of there.
Yeah,
this is actually something I agree with some people about, where it's like, just don't follow those people. Like, make sure to always have self-awareness and critical thinking, but, like, don't actively follow people who are harshing your buzz. You got enough shit to deal with, especially in 2020. Mm-hmm. And possibly going into 2021. But also,
Dallas, I don't know if you get to say that, because you hate on a lot of stuff yourself, my dude.
That's okay. That's why Dallas can yell, fuck the haters, burn it down. He'll be over it in a week. Also, Twitter is... This is actually a thing in general, like, thinking about spoilers, slight distraction before we get into, I think, any of our, like...
We can probably do, like, one more fucking after this, because...
So, yeah, I just want to say that, like, this is a thing that actually came up related to YouTube and the recent release in FGO, but I think it also applies to Twitter. Algorithms don't understand spoilers. They have no soul. So, like, that is a thing you need to be careful about. Like, I don't know what I taught Twitter to think that I want well, first of all, I think Twitter trends are dog shit, and I wish they'd go away anyway. Like, I wish this what's happening bubble was optional, but it's not. And sometimes I do get usually bad news, but usually I do sometimes get news that way. But rando trends are all awful. They are all full of spoilers for everything because Twitter doesn't care, and people will. And quite frankly, in a private, non-followed, when I'm not, like, following randos, that's perfectly fine. You can yell about whatever on Twitter. You can yell about The Mandalorian, or you can yell about the latest chapter of My Hero Academia, whatever. I don't want to see those, though, Twitter. Fuck you very much. I don't want to know what's going to happen. I still haven't watched the new episode of Mando. I think it's blowing up people's brains right now, because it's trending still. But I haven't had time yet today. And YouTube is the same way. If you accidentally feed, it's like the VTube hole we've talked about, right? If you feed YouTube a little bit, it's like, oh shit, you like this? Well, these videos are popular. We can throw them at you. So you got to be careful if you don't want. Not that I think video makers on YouTube are always the best. We've had that conversation about Lostbelt 5, where there were some people who I think were otherwise very respectable in this community who maybe tried to get a little too clickbaity or a little too rushed with some of their videos because they were the new hotness. And like, dude, what the fuck? There's no spoiler protections. I don't control when YouTube recommends me your video, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I think there are some people who should be more careful about that, but a lot of times it's just, YouTube just doesn't have any soul, so you gotta be careful about what you be clicking. But alright, let's handle maybe our last question or two.
Yep. And Plato just got squished. Alright, so let me turn on this timer with 45 seconds left on it, and we move on to... So thank you very much for your question. We talked a lot about that, Jesus. But this next one comes from a hunter hunting for a conversation. Well, to start off, what I wanted to discuss. I recently got Mothman while going for you, and one of my first things I do is go to my room, put Jean K as my favorite, click her, wait for a line about Mr. Moth, nothing. Put in QA Setch, no line for Jean K. So yeah, I found this weird that two characters who come from a common point in history and place have zero dialogue lines with each other in my room. So Ancient One, Lucky, and Mech Warrior Mega, are there any characters you find lacking in dialogue lines with the other when it comes to my room?
There are a couple. I'd have to think pretty hard, and that is probably going to make this one definitely the last one. But the thing to remember is, like, while Jinkei did get a dialogue update for this,
excuse me.
Well, not a dialogue update, but she did get a sprite update. I don't think any of her lines changed, which means they did not necessarily get the VA back in. And that's the thing. Dialogue lines in my room, that's VA time. That means that if you want to record a single line for Jinkei about acknowledging Qin Shi Huang, you gotta go grab Atsuko Tanaka, who is also who's Carmilla and Medea, right? You gotta get her in and read a line. And sometimes you just don't do that. Because getting these actors who, some of them are quite, like, Fate has a lot of fan power, but also some of these actors are also pretty big in the world of anime voice acting, right? Like, while I'm sure they're happy to do it, you don't just casually call up Maya Sakamoto, for instance, and be like, hey, can you give me one new line for Jean? Like, you don't just, like, call her up and book her in her busy schedule to come in for, like, 5 seconds, right?
No.
That's just not how you do VA work. So, yes, it's entirely possible that you will see these. I think Jinkei is a big example. I don't know if that's been fixed since. Dallas has brought up a good one. I don't know if Shiba and David have any kind of reaction, though they do interact in interludes. And just there are occasionally characters, like, I think for a long time, it took a while. It wasn't until a later update that like a lot of the Knights of the Round actually interacted with each other. And I should actually check. Oh, you don't even... Thanks, Grand Order Wiki, for being so chaotic. I don't even think they list Gareth's dialogue, but I remember it might have been when they did the anniversary and released Gareth that they did some big Knights work, because there are a lot of cases where interrelated characters don't talk, and I think it's easy if they get like Kawasumi is constantly in there. She's constantly doing shit, right?
Yeah.
That's why you'll see occasionally Artorio will drop a line or whatever. But for a lot of other characters, it's like, you know? Do you have any off the top of your head that you, like, checked out and were like, I'm shocked these characters don't have dialogue?
I can't think of one off the top of my head, no.
Yeah, it's rough. Like we said, there's almost 300 characters.
Lot.
I mean, So, Jinkei and Qin Shi Huang, and we'll talk about it. We'll probably have to take an intermission before we get into it, but we'll talk about it. But they have their bants in the story, right?
Oh, yeah, no, it was a great scene.
And given the way that works, I could see him just being like, or them, as we should say with the Lostbelt version, is just like, nah, we don't even talk about that person. We're fine.
We're just gonna pointedly ignore each other.
On the other hand, Qin Shi Huang has great recovery, so Jinkei could also, and is a ruler, so Jinkei could also just keep trying to stab him. I wonder what his instant death resist is like. But okay, did we clock out our timer?
Yeah, we're done. We are out.
Okay, we got through a decent chunk, but there are a few left.
I'm
sorry about that, guys. This is like we said. Like, I know you guys are inspired, but some of these questions are not directly related to brand new content. So, you guys got to pick your weeks better. You're killing us with these. But all right, yeah, good.
No, but that's it for Mailbag this week, my peeps.
All right. Well, we've been going for almost 2 hour. Over 2 hours and 20 minutes raw. So we're gonna take a quick intermission and be right back. I think.
We'll be right back.
Okay, and we're back.
Yeah.
All right. Lucky, how do you want to do this? Do you want to just go in the order this stuff is written in?
Yeah, we can do that. I don't mind that.
All right, well, let's shift gears a little bit. Let's go back, and let's talk about new servant deeds.
Yeah.
So, brand new servants have come out in FGO. And let's go ahead and talk about them, and give you some of the tea. Give you some stuff here. So, let's start with the big boy, Ashiya Douman. Good old Douman. He is a new 5-star alter ego, as mentioned earlier. He is limited. So, we'll have to see how common he is. His attack is pretty high, but for his rank, his HP is pretty low, so watch out for that. QQAAB, I think a little bit of an interesting setup for an alter ego. He's not a full caster. Normal hit counts and decently high HP gen, like he's got, or NP gen. He's got like I think like 3s in everything, and is like a 0.7 or something. Like, it's pretty good. So, for alter egos, he brings some new action in the form of being an AoE quick NP, the first for alter egos.
Okay.
It's got decent hit counts. It's like 5. It's not like crazy good if you're trying to do your Scotty loops or whatever, but it does still have some hit counts. It slaps the enemy with 5 turns of curse of various levels based on your NP level, has a 120% chance of instant death, and also, based on its overcharge, will increase curse damage. So, he does curses.
Surprise.
So, pretty basic stuff. AoE might blow up mooks immediately. If it doesn't, curse. Pretty simple stuff. So, the first skill is a doozy, okay?
I'm listening.
All right. So this skill slaps all enemies with attack down, defense down, terror, confusion, and 3 turns of 500 curse damage.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's all that. So terror, confusion, attack, and defense down. It's basically like all of like Abby style AoE debuffs. Got a lot of action. That said, I mean, confusion's not really that great, so not that much, but it does do attack and defense down, does the terror for the stun, gives them more curse stacks. Spoilers, Douman curses a lot. There's a lot of cursing going on. Okay. So the second skill. Oh, good.
No, I was about to say a lot of F-bombs.
I can see it. So second skill gives him a 1k to 3k double guts, 2 times of guts, by the way, for 5 turns. So pretty respectable. That you can live through a lot. It also gives a team 30 to 50% crit up to chaotic and evil allies. This is actually separate, by the way, so chaotic evil servants should get both stacks. Because it's listed separately as chaotic and evil. By the way, Douman is chaotic evil, so he gives himself 100% crit up, basically. Hey, guys, welcome to the other half of his niche. The first half, the curse. The second half, chaotic evil. Because, guys, his final skill is a 50 to 80% battery. That's right, this guy's got a fucking high-speed words in here. It's also a charisma for both evil and chaotic, so 20% tops each for evil and for chaos.
Oh no.
And an AoE 5 turns of 1 to 2k curse. Is it an AoE? I think it's an AoE. It might be single target. I don't know. It's another big fucking curse bomb. So, well, I'll just go through the list because there's a lot to talk about here in the whole package. So we got to talk about his passives. He's got Territory Creation B, Magic Resistance A. He's got a Special Divinity, which not only increases his damage, but also his instant death chance by, I think, another 20%. So I think that I don't know if that 120 accounts for that, or if that's actually 140%. I don't know. And he's got an ability similar to Avenger, which gives him better NP gain when hit. Oh yeah, and he's got High Servant, which is why his kit is kind of busy. So that's why he has so many passives and such complex skills, is as an alter ego, Douman is actually a High Servant. Mm-hmm. We're not going to comment on who he's fused with, because that's hidden by the story, but food for thought. So all in all, you see this guy. If you like to play the quick game, he's a new alter ego. That's very robust. He's going to play very well with Dantes, who also has a curse theme to his NP and increasing curse damage. So Doughman does the same kind of thing. With a big battery, 80% battery is really good. His cooldowns are a little long, by the way, guys. Watch out for that. But he's got a, respectable double guts. He'll live through a couple of slaps. He stacks a lot of curse damage. Even without the overcharge effect, you should be able to give a target you hit with his NP and both of his skills, somewhere like a max level of, 4,500 damage per turn or something. Without curse enhancements. That's just from him.
Jeez.
So, yeah, it's pretty interesting. The passes aren't anything to write home about, but he's a pretty decent attacker. You will probably be using him to clear waves, because he's got the instant death chance. He will probably be just cutting out weak mobs who have low chance of surviving instant death. And he doesn't really have any, steroid effect, but like I said, I'm pretty sure that the way this is phrased, both his attack and crit up works for himself both double, so he should be able to get at max level 100% crit and 40% attack out of it for himself, while also supporting your other servants. Hey, Avengers also tend to be chaotic evil, so you can get some interesting pocket support and spread out. I think he basically fills something we've talked about before, a semi-support role, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's got an offensive NP, but he's got big debuffs and big team buffs. So it's pretty interesting to see, and also, like I said, very naked in that final ascension.
I'll put it in next week.
He's an interesting guy. So it's an interesting kit altogether. And like I said, I see why he's so complex, because he is a high servant. So this is like the Sakura 5 type shit. I mentioned this earlier. I don't think he's truly Scotty Loop compatible. He's only got 5 hits on his NP. I also don't think he gives a shit, because he has his own 80% battery is the thing. He doesn't care if he Scotty Loops. You let Scotty juice him up, and then he does the rest of himself on the second turn, right?
Yeah.
I think he gets into a wave clearing mode, so you can run him with another AoE as a setup servant, so you don't have to necessarily do full back-to-back loops. Like for 3-turn farming, you could do like a combat uniform trick, right? You could have double Scotty, juice him all the way to 100 without using his battery at all. Have him blow up the enemy team. Cycle out one of your Scotties to like another guy who's ready with like a K-scope or something. Have him battery himself, blow up that other team, and give your third hitter buffs for the third round, basically. I don't know how effective that is, but he's got a couple of different strats. I don't know if he'll shake up the meta, but he does a lot of interesting things, and I think he'll be useful for certain types of content. He is also an alter ego, which is great. Having come off of Lostbelt 3, alter ego is great investment. Mm-hmm. So let's talk about Watanabe no Tsuna, a new 4-star saber who is permanent. He is an Oni Slayer. We mentioned this earlier. Voiced by Cadox VA Kenji Akamane. Got promoted to playable. Good job, you.
Yay.
So, he's got a very high attack for sabers. He is only beaten by the story-locked AoEs, like Saber, Alter, and Gawain, okay? Big chungus. But his HP is low. It's the same as Braveliz's HP. He's in this rank, he's 3 or 4 down. It's not great. Well, this is an important thing from his profile, which has been translated already. The thing about Tsuna is that he's just a guy.
Yeah.
Unlike Kintoki, who's part Thunder God, and also so is Raiko, probably, but are different Thunder Gods. Watanabe no Tsuna is just a guy who's really focused on Oni slaying. He's polite, he's professional, he has a plan to kill every Oni he meets. He's got some, mystic training, because it's the Heian period, but he is just a normal human. So he can't really take hits, but he can deal them out. He's a saber, so of course he has quick arts, Buster deck. Media hit counts, pretty good NP gen. He's also got a 6.5 or something. It's not the best, but not the worst. So his NP is Buster single target. It deals flat bonus damage to Oni type enemies, plus 200% damage.
Oh, okay.
And also gives him an extra damage buff for based on overcharge of 20 to 40% versus demonic enemies, which I presume all Oni enemies are already demonic. So
yeah, just double down, why don't you?
Yeah, if they ever, speaking of boss fights, I'd love to have them bring back. If they ever brought back Rashomon, right? Just for funds, I think Double Merlin Tsuna would be a thing. That's a lot of damage output, okay? And I don't think we know what all counts as an Oni enemy, but I'm gonna presume it's all the obvious ones. All Ibarakis and all Shutens. Probably Tomoe, because that would make sense. And maybe some more. But that's probably your big one. There are also obviously Oni type mobs, right?
Yes.
So he will kick the shit out of them. And also will still do like, he's got a really high attack for a 4-star. Like I said, in terms of raw attack power, he's only beaten by Gawain and Saber Alter, and he has a single target buster. So he will slap pretty hard for his weight class, I believe, unless somebody's like super high. Like, I don't know, I might have missed a Lancelot, but yeah, he's got a good thing. And that demonic buff will still work pretty good. His first skill is Eternal Arms Mastery Anti-Demon. So it buffs his Buster Star Absorb and gives him 3 times, 3 hits, 3 turns of 30 to 50% crit damage. So it's basically the special super great Star Absorb skill, but it's only for Buster and also gives him a slight amount of crit spice. You know, not big, but still good. Second skill gives him 1 turn of evade, increases his arts absorption, right? So it increases his Star Absorb and his arts cards, and gives him 30 to 50% NP gain for 1 turn. That's right, this guy gets times 1.5 NP gain, which is already decent, for 1 turn, on the same turn that his arts cards will crit if you have stars. The only problem is that it's attached to his evade. Why? Why do you do this to me, Delightworks? Every time. With the fucking evades. His third skill gives him 20 to 40% Buster Up for 3 turns. That's a pretty good number. Usually that's like 10 to 20 or 10 to 30. 3 turns of sure hit, and reduces enemy critical rate by 10 to 20% for 3 turns. So a pretty decent package of making sure he doesn't job out immediately, and has several turns of slapping. Passives are Magic Resistance A and Writing B. So basically, move over Rama. Tsuna is an expert at killing Oni and demonic bosses. He's a powerful switch hitter on his cards that potentially run to reset his NP. So you can give him a Buster turn for an NP-BB, big crit turn, and then immediately turn it around and be like, no, this turn, arts crit, get all that NP back, do it again. Like, he doesn't have any batteries, but if you use his skills correctly, you can absolutely hard swap that around and get him to get a lot of NP gain out of this. It's pretty nuts. The thing I would say that Rama has over him is that Rama has a better burst turn on crits, because Rama's absorb skill is all cards for 1 turn and is a bigger crit damage buff for 1 turn. So his turn is spicier than Tsuna's, but he can't do it multiple times. And also, I would argue Rama has much better survivability. Rama's got like a 1 to 3k guts, and also that's a like 2 to 3k heal, I think. For me, it's just a 1k flat guts and like a 1 to 3k heal. Anyway, Rama's got a guts and a heal. Tsuna's only defense is 1 turn of evade. Well, I mean, there's 20% crit down. It's not nothing to sneeze at either. I love seeing that critical miss, but the only hard defense he has is a 1 turn of evade, which is on a skill that you will want to use on very specific turns. Mm-hmm. You will not want to waste that Arts Absorb and NP gain, because those are both only for 1 turn. So, he's a little squishy, but in terms of raw Oni slapping power, Tsuna's the best. It's very interesting to see all this. I'll be interested to play with either of these if the time comes. Though obviously we'll still have to see what's going on with a second banner maybe. Mm-hmm. But it'll be very interesting to see what's up and get in there. Plus he's permanent, so Tsuna can be rolled at any time.
Yep.
Yeah, and so that's overall our new guys. Pretty interesting stuff. Both males, seem pretty good. Like, I know some people do complain about how there's these is the complex of, like, various, like, the previous couple of grand servants we've gotten, the various high servants that show up, you know, and the limited alter egos who are really powerful. Is this, like, a power creep thing? Is this, like, trying to steal our wallets? Or is it just a lore thing? I don't know, but whatever. Doughman exists, and they've been hyping him up for a while as a big deal, so. Like, they haven't shown his face, but he was mentioned as one of the big bosses, the mini-boss squad for this arc, so, like, I think they should hype him up. I can only hope that whatever they're doing here, they do as good in terms of assassins for Tomomovich. Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah.
And Tsuna is a permanent 4-star saber who's, like, a Buster Arts guy and actually does that deck really well. It's pretty fun. By the way, talking about the Rama thing, I know it's sad for Rama. I have, like, an NP2 or 3 Rama and have used him as a boss killer before. But Rama's never gotten a rank up, so this just means that they can give Rama a new niche. Preferably a rank up that goes with a Sita banner. Delightworks.
Pointed glare.
Yes, I did in fact pointedly stare at the non-existent camera. But alright, it's time for me to keep talking a little bit and jump into a very big So You Didn't Get That 5-star. This is going to cover all 2 Lostbelt 3 banners. Because we didn't do it last week because we had a very full show, and we still have a pretty full show this week, but we just get it out of the way. The people want to know, right? Plus, you know, you might have gotten some of these guys and not know what they do, you know?
I'm not gonna lie.
You can play as Qin Liangyu in the story, but I don't think she can NP as a story support. And you cannot use Lanling at all, so you might not have gotten a chance to test any of these guys. Unfortunately, while Red Hair is a frequent story support, he's usually in maps with assassins or riders, so he's not really a great pick
No.
So yeah, let's talk about him. We'll start with last banner. We'll start with Prince of Lanling, aka Lanling Wang or Gao Chengong, whatever. I assume they went with Prince of Lanling, one because that's the more famous version of the story and song they know, and also because if they called him Gao, it would just be jokes always. It's like certain localizations of other things. So he's a permanent SR saber. Got fairly low attack, but high HP, as you might expect from what you're getting into. Typical saber deck, the 2 arts and the 2 buster cards. Well-rounded head counts, good NP gen. And really starts us off with Lostbelt 3 being the time of the non-damage NP. Because you're going to see several characters with non-directly damaging NPs. So it's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. So, here's what that does. It's going to give all your enemies charge down. NP charge down. Alright? Like 20% when you're facing him in story, but one pip in playable play. 20% crit chance down for 3 turns for enemies. Damage cut based on NP level, capping at 1500 for 3 turns straight, by the way. That's great. Just chew off all that damage. And team 30 to 50% attack up for 3 turns based on overcharge. It's great. I love it. Spicy, right? Mm-hmm. So this reduces your enemy's effectiveness and increases your own effectiveness. Very good. Very potent, right?
Yes.
First skill is a charisma. It's 10 to 20% attack up, which also gives him 2 hits of invul for his for that first skill, right? 2 hit invuls, charisma, good, solid. With damage cut, what's damage? I have heard of quite a few people stalling out some interesting fights with Lanling already. Let's see. Second one is right. Second skill is a 10 to 20% targeted battery and a 20 to 40% buff success for an ally. That's a pretty good skill.
Yeah.
20% is not big, but that can be a real help, and also that buff success rate is great.
Yes.
Also, you probably want to use it on himself though for reasons, because his third skill is team 10 to 20% arts for 3 turns. Pretty good. Team arts support. Great stuff. And then a 60% chance, how does that work mathematically? To give the squad 30 to 50% star generation and 30 to 50% critical for 3 turns. Can you see the synergy, guys?
Yes.
Passives are magic resistant C and writing A. A powerful stall kit which supports your offensive and or critical art strategies as a saber, mind you. This guy's a saber. He's not a caster. He's not an extra class. He is a saber who does all this. Eats damage, protects the party, eats hits, stalls out the enemy, reduces their critical chance, reduces their NP chance, all while giving team art support, increasing your chances of hitting, directly giving battery. A great fit. I hope I roll him someday. I don't got one yet, but I'd love to fit that in there. I've got some fun art stuff. Love to slap him with a Lancelot in the squad, right? Saberlot. Mm-hmm. Do some interesting switch hitting. Very spicy. Speaking of other spicy combos, Qin Liangyu, permanent SR Lancer. You can just call her Leon. She says to do that. So she's got lower attack, right? Pretty low attack. Really, really good HP for a 4-star Lancer. She's only a couple hundred less HP than Karna, okay? Ooh. So, she can take some hits. An unusual deck for a Lancer, quick arts buster. So she's got, I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I call this is actually what I think of as the archer type deck, because Atalante had this deck and a couple of other early level archers. Mm-hmm. So, but Lancers are usually quick, buster. She is definitely arts and quick. And has pretty high NP gen to make up for the fact that her arts cards are only 2 hits. So, you'll probably see some swinginess on our NP game. So remember how I used the phrase doozy before when talking about Douman's first skill? I don't know if this is more or less of a doozy, but her NP is some kind of doozy. Okay, guys, you're gonna have to follow me on this one.
I'm listening.
So, her NP first gives her the ability to, on normal attacks, give defense down 3 times. I think it's 10% flat. If she hits an enemy with a critical attack, she strips them of their buff 3 times. If she is hit by an enemy attack 3 times, all of these over 5 turns, she reduces their crit chance. It also gives herself 30% attack up for 3 turns. And if she gets hit with a critical attack, she heals damage based on overcharge to up to 4k at max overcharge. Get all that, everybody?
It's a little wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. So she has an NP, which, it's kind of similar to how, Hozuin works, where it's just, but probably even fuckier, where it's just no, you guys don't understand. Her NP revolves around just hitting people more later and being hit.
Yeah.
You're not gonna pop NP and then one-shot kill a guy, but some shit will happen. So her first skill is pretty basic. She gets a 10 to 20% crit, quick and arts up for 3 turns, and a 20 to 40% critical strength for the same amount. Not crazy, but keeps her well-rounded, does the stuff. You want her to be critting anyway because of the thing. So her second skill gives her a Star Absorb and gives her 3 times / turns of debuff immunity, and 50 to 100% buff removal resistance for 3 times 3 turns. So obviously that second skill, while you want the Star Absorb, is really just going into the fact that, like, you don't want her to be debuffed, because you don't want them to fuck up your buff setup, and you do not want them to remove your buffs. Her final skill is a 1 HP double guts for 3 turns. Guts 2 times. And a self 10 to 20% battery. I think this one's a little slacking, but honestly, her NP and other skills make up for it. She just has magic resistance C as a passive. She really should have writing, because she's called part of the White Cavalry, but FGO is still weird and can't decide if Lancers should have writing. It's a bit silly. Anyway, go ahead.
I would say that, but I think she was more famous for the White Ash Spears.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just that, like, she is literally from a unit called the White Cavalry. She can use a spear and also have a horse. Like, and she's got some quick focus. They could have done a little bit there, but whatever. It doesn't really matter. She does her own heavy lifting. Anyway, guys, if you haven't already, expect to see some dumb Leon solo videos out there. She has a really unique kit, which just revolves around basically dealing normal hits and crits and taking them. Like, yeah, it's pretty interesting. You can do some really wacky and wild stuff. Okay, so this is an important thing about the heal. You must survive the hit. Now, if you use her guts, that counts as surviving the hit.
Oh.
So you will get if you have max overcharge, you will, I don't remember if it resets you, but basically you'll get hit and you'll be healed because you would have lived. And I think it doesn't actually pop your gut stack, I think. I've heard people talking about this. So without her guts, yes, you have to survive the hit to get healed. You take the blow, then you heal. But remember, you're going to be reducing enemies' crit chance and stuff because you're going to be dealing, I believe, whenever they hit you with an attack period, they reduce their crit chance. And you get to strip buffs off them if you crit. So it's going to be pretty interesting. So this is another fun one. Let's move on to Banner 2. You want to know where Qin Liangyu you already plugged Wanted? Go ahead, check it out. It'll be in the end card for this video, I'm sure. So Red Hair is a story-locked 3-star writer. Why? I don't know. I get that there's kind of a gag here, but I also don't necessarily why he's story-locked. It hurts him a little bit, I think. But for writers, he's got a low attack and a high HP, right? Also got a quick arts buster deck. A lot of arts and quick combos in this setup. Pretty average hit counts and NP gen. His NP is pretty simple, AoE quick. It ignores defense and has a chance to skill steal based on overcharge. Not flashy, but that defense ignore can be good. And quick is Invoke. It's only like 4 hits though, so it's not dual Skadi system, but it's a thing. So he's got a recurring theme of 3 times, or like 3 hits or 3 uses, 5 turns. Which is actually pretty interesting. So his first skill, apply all that stuff I just said, is 20 to 30% quick up and 30 to 50% star gen. So he gets better quick, and he gets better star gen, but only when he uses them. Second skill is a 60 to 80% chance to apply Star Absorption, Pierce Invul, and Evade to himself, so it's chance-based. Max 80%, though there are a couple of servants who can take care of that. And his third skill is, again, that 3 times 5 turns, 20 to 30% crit up and 10 to 20% attack up. His only passive is Riding EX, because he is the horse. Funny how that works, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Red Hair has some interesting potential, and he's a really interesting team player, because you put him in a squad, and he's almost never wasting his buffs. The odds that in 5 turns you won't get to use his cards 3 times, very rare.
Well, no, just by the way the system is, by 3 turns you should have gone through all of his cards.
Yeah, basically, like all of his cards should have, you should have had an opportunity to use his full card deck, right?
Yeah.
So you won't waste these buffs, but they're not like 1 turn where you accidentally waste them, or they're not like 3 turns and you maybe miss a turn because you got stunned or something 1 turn. They will only be used up when he uses them up. But his numbers are a little weird. He's got weird terms in performance. Still got some fun if you want like a cheap caster killing new servant. He's got an AoE quick. It ignores defense, which is pretty fun. Caster enemies sometimes have annoying skills, so you can skill seal. And if his second skill wasn't chance-based, that would be pretty spicy, putting Absorb on him as a rider with Pierce Invul and Evade for 1 turn. I got a lot of utility, but he's a little interesting. I think he's a little experimental. So, yeah, it's a thing. Alright, well, let's talk about another big one. Let's talk about Meiren. She is a story-locked assassin, for obvious reasons. Like, Red Hair, it's like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. I'm like, yeah, story lock, of course. That doesn't make any other sense. This might be the most sense a story-locked character has ever made at FGO. So I'll tell more about this story later, but she's an AoE assassin who's immediately useful to me personally, because all of the 5-star AoE assassins keep missing me. Seriously, I have Jack and Gramps and MHX and Osakabe Hime. So, yeah, no. Interesting. Okay, so here is part of the one weird trick about Meiren, Consort Yu. She has the lowest attack of an assassin in her rank by a wide margin. She barely has more attack than Jin Kei, who is still, I believe, the top 3-star assassin in terms of attack. But her HP is freakishly high. She is currently in JP number 3 HP in assassins, period, as a 4-star. Okay? Think about that. That means that she ranks better than all but 2 of the 5 stars. This girl has more HP than Gramps, okay? Which makes sense, because she's an immortal, but still, like, holy shit. No, Bedevir's another really strong story lock as well, though that's kind of weird, because that story ends with that Bedivir disappearing, so. But still, no, like, this is a big deal for story locks. But yeah, no, so like I said, low attack, very high HP. Now, you can understand probably when I say that why Meiren is not necessarily popular in the meta, because that's definitely a tank stat. It is not necessarily efficient farming, for sure. But that's okay, I use Berserkers to farm anyway, baby.
Hey.
You know what, the best thing is when you always have damage increase up. like literally, I have trouble when I use a rash on Lancer days, because he still can't blow up gold Lancer hands. He probably could if I gave him some grails, but I might need those later. Alright, so she's got a quick arts buster deck, so a Lancer type deck. Not surprising that she becomes a Lancer later. Theoretically, she can hurt people. She has 2 buster cards. This is a problem assassins also often have. A lot of them are pure quick, and it really sucks for them. And she's got good 4/4/3 hit counts, strong NP gain for it. Like the fact that they know that because she's only got 1 arts card, she needs a big NP gain, and she's got it. The Crisis guys, her NP. I'm sure you're all very familiar with it if you've beaten Lostbelt 3. You probably saw it 4 or 5 times in that fight. And you may remember what it does. It's an AoE buster that first, step 1, removes all her debuffs and buffs when it activates. That is step 1. It then deals defense-ignoring damage and gives her a whopping 50% buster up after the cleanse. By the way, this is based on overcharge. I think she caps out if you got her to max overcharge at 100%. Literally double buster. That's also, I believe, for the rest of the turn. So she's got 2 buster cards. You can NP BB chain on this, too. She also slaps the enemy with 5 turns of 2k curse. A spicy, serviceable number.
Oh, that curse caused me so much problems.
Oh yeah, it's a spicy curse, right? It's a big one, and it's flat too, by the way. Like this is one of the things that doesn't change based on NP level or overcharge. She does 2k curse for 5 turns every time if you stick that debuff. That is over the 5 turns, 10k damage. Nothing to sneeze at. That'll eat up a lot. Like if a mob survived barely an NP, they're probably dead because of the curse. And here's the thing, guys. You're going to be around for 5 more turns because, like I said, number 3 HP in Assassins. Big HP. But it's serviceable, but it's still very hard to outdamage others without some support because she does have very low attack.
And she does clear her own buffs when she NP.
Yes, so you can't really stack any other... Like, you can't immediately go, but what if I did Yonder Merlin on her? That won't work by default. You can't just slap a hero creation on her. So, let's talk about some of her support in her own skill kit, which also has a very specific design goal. Her first skill is 5 to 10% NP per turn for 5 turns. It has a minimum 5-turn cooldown, so hypothetically, she is gaining 10% NP every turn ever. It also gives her debuff immunity for 1 turn only, which is a little sad, that it's just 1 turn out of 5. But yeah, no, theoretically, if you get this skill to work, she is always gaining 10% NP every turn. And she already has a decent NP level, it's pretty good. But her second skill is the big one, okay? This gives her 500 to 1k HP per turn for 5 turns, you guessed it, 5-turn cooldown. So again, hypothetically, if you're using this skill correctly, she is healing 1k HP every turn for 5 turns. Constantly. Never turns off. This also gives her 50 to 100% buff removal resist for 1 turn. Unfortunately. So, there's a recent rank up. She had a recent rank up that made this 3 turns and also gave her a 20 to 30% attack buff for 3 turns, which is pretty good. But you see the dilemma. What the game clearly wants you to do is pop her buff removal resist and then be like, INP, I can keep all my buffs this turn, guys. And swing big. The problem is, you're going to be if you want to do her other gimmick, you want to be constantly resetting these skills that recharge every 5 turns and last for 5 turns, so she is always healing and always gaining NP. It can get a little awkward. It makes it hard to spam her NP, for instance. That is something that the buff to make it 3 turns actually really helps with, because you get several turns to work this over with.
Not that I'm saying that someone should build a kit around it, but are there other servants that give buff removal?
There are, actually. There aren't a lot right now, but you're going to start to see this actually becomes a pretty common buff that is either targetable or team-wide in the future. It's almost like the FGO developers realized that buff cleansing was going to become a theme and decided to give you more toolkit to remove it.
Okay.
Let me actually check. Murasaki might have that feature on one of her skills. It's definitely somebody who comes out in the first couple months of next year. Yeah, that's her 3rd skill. Diary of Lady Murasaki gives cleanse resistance to all allies 100% one time 3 turns. On also a 5-turn cooldown. So yeah, no, like, they start to kind of support this niche immediately, but oh yeah, when they upgrade Semiramis' NP, that's another thing. Like, it becomes a consistent thing, just not very fleshed out, and that requires you to have multi-support. Like, if you're gonna use Murasaki with her, that means you need to bring a caster, and have to have rolled a limited 5-star caster to support your story-locked 4-star assassin. Anyway, it's a little finicky, but they do actually support this level a little bit.
Well, like I said, no servant exists in the vacuum.
Mm-hmm. And unlike characters like Liangyu, who seems basically like she has a star absorb skill so she can go with a team, but seems tailor-made to do dumb solo shit, Meiren is not necessarily built that way. Her 3rd skill is just straight up Vampirism C. Chance to give the enemy charge down, 18 to 27% battery. The numbers are weird because it's a launch skill, but still. Golly G. Willikers, Delightworks really wants you to be able to NP with her NP when you feel like it. And actually, honestly, I would argue, Meiren is the kind of character who you want to just build up NP and not fire it willy-nilly because of its effects. You want to actually wait until you are at the right moment to use it.
Strategic bombing.
Which is probably why she has so many skills and has a decent NP gen. The game wants you to be ready to fire her NP when you need it.
Oh, that's probably also why she's pretty tanky. She can just live long enough until you want an NP at the right time. Yes,
you can, like, that's the thing. She is all about outlasting, but she's a buster servant, a buster quick. So I don't know if this was like they're trying to make like a buster stall meta or just they're playing around with stuff. Like, honestly, I don't think her design is that bad. Like I said, I could use more AoE assassins. My NP3 Summer Ushi did a shitload of work in China, guys. Just because I needed something. So I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. I also got a red hair. But yeah, it's interesting. So presence concealment B, pretty standard effect. I don't want to say that Yu is really bad. It's just that her gimmick is that you're going to be fighting enemies for a while. But she's hard to kill and should actually be able to generate her NP to blow some guys up. So it's interesting. Arguably, I think she might be better at certain challenge quests because she's so tanky, and it's hard to make stuff, whether debuffs or buffs, stick to her. It's not a crazy character. Also, like people are pointing out now, and I said earlier, she unfortunately does have a thing where she works best if her skills are fully leveled, which is a big ask. Does she? Yeah, she unfortunately needs not as many as a Resh, but she needs stakes twice in her lineup, which means literally right now, the highest I can get her is 777. So yeah, it's a little rough. But they will do, like I said, they will do a buff to increase her effectiveness later. And they could go further, but I think honestly, once she gets the extra turns of the cleanse removal and also that just 20 to 30% attack up, right? That's going to help her out a lot. It's just that it's shockingly enough, the immortal vampire lady who's been around for thousands of years has a build built around being a glacier. Like, she will outlast many enemies. And we had this conversation before talking about, like, Tsuna, right? Mm. Great damage niche. Probably a little bit of a wet paper towel. like if you start hitting that boy, he's gonna die. He only has a 1-turn evade. And it's on a skill you want to use in specific times. So, like, sometimes just raw HP is good. Yeah, I think, honestly, she could also do with an NP interlude just to give her more damage multiplier and either increase her curse stacks to be even memeier or maybe give her the enhancing curse effect, right? So she does extra curse damage. That would give her synergy with other units, like Doughman. Because you could, honestly, she probably has that synergy anyway because of his passives, but you could totally bring Doughman and Meiren together, right? Because they both focus around curse and AoE, and Doughman's got some fun effects in there. So you got some interesting concepts. It's just, I don't know. She's probably a little slow for some people. Well, yeah, there is that is another thing is, next year we're gonna get Gray, who is an AoE Buster Assassin welfare. And, again, well needed at this point to Lightworks. Though, Gray also has some interesting, like, trait type niches. So it's interesting, like I said. Like she's got vampirism, so she can stall, right? She has a C, so I think it caps out at like 80% chance. But it's a chance to take the enemy's charge away. Gives her a battery. Very respectable. I'm gonna be really interested in actually testing her out, like I said, against Rider mobs, because that AoE assassins is an area. Assassins in general is an area I've always been weak in. AoE especially. Heck, is there even? I'm trying to think. Is there an AoE? I guess is the only low rarity AoE assassin Phantom?
AoE?
Yeah.
I believe so. Because Matahari's is non-damaging.
Yes. Yes. Theno is single target, I believe.
Oh, Fuma Kotaro.
Right, Fuma Kotaro is later. That was the launch one. And Fuma's okay. You don't actually use him for NP, though. You use him for the fact that he's got 3 quick cards, and, like, he's like a baby Jack. He makes a lot of stars. Wow, actually, I just realized, so there have been a decent amount of assassins, after this point. It's just almost all of them are high rarity. Like, Gray's a welfare, so there's that, but that means she's a very limited chance to get, like, the only FTP tier assassin in FGO in the future after right now is Charlotte Corday, who is also a single target hitter. Not that she's bad at that, but it's interesting.
Gonna get the stabs.
Yeah, actually, shit, there hasn't been a new assassin since... Is that right? I think it is right. Since Summer Okita.
No, that can't be right. Hang on.
Is that true?
No.
That's... I'm trying to think. Anybody very... Because if it's not on this list on Grand Order Wiki, it would have to be brand new, but I think... Yeah, no, wow. We have not seen an assassin in a long time. That makes the fact that we're still holding on to Tomovich even weirder, because she's the big signature for this arc. Wow, that's a little wild. But yeah, no, like, honestly, all of our upcoming 6 or so assassins actually do have very distinct niches. We're gonna get Old Man Lee in the January.
Oh, Jesus, you're right, it is. Oh, fuck.
Right, he has a very interesting niche with his killing abilities. Kama is a directly anti-alter ego unit as an assassin. Very interesting. Gray is, of course, a welfare AoE sweeper. Corday is going to be a new free-to-play single hitter. And Okita's also got some interesting gimmicks. Like, I think I would think of Okita in a similar ratio to the way they handled Yume Ren, just in a different direction, because Okita is pretty big attack, pretty low HP for her rank, but she has a lot of, like, interesting gimmicks that require specific timing and stuff. And that's just, in general, a thing that, it's a thing that the game does a lot of experimenting, right? And people don't always like experimentation.
No, they don't.
They like reliability. And that's something I will say for you, if you, like, look at her and are like, so the fact that her first 2 skills are always on is cool, but the fact that she loses those with her NP is not consistent enough to me, I'll be like, that's alright, that's fair. I'm just thinking, like, in terms of basic capability, I'm like, what do I want to do when I want to AoE? I guess I'll bring Summer Skahawk. She has a great NP multiplier, but her kit isn't great. I could bring Fuma, but again, he's got a quick AoE, so as a 3-star assassin, so he's not exactly a damage boy. He's more about the debuffs and the generating a lot of the star rate, because he's got presence concealment A+, big star gen. It's an interesting formula. Kato Danzo is story locked also, and I was very bankrupt after trying to get Musashi again for that one. Yeah, I whiffed on Semi. No, assassins were very popular. There were... Camilla was at launch, right?
Yes, Camilla was launch.
Yeah, so there was 5 bronze assassins at launch. 1 silver, it's Jinkei, and 2 golds, Carmilla and Steno. And then Jack was introduced at Christmas. We got Hyde. We got a lot of stuff in there. Assassins were also pretty early in the welfare clock. Never really, ever since Garden of Order, never really hurt for a single target assassin. And even though I've got a lot of 5 stars, I still will occasionally just bust out that Shiki for that consistency.
Single target arts? Are you kidding me? It's great.
With an NP5 and Pierce Invul, right? Just like, nah, I hurt you.
Something about to get stabbed.
But okay. Let me grab my water real quick, because I talked a lot there. But we're about to transition into the Lostbelt 3 thoughts.
Big thoughts.
Big deal thoughts.
We have, as I'd like to say, thoughts and feelings. Feelings and thoughts. As Lucky is playing Genshin Impact here. Just got his Ningguang to uncap to 70. I'm working hard, girl.
Okay, water required. Took a healthy sip. All right, so obviously we've talked about a few things already because we already gave you the spoiler warning. But this is like your last warning. Let me check the clock. We are at 3 hours raw. Obviously not edited. I'll probably have to tighten this up pretty good. Yeah, but hey, it's time. What, you want to wait till next week?
Hell no.
So this is it, guys. This is the big one. Lostbelt 3, final thoughts, the full reflection. Which is actually pretty easy because it's only 16 chapters.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I mean, we talk about a lot of bullet points when we do our big deep dives. Do you have anywhere in particular you want to start with this? Because, like, we usually, like, we make sure to talk about the world, the Lostbelt Kings, the Cryptors, all that stuff. Do you have a particular, like, sequence you want to start at, or we just want to, like, maybe bullet point through the story?
Let's just bullet point through the story, and we'll tangent as needed.
Okay, so let's see.
Or as unneeded, but we're going to do it anyway.
Well, in our first impressions, I think we got to...
Well, I want to say that when we did our first impressions, we kind of skated around the thing, so I think we should just start from the top and go again.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, we skimmed stuff out. That's why I was like trying to remember, and I was like, we maybe mentioned that. Yeah. So I've said this before. I knew the rough details about this Lostbelt world, right?
Yes,
because I read ahead. But also I know that at the time it came out in Japan, there was a lot of confusion about this. Like, a lot of people didn't know right away what was what, and there was even some misinformation or some misunderstanding about this Lostbelt. So it's a pretty interesting take to see how fast some of this information comes out. Like, some of this stuff is actually very straightforward. Mm-hmm. It's just that presumably because translating dialogue is hard, it took a while to come out. So we start simply. We got to go to China because Tomovich is being all vitchy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and trust me, guys, we'll probably towards the end, we'll probably do like a full retrospective on Vich, because this is in a lot of ways is like really almost her chapter in some ways. Like, she's been in all the story, but I think this is the most character focus we've had on her since she showed up as Konoskaya.
Yes.
Since the prologue, which is a big deal. So we gotta go. We're poisoned. The master still feels bad, but is not necessarily like immobile like Gordulf is.
A lot of times, just all like, I'm okay, I'm fine. Just
maybe a little feverish. Though I will say, man, this was another interesting gimmick that I don't think a lot of people talked about, but was part of the difficulty some of the time. That poison debuff, right?
Oh yeah, the several turns of
not being able to use master skills. That's really rough. There are a lot of skills that you want to use early. Yeah,
not to mention though, like, the thing about Mystic Codes is their fucking cooldowns has always been in a fucking eternity, and so having that to like have that extra weight, it kind of gets to me.
Yeah, especially when you get to, like, the last chapters, it's 5 turns, which in some cases for some of these fights is the whole fight. Like, it's over before you get there. Like, spoilers for the future, but I legit fed Jolter 3 command seals. 1 per bar of him. I did not get to use my Mystic Code skills. I brought Merlin for the spice and Gorgon for the stuns, and we just went apeshit, and it worked. Buff block is great, guys. Anyway. Well, for us, I don't like being on the receiving end. That's very mean.
Well, anyway, I do want to shout out. I like pushing I guess the title buttons that take you in, because they periodically change. Like, after you go to prologue, it changed to you're setting off to China to find the antidote. I like touches like that. I really do.
Yes. And also we got the shift from Qin to Sin, Synchronized Intellect Nation. Thematically. Actually, Lucky, that brings up a good point. Since we are in this full spoiler zone, some people have cleared Lostbelt 5.5. We have a name for what Lostbelt 6 is called. Do you want me to bring that up?
Oh, please, yeah. Names are fine.
Well, yeah, so the official name of Lostbelt 6 is Avalon LeFay.
Oh, I called that shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be the thing. It's gonna be the thing that you thought it was. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. See, this is what Lucky means by spoilers. Like, if I'm... Oh, I just died. Thanks, Lightning. This is the thing about spoilers. When I see a name ain't a spoiler. But a name can usually let me speculate on things or confirm things without actually ruining the story for me.
Well, and here's the important thing, is that they are revealing the name now, long before you can play it. So I think that, like, some of these details are interesting, some of them are not vital. And I mean, I think after you beat Lostbelt 5.5, it, like, goes to hide in, like, main interlude or something. Like, it doesn't stay in the story chapters. Like, this is some freaky shit here.
Yeah, but,
Anyway, 3.
But actually, now the funny thing is, now that I think about it, it was fucking Qin all along. So it was literally telling us the fucking the Lostbelt King this entire fucking time before they changed it to S.
Yes.
How dare they?
And that's the root of why we call it China now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting concept. But so we go there, we get in. We talked about this last time. You immediately can tell, and I love that they did this. You can immediately tell that there's something, I would almost say, wrong here, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and not in the you're gonna fucking die way. Like when you, it was interesting that honestly both of these themes almost overlapped a little bit, but in Russia and in Scandinavia, both were really freaking cold and full of monsters trying to eat you. Like they were immediately dangerous, but I would not say that those places were wrong. Like, we didn't realize how fucked up Russia was until we started hanging out with the Yaga and realized how their society is fucked.
Yeah.
Same with Scandinavia. You don't realize that the Lostbelt's really wrong until you roll up into those human villages and are like, oh, none of you are over, like, 18, like, 15, 16? Ooh, no, wait, something's wrong here.
Yeah.
And honestly, this is the same thing in Sin, but you immediately go and you literally stumble like wheels first into a human settlement. And they are sure to point out, this should be a massive metropolis in proper human history, right? Yes. This should be a big city. It's a field of fucking wheat. And also, again, they talk about this. There's this huge field of wheat. These people are living in the Stone Age, basically.
Yes.
So they set up very early that things are not quite right. We definitely talked about last time about how funny it was with that interactions with the farmers and the overseers, the interactions with Da Vinci and them and Holmes and stuff. Holmes getting to actually play detective for this first part and honestly generally being mostly sharing. Like there's a couple of points where where later a thing comes up and he's like, ah, damn it, I was thinking this was maybe true. But also, you don't really feel like as a character, you don't really seem surprised. And heck, as a player, were you really surprised that the Lostbelt tree was in the Fusang tree?
I mean, it was the only tree mentioned in the whole game, and apparently it's this great mystical tree.
Yeah, no, that's not like crazy.
Not that crazy. Honestly, like I still give Holmes shit, but I did appreciate him in the latter half when he gives you thought exercises.
Yes, he is a lot better. And again, I think his near-death experience really taught him that he needs to be better at making sure you know the stuff that you need to know when you need to know it, which is always his deal. But I think he realized that, oh yeah, there could be times when because I'm a servant, I have to go out and punch stuff, and I might not be around to give you the full exposition. He's training you to be the Watson role because in most novels, the Watson sidekick role is dumber than the detective, but is only possibly very slightly dumber than the audience. That's actually in the rules of of mysteries, right?
Yes.
Like the detective needs an assistant, and they're supposed to be dumber than the detective, but only slightly dumber, slightly slower than the audience, which I think in general fits the personality of Fujiwara Ritsuka as well.
Yes.
Like they're not as fast on the uptake as you, the audience member, are, but that's okay because you're playing them anyway. But yeah, so Holmes gets to be a detective a lot in this, which is good for him. And I think the first big thing we talked about was, and I think I said this last week, it was a little annoying to have some of the same FGO filler fights in the start, but I think that's kind of almost like a bait and switch, right? Because
I think honestly, as I said, the Lostbelt was pretty short to begin with. I feel like they all right, we need to hit a minimum here of something.
Right, yeah, they're spacing it out long enough. There's a little bit of red herring action. They need to give you enough time to introduce all the characters is the thing.
And they wanted to have a little bit of time for, exposition and whatnot. Honestly, we wouldn't have been able to see as much as Good Boy Spartacus if we didn't go on a fucking lark to go deal with some goddamn beast.
Right. That gives you a lot of it. And like I said, it gives them time to introduce and start building the character arcs, which is needed because, as a lot of people pointed out, this is a very character-driven story. The plot is short and simple. And it's exactly what you think it is. You show up, you immediately are like, okay, we need to heal the Master and Gordolf, and we need to punch the Lostbelt King, we need to cut down the tree and beat up the Cryptor.
Yes.
Got it. Great. And that's what you do. You never really deviate from that path. You just take some slow routes to certain goals rather than others, but you were always on task. I would argue that you were always moving forward. Like, honestly, this is one of the few FGO stories, I think, where the mid-episode twist doesn't actually truly slow us down, right?
I guess the mid-episode twist was that Chi Wong is a giant fucking robot, but even so, you kind of just take that and fucking ride.
Right, or that he turns on you and drops a meteor on you. That doesn't really slow you down. It takes out Spartacus, and yes, Da Vinci and stuff are captured, but you would have had to have moved that direction anyway. Look on the map. You were going towards the capital anyway.
Yeah, no, it's like, you have to make a slight detour, but even so...
And even so, though, but again, that's also important because Tomovich was there anyway. She was one of your goals. She was goal number 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, every beat of the story is constantly in motion. The only thing that resembles a red herring is the animals, but even then, you still need to get rid of those demonic beasts.
Yeah.
And it's part of the question, and like I said, this story is also a lot of character development for Vich, so I think that's important, too, dealing with her pets. It sets her up and kind of sets up some of her complex interplay, and honestly, there's a lot of back and forth to her.
Honestly, I'm starting to get the impression that Tomovich isn't necessarily, well, she is our enemy in the strictest sense, but she's not someone who is, despite all she says, is not someone who is straight out to fucking murder us.
Yes.
The way I feel is that she's very hedonistic, but at the same time, she plays to her rules. And
all right, Axe. First of all, rightfully so, you have a problem. You're a psychopath.
Yeah. Yes.
Amendment 8, cruel and unusual punishment. No, it's not cool. I was actually quite surprised at how graphic without being graphic that scene was. I think that's one of the almost goriest FGO's been in a long time. Yeah. Which is saying something considering this is Fate. But it's Urobuchi, so it's to be expected a little bit. But that was very intense. That scene also has some very interesting information that apparently Konenskaya Tomovich's spirit origin weighs, what was it, like 20 tons?
I actually believe that this is referenced in the prologue at some point. Like, when it was talking about her moving or something. I can't remember where. I actually need to go back on that, but I think this is the second time it's been mentioned.
But yeah, she's very spiritually dense. That's weird. That's freaky. I think that's also a little weird when they put on the juxtaposition where Holmes later points out that while he is not a grand, thank you very much, because that's not how that works, that Qin Wong's spirit origin when he shows up as the Lostbelt King is equivalent to a grand servant. He's not actually a grand, don't say that. He's just the same power output.
Well, like I said, he's not actually a servant in this.
Yes, it's true. He has a spirit core, which a lot of entities have. It's just that the rating of his spirit core is on par with a grand servant.
Because remember, this is him being all like sage arts and mystical powers and shit and immortality.
Yeah.
But like, if we're what were you gonna say?
Well, no, I was just gonna say, and the other thing is that this new body of his is made after studying Meiren, who is not a heroic spirit, not a divine spirit, a nature spirit. So she is a spirit as well, which is why she has a spirit origin and spirit core, even though she's not actually dead until the end, as some people claimed. Like, some people thought this was like some kind of weird other shenanigans where she like summoned herself for something. No. She was always that power level. She just, by consuming a heroic spirit who is technically a lower tier of being than her as an elemental, as a true ancestor, she just really juiced up her spirit core to kick your ass.
Yeah, she did. But, I guess we can talk. I always like talking about Tomos and whatnot. So as I said, back in the prologue, it dropped her full name, Tomovich Konenskaya. So congratulations. We finally now know what everyone fucking knew to begin with. And in this Lostbelt, as I said, she breaks out the dress and she's not even hiding anymore. She's all ears and tail now. It's like she fucking knew that the jig was up.
Well, somehow. And also she doesn't have to be. She's not in a cold place anymore because she has a lot of. Because in the first two, she was using kind of her winter outfit with the hat and everything. It's cold.
Yeah.
Whereas in China, she does wear a China dress. But also she's like actually in there. And let me see if I can find, because in Saber Wars, yes, Tomo calls out Vich as the talented, beautiful secretary.
Yeah. So most likely an alter ego, one of the Tomo 9. But
and again, I pointed this out before. She's an assassin in the trailer. Doughman came out as an alter ego. She's probably going to be assassin when she comes out as playable. Alter egos are a proper noun or a capital letters in addition to being a class container.
You got to remember, fucking Tomomo Cat's also an alter ego.
Yes, she's still a berserker.
Yeah. But also interesting enough, like I did not know this was happening. Lucky has a sweet sense of satisfaction for this. Chi Huang basically calls her out as that fucking fox, Dodgy, and says, you're gonna pay for your shit, bitch, and locks her up and proceeds to drill holes into her. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, it's a little extreme. His containment method of just being like, I've noticed your spirit origin's super strong and heavy, so you probably won't die, but we need to make sure you can't, like, juice up. So, have fun, bye! Vitch has lots of varied expressions in this sequence, including some new scary faces.
Very animalistic.
Yes. But I think the thing to think about her is what we see is she has this great revelation later talking with then still Akuta, where we literally get Tamovitch's view on the world. In this world, you're either a business, a customer, or a product. And while on paper, Tamovitch is our enemy, she's working for the foreign god, right?
Yes.
She is an alter ego. She's got shit to do. She clearly has complex feelings about humans. It would be safe to say that she does not like humans, or at the very least, the parts she likes about humans involve human suffering.
Yes.
But she is not a berserker, which is very ironic because Kat is actually a berserker because she represents Tamamo's innocence, whereas Vitch seems to represent some combination of, I would say, probably Tamamo's like human-loathing, destructive, chaotic aspects.
I would almost want to say maybe her her more animalistic instincts, maybe.
Possibly. But also definitely, I think, a certain amount of her professionalism, for lack of a better term. Because the thing about regular Tamamo base, is that she's very quirky, very flighty. Yes. And that's that after she grows her tails back and splits them all off, that's the part of her that she keeps, really, because you see this in Extella, is her, weirdness. Whereas her Vitch is talented and beautiful secretary. She is a supporter, a talented unit, and she's got a lot of interesting skills, but not necessarily like very nice.
No.
But she shows us that she is a mercenary. And just because we're on different sides doesn't mean that she won't keep her bargains.
Well, I always she's very mercenary, but at the same time, I always feel like she always gives us a chance to succeed.
Well, here's the thing. Tamovitch is a professional, right? She, as we've noted, she's also a fucker. She causes chaos because that's how she goes. And, she has very strong opinions about stuff. When Qin Wang is like, hey, you brought those demonic beasts into my garden. Why the fuck would you do that? And she's like, oh, honey, it's cute that you think these humans you keep as livestock are, impressive to me, but they as humans, they fucking suck, so...
Yeah, no, she's not happy. Honestly, she's not that happy that the way that this Lostbelt turned out.
Honestly, yeah, she was... So, the humans in this Lostbelt are very human-like. She was happier in Russia.
Yeah.
With the Yaga, who are literally humans fused with demonic beasts. She was happier fucking with those guys because while they were less human in appearance and capability, they were arguably more human in mentality.
Yes.
Vitch didn't even bother fucking with the tiny baby humans in Scandinavia, and she mostly was just there to troll Ophelia. Though, again, she's a secretary type. She was trying to support Ophelia in her own twisted, fucked up way.
And that's what I get out of it a lot. She's undoubtedly evil, but at the same time, she tries to help in her own twisted fashion.
Well, so I think we get this best when we understand what she thinks of herself. She sees herself in this relationship, businesses, clients, property, basically. Things for sale. She is a business. She is a service provider. Yeah. So if you want help, she'll give it to you. You gotta pay her, obviously, because that's how this relationship works, but she'll support you. And she actually when we get her on the payroll, basically, for that little point in the middle, she's actually incredibly supportive. From summoning fucking Muspel out of nowhere, materializing a Jotun as a familiar, which shocks everybody.
Pulls it from her hair, one of her hairs.
Yeah.
Holmes knows this.
And also, having preset up the battlefield to get Akuta with a trap, right? She's actually very effective at what she does. So also, yeah, to Ophelia, and I think she might have even said this in Lostbelt 2. Ophelia is a client. So she's like, I'm a business, you are the client. I'll provide you the services. I'm going to be catty because that's me, because she's still
Tamamo.
Right, she's still Tamamo, and she's Tamamo Vitch. Like, she is still like we said, the catty, chaotic Tamamo. The instinct and, everything. Whatever her deal ultimately turns out to be. Because, I think I pulled it, let me pull it up again, because we know some of the Tamamo 9s. We know their names and their whatchamacallit, where is that thing again? The old Tamamo 9. So, Tamamo gives us most of them. So, the ones we know is original one, the original base Tamamo no Mai. We know Cat, the wild beast, who is explicitly Tamamo's more pure and sincere aspects, which is why she's a lunatic. Tamamo Vitch is described as the talented, beautiful secretary. There's Tamamo Gucci, whose only character aspect is that she likes expensive things. There's Tamamo Delmo, the supremacy of the home. Tamamo no Hime, the non-committal princess. And I think if you look at the image, there's like a lazy, sleepy one that's probably her. Mm-hmm. And then there's just Tamamo Arya, or was that Tamamo Alia? I don't remember in the translation. I think Arya sounds better. That one's just known as the strange one, and then Tamamo's like, and then there are two more whose aspects depend on the times, aka whatever Delightworks decides they are. And I would argue that these aren't set either, because we see J.K. Tamamo is possibly an alter ego. Lancer Tamamo is sometimes referred to as Tamamo Shark. I don't think she's a separate manifestation, but no. Tamamo Shark is what you call Tamamo when she takes on arguably more aspects of Amaterasu, when she is more sunshine and summer, which is arguably much more physical and also arguably much more scary, but in a lot of ways cheerier too.
Hey, the sun is bright.
The sun is bright, the heat is high, it is time for a summer romance, whether you like it or not.
I remember her Valentine's.
Mm-hmm, yeah. So, and again, like I said, think about these sound bites in the context that Tamamo Vitch is called the talented, beautiful secretary, right?
I mean, she is talented, and I do find her beautiful.
But there's a lot of wiggle room there.
Also, find out what NFF is.
Yes.
What was it? 9 Fox. I forgot the second F. I can't remember.
I can find it. NFF Services. 9 Fox Foundation.
Yes.
NFF.
But again, so we do save her, and she produces the antidote from between her breasts as everyone was screaming, especially Goldorf.
I mean, and Goldorf called it. He was like, he didn't use the exact words that Lucky did, but you can basically tell him doing the same thing Lucky said of you've got under boobs and side boob. Clearly, that is where the antidote is. Goldorf knows his tropes. He's like, I know how this works. And Tamamo tries to turn it into yet another troll. Which also, shout out to her, after, while not sexually assaulted, being drilled full of holes, probably less than 24 hours ago, she immediately springs back to being as catty as ever.
Can't keep a woman down.
That's probably the 20-ton spirit origin coming in. It's just nah, I'm fine. Keeping in mind, she was imprisoned and denied her energy for a long time until Chaldean breaks her out. And then what does she do right after? She fucking summons a Jotun, and then she still has the force of personality to be sassy later.
Also, she did the fucking buff in the Akita fight. It was bedchamber skills, something. I can't remember the exact name, but I remember it translates to Yellow Emperor's Mausoleum.
Yeah.
That it was her who was giving you the guts every single fucking turn. Jesus.
Yes. And the Mausoleum of the Yellow Emperor is the traditional burial site of the Yellow Emperor.
Yeah, so interesting enough, as I said, Chi Huang calls her out as being dodgy, and she never actually denies this, even to going at some point to saying her past self.
That could also, because Tamamo is also a reflection of all those. Vitch could also be the alter ego that embodies those parts of Tamamo, because those are definitely things Tamamo would have yeeted.
Yeah. So
it is very canon that Tamamo no Mai does not like those parts of herself. She, quite frankly, is barely on speaking terms with Amaterasu, her origin.
Yeah. So confirmation that if not directly dodgy, is an incarnation or carries on the aspects of dodgy in that history. It's a little, because I feel like she's referring to dodgy in the same way that Da Vinci Small refers to Da Vinci.
Yes. And while I don't think that Vitch has ever called out OG Tamamo, how I feel like she would call out OG Tamamo as well, because she's an alter ego. She is literally a tale that was divided.
Yeah.
Because in case you guys don't know, actually, we should probably cover this in brief. That is Tamamo's special ending in CCC. because to beat Kiara, you have to get super, super strong. And then you get defeated. You get yeeted back in a time space or almost deleted or something because CCC didn't happen, right? But in Tamamo's true ending, she rescues the master by growing all her 9 tails back in the imaginary sea, and then saving you, and then to prevent herself from like exploding or becoming an evil of man, probably, because that is some of the verbiage that happens in CCC. She basically divides off all her 9 tails and throws them away. And then the actual ending is like all of them come back as different colored Tamamos. And she's like, oh no, whatever will I do? And Hakuto is just like, ugh. I can actually probably find the slide.
It's very cute.
So yeah, there's like, that's the history of what's up with the Tamamo 9.
Yeah. But again, like a lot of people still hate on Tamamovich. I still don't. Again, like
I mean, so this is something I noticed the same with Canis. It's really weird because FGO has redeemed a lot of characters who you thought were shitty because you saw their first appearance only. Think about Cursed Arm.
Oh yeah.
Anybody watched Heaven's Feel lately? Maybe not that third one, but you know, he's not a nice guy in the Heaven's Feel route.
Nope.
Now he's about to be in a movie as best uncle. He's great. We love him. Paracelsus, I talked about this earlier, does dirty, I think, in Fragments. Similar with Avikebron. Now, after you play Lostbelt 1, are you gonna shit-talk Avikebron? No. You're gonna give that man 4 high fives. So it's kind of interesting to see that, yet for some reason, some people still like to, with characters introduced in FGO, like to keep their first impressions. Why, yes, Canis is very sassy when she shows up, and a lot of people don't like that. But also, I think she has some... and this is also, by the way, our first time we don't get any Canis action at all, which is interesting. I think she might be mentioned as with the same thing as Kyrie's force fighting in the seas. I think
maybe, I don't remember.
But like it's interesting that she's an initial big energy character who is just like we're not gonna get a little bit of her energy. Tristan is Gawain's first impression isn't in FGO, and arguably people are think he's better, even though he's a villain in this than he was, because in Fate Extra he is a little bland, and as an enemy servant he's kind of annoying, and because he is a lawful good boy servant, he talks trash about all your servants because that's a theme of Extra that you're sided with some very shifty people. Well, Liz has character development in CCC, but she keeps it all when she comes to FGO. Anyway, it's an interesting recurring theme that, like, FGO especially will introduce characters at points where they can be likable, but when FGO introduces an unlikable character, people are like, I will never forgive Tamamovich. She stepped on Foe once. And then Foe dances on her head.
Yeah.
I literally said this earlier. Foe got his revenge.
Yeah, I know.
The beef is quashed. Literally, Foe dances upon her head.
And Tamamo just takes it.
And
she knows what's up.
You know, you think of her internally sighing, just like nope,
some people
might pause this.
Some people might say this, but I feel like Tamamovich gives us a lot more chances than we have been warranted.
I mean, yeah, she tried to poison us, but also she set up, and she very clearly set, like to be real, she very clearly set that up to get us to Lostbelt 3, because as part of her big job to the foreign god, Lostbelt 3 was underperforming. For reasons we're going to get back to. We're on our big... I knew this would happen. We're on our big deep dive of Vich, though. Which is very deserved. Like I said, she's a big character in this story.
But like...
Not just as like a little... Not like the same as in Russia or Scandinavia, where she just gets like a little cameo or a little sequence. Like, she is a through-line character. Mm-hmm. She does not leave until the end, where she's like, oh shit, Is it when Qin Wang shows up that she's like... Well, I'm not getting paid for this. Time to go back to the office.
I think when he dropped the fucking city...
that's right. When he does the colony drop on you, she's like, "Oh well, bye guys. Got to get back to the office. Call me later."
But like I said, like there's times in like Lostbelt 1 and 2 where she's like, she has you dead to fucking rights, and she's like, "Nah, not now." And even
and ultimately, I think she's like, "Nah, not my job."
Mm-hmm.
Like no, in those cases, nobody has asked or is paying her to get rid of you. Like and, when she tries to kill us, basically at Chaldea, she's on the clock. She's there to fuck up anybody who's left standing at Chaldea. Yeah, she shot a lot of people, but I'm gonna be honest, you guys don't care about those people. They were all off screen. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. You're only mad because she stepped on Foe. You're not mad that she literally murdered possibly hundreds of humans.
Like, again, like, remember, some of your favorite waifus are mass murdering machines. Again.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. But, like, Lostbelt 2, again, kind of had that thing that's right. Lostbelt, like, even Lostbelt 3, she, like, for a hired fucking hit, she took a real roundabout way to do it.
And I mean, technically, if she had gotten the perfect kill, yeah, you probably would have died.
But no, like, but she also says she had prepared in the eventuality. She was prepared to dangle the antidote in front of you and make you her pet. She still had a contingency to keep you alive, even if it had.
And also, she did it so if she accidentally poisoned herself, diluting the poison. And find out later that she's like, listen, just because you got half a dose and you've got and she's figured out you've got a strong poison resistance, which I do actually think she did not know yet. She figured that out when you're walking and talking in Lostbelt 3, but she's like, but you're still gonna die. Like, the poison I used is sucking your life out. So you're still gonna die just because you feel fine. Yeah. Which is honestly, also, by the way, that's a trope I love. Where, like, oh, you're slowly dying, but you don't care. You don't feel it at all. You don't give a fuck. I love those stories.
How MC of you.
But yeah, no, like, but ultimately, I think, again, this comes down to the way she views the world, right? She has a very simple relationship. To her, it's actually very curious. Like, when she comes on, because she doesn't have any other choice, she's like, okay, Chaldea is a client. Does she think of Chaldea as a product or a rival business until then? I would argue she thinks of us as a rival business.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, we are competing in her market, but she is not trying to sell us. Which is a very interesting flip on Akuta when she's like, oh, honey, you just went from client to product. I'm gonna sell your ass out so hard. Because I
guess that really falls into her secretary role of a good secretary knows good business.
Yeah, no, and honestly, that is another character archetype, the Girl Friday. She was that role to Goldorf in the setup for this con, right? Like, it was a con, but until the point where she pulled the flip, did the Ocean's 11 moment, did the montage, she was playing the hyper competent sidekick role to Goldorf because he was not that competent.
Yes, but
she was making sure he did the thing, and that motherfucker actually acquired Chaldea Security Organization. He got to own it all.
Yeah, the more I think about it, he Goldorf isn't from, like, necessarily well, actually, no, if I remember correctly, the Goldorfs aren't, like, super empowered.
No, they're not super powerful. Like, he's not a lord or anything, because, the family's never got combined.
He was able to spend his fortune.
I believe they are supposed to be still well off because they are alchemists. He talks about their style of alchemy a lot.
They still make homunculi.
But he still had the fortune to buy Chaldea. Now, admittedly, I believe Vitch says in the prologue she eliminated higher bidders, but still, that's that's part of her deal.
Yeah, no, like, honestly, like, fuck, Goldorf probably, like, in the grand scheme of thing, if we had gone to anybody else, we'd probably been fucked. Because they were literally, if I remember correctly, they were going to literally fucking break Chaldea up into little pieces and sell it off in bits by bits.
Yes, though, I mean, honestly, that could have, because of the thing we know that was going on, Sion was prepared, right? Like, she was already prepping backup Chaldea. And she's apparently the daughter of the guy who heads Atlas, and, like, I'm not sure if her dad is dead or not in Melty Blood or whatnot, but, like, Atlas is in her name, so she's a big fucking deal, right? In terms of the mage world. If we'd actually sold off Chaldea piecemeal and the thing was still gonna happen, I expect she probably would have bought at least some of her shit back. She would have been like, hey, I made this, I'm buying it back.
It's mine.
Which, by the way, that would have been a really interesting, like, alt continuity start where the new director, Sion, shows up right away.
Oh.
That would have been interesting. But that's a what if. There's your fanfic fuel, guys, if you want to try and do some fun hypotheticals. But yeah, no, Vitch is a very interesting and arguably a very consistent character throughout this Lostbelt. Her goals are to the foreign god, and technically the cryptors are supposed to be on the same side, but she understands that they're independent agents, and also I'm pretty sure because she has that talk with Ophelia, she understands that actually none of these guys are supposed to be here, right?
Yeah.
Like this is not the foreign god's original plan, because Watanabe was so insistent that he revive his friends, basically, his allies, that basically the foreign god was like, okay, we can do a battle royale then. We'll do a holy tree war, basically.
Yeah.
And figure this out. And then Akuta is not lazy, but Hinako Akuta, Meiren, we can say that too. Yeah.
Yeah, we say it.
That's also out there. That's one of the big twists. That's the it's almost like the third act twist, right? Like, that sets up the final confrontation, is when she just freaks out and is like, I will curse you to death.
And you're like, oh no.
And you're like, ooh, that's bad. And I love that Qin Liangyu completely flips his tune and is like, oh, beautiful and noble elemental.
Fairy.
Please, pretty fairy lady, must you so uglily smite these people?
He got real polite.
He is like, listen, you're super cool and an immortal perfected being, like me, like us. We would find it a terrible crying shame if you gorily murdered all of these people in front of us. Why don't you chillax and we'll take a long view. We're both immortals here. We can be cool. And she's like, okay, we can be cool. All right, it's fine. And she basically gives us the, like, I got eyes on you thing and is like, y'all gonna die. Fuck off. Bye. And leaves because she can. And probably could have, by the way. That was a really tough fight. God bless Medea for having enough juice to do big NP and clear buffs. I got her down to like 5k. Medea's the last bit and just shaved that last bit of HP off. If it had been both bars, I would have had to spend some quartz or something. It was rough. Big rough. But yeah, but when you think about it, as a crypter, Akuta is slacking a lot.
Oh yeah, no.
She has not, like, she's kind of tried to explain what's going on to Qin Liangyu, but she hasn't done anything to make him believe it. She hasn't shown him the tree. She's hiding the tree, right? Because she's actively trying to get him not to go to war, because she knows that Qin Liangyu is expansionist. Violently expansionist. Mm-hmm. If she lets him know that the Lostbelts are real and the conflict is real, he will be like, we must reclaim our territories. Let us go forth and war. And who would be on the front lines? Kuwaji Zero, aka Zhang which is what she doesn't want. She finally gets a second chance with this robot guy, and she's like, I really don't want you to break him. Like she has a full-blown meltdown freak out when Qin Liangyu is like, I've got your number. Kuwaji Zero, destroy your... Like, he does almost the equivalent of command spell, I command you to die.
Did you explain how a Consort Yu got captured and that was basically almost the catalyst for his downfall?
Yes, that was actually in the ones that I talked about how... Because in the attested real-life history is that Meiren committed suicide so that because she was briefly captured, and that caused Zhang Yu to redirect his entire force to retaking her because they were...
Shin is that fucker! Like, I was reading up on this. Jesus fucking Christ, that man.
Honestly, a lot of people in ancient Chinese military histories are serious fuckboys. But yeah, no, so she got captured, and both as a matter of personal honor and also because, I mean, he sang a sad song about her that we know to this day. It is quoted several times in this Lostbelt, that he also seemed pretty sweet on her. So he had to get her back and had to redirect his entire force into a bad tactical situation. And even when she was free, Meiren historically committed suicide so that Zhang Yu didn't have to worry about her, but his forces were so depleted that he ended up committing suicide himself. Because
shout out to this boy's loyalty who refused to abandon him. Yeah. Like, even throughout that.
So, yeah, no, it's a really sad story about a very scary guy, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I
love the scene where Consort Yu is like, what would you have done if, and they just go down.
Right, because that's one of his special powers is foresight. He's really good at foresight, and she's just like, all right, leading question. Also, by the way, you get to see proper human history Zhang Yu in that scene. He looks like a guy standing on a pile of corpses. Great, love that insert. Again, if you wanted to do like a fan servant design for like regular Zhang Yu, keep all the same skills, but like give him that look.
That'd be a cool costume.
Also, same thing for, I used this actually in The Wanted. Qin Liangyu's artist originally drew him concept art-wise as being more normal, but ultimately they designed in redesign, they decided to be more weird and ethereal, which makes sense given the story. I mean, that ended up on our current Mothman type design. Mm-hmm. But again, if you wanted, like, what does proper human history Qin Liangyu look like, we've got the art. Actually, so the thing is about the true ancestor thing, I don't know if she would have survived, because she is not killed, she is severely crippled by whatever explosion Tamovich uses. Mm-hmm. It may be possible that in the destroyed Chaldea, she did not have access to ley lines to heal herself. She may have been incapacitated and needed energy to regenerate.
Yeah, remember, she had to fucking eat the Prince of Lanling to get all of a sudden super fucking like thing.
Yeah, to juice herself back up to historical levels, basically.
Yeah.
And technically none of Team A is supposed to have died. Like, that might be like a cosmic retcon, but before the prologue, they were supposed to be in their ray shift coffins healing.
Yeah.
Like, they were in critical condition and and in cryostasis. So she may have been, like, in stasis.
Maybe they're in cryostasis between life and death in some weird fucking not space.
Yeah. And who knows? We may get into that later. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's getting late. We're going on. We're almost at 4 hours raw. We probably should move on. Vich, very important. We'll probably circle back around to Meiren and Akuto when we talk about her as a crypter and as a character.
Yeah. But, okay, so let's actually go back to...
Well, yeah, let's kind of bridge those 2 points, because it's a long while before we do that run into Vich, right?
Mm-hmm.
We meet Hinako Akuta. We have that flashback we talked about last time where Mash is like, oh yeah, no, she wasn't actually, like, she was very cagey, but she was not actually a total bookworm. She was, like, super sus of everybody all the time.
Mm.
But we actually run into our inner servant, Lanling.
Yep.
Who was obviously in that flashback, in case you didn't catch that at the start.
I kind of wish they did. I kind of wish they did more with him.
Well, unfortunately, yes, because the story is short, he goes out a little bit fast. He
and
gets
we
taken
never
out at a halfway point, basically.
And we never really get his character. He's just really likes Concert U, apparently knows her secret, and if you can assume from the flashback, they were actually on good terms back when they actually knew each other on real life.
Yes. Yeah, so, like, they knew each other when alive. Like, she was just hanging out in human history, and, like, I'm gonna guess hanging out with heroes was probably easier than anything else.
Probably because they were more inhuman than regular humans. Mm-hmm. Therefore, they had I think, it's that fucking triangle you mentioned.
Yes.
Back in the way, humans make heroes and stuff.
Well, yeah, and as we can see from the conflict, Consort U is not something that humans can defeat easily, but humans will also not understand her.
Yes.
And it's a little cliched. Oh, she's immortal. She won't die. She can drink our blood, but doesn't have to. She's gross.
Well, I will say, like, this was back, like, way back.
I mean, yes, but also so there's some ambiguity about how exactly she works, and we'll get into this later when we talk more about true ancestors. But I guess the idea is that even in Fate, true ancestors are supposed to exist to try and regulate humans' control of the planet, just that I think because they would fall into that monster demon category we talked about, and I do believe she is actually tagged demonic, by the way, as a servant.
Oh.
That means that heroes can suppress them, and do. So, basically, it forms kind of a triangle of regulation.
Well, I will say, when humans see something that is usually greater than them, there is either one of two reactions, either fear or wonder. Sometimes both. But
what I was going to say is that it seems a little, because at least in story she's compared to fairies, Genren, Taoist immortals basically, right? Like
I've read some cultivation novels.
It seems kind of like she's not really wasn't really rolling around doing the quote unquote vampire thing. Like at no point in her story did she make it sound like she rolled around blowing up humans for fun and drinking their blood, like some vampires we may see in this universe. She just was a nature spirit who was manifested as a true ancestor, as a bloodsucker. And humans kind of were just like, you're weird, get away from me. No, it's weird, get out of here. And she was just like, okay, I guess I'll go.
Well, to be fair, we don't know what, the thing is, we literally don't know what she did. We don't know where she's been. She's been alive since fucking forever.
Yes, that's true. Like, that's the thing, that was another thing that was kind of surprising, that they don't really get into. Like, it really is almost like an afterthought, the fact that, oh yeah, she's a true ancestor. And you're like, okay. A lot of people were like, what the fuck, oh my god. Or people were like, is she a true ancestor, is she not really? Those two can't coexist, it's fate, it's not how it works. The story resolved this just by telling us shit and doesn't explain anything. Great, thanks Naso Urabushi. It's such a weird name check. But yeah, so Lanling is her servant. By the way, this is actually an interesting thing. Again, talking about translation impressions. A lot of people talked about the impression that Consort Yu wanted to summon Xiangyu, which I do think that when Marsbury approached her, great flashback, by the way, I loved that. They played like the kind of like mystery music, and like it's not often we get to basically hear from Marsbury directly, right? Because he's dead. But when he was telling her to join Chaldea, there was definitely the allure that, like, hey, you might be able to summon Xiangyu. He might be recorded as a heroic spirit.
I don't know. I think I think she might have intentionally summoned,
No, I think in the Lostbelt, it's very clear that because she's already in the Lostbelt, right? All the cryptors summon their servants in their Lostbelts. She summons Gao Chengong, Prince of Lanling, because she's like, okay, I'm in a dicey situation. I don't trust this fox bitch for a second. The Emperor is incredibly flighty and could easily flip on us. Zhang Yu is already here, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But he's different, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. So she's like,
I love him.
Who can I get on my side that will help me out? And who's the person she thinks of? It's Prince of Lanling. Like, she says this when he's like, my fair lady, why did thou summon me of all heroic spirits? And she's like, I needed somebody who I knew would respect me, right?
She was just fulfilling the fucking promise. Because that is something, like, in the prologue, it's like...
he says that he would, like... Well, and that makes sense why that's the catalyst, right? Is that they had a relationship. This may or may not be a thing in other Fate spin-offs, by the way, is catalysting people you knew as an old guy, basically. But yeah, and admittedly, this is, I think, the first time we get a switch, because as somebody brought up, her intention was supposedly to summon a writer, which would probably be normal Zhang Yu, but obviously once we actually get to the Lostbelt, situations are different.
Yeah.
And I think because she realizes the situation she's in, she's like, I know a guy who will be happy to see me right now. He'll be glad to be here and help me out, even though that if she puts her game face on, she is on par with servants.
Actually,
right? Like, I think if she seriously tried to, like, connect to the thing, yeah, but he's humanoid though. Normally, we see him as a humanoid. Well, basically, he's a prototype of attempting to mass produce Nezha, basically. So he's as robotic as Nezha is, which is really interesting. Well, yeah, and that's a lot of people are like, that's weird, but I think they explained it at least very well in this, where it's like, this was one of Qin Shi Huang's attempts to solve immortality that in our universe didn't work out. He was too busy drinking the mercury.
The holy mercury.
By the way, I pointed this out in the Wanted. Here's a great thing. Fusang tree. A mythical place, a mythical tree. You know what it also is? Fusang is also one of the poetic names in Chinese for Japan.
Oh.
Boom.
Oh yeah, Fusang, that's right.
Yep. And where did one of those alchemists who was supposed to find those pills of immortality go? Supposedly went to Japan. Yeah. So, it all comes together. I bet when he found that Fusang tree, it was probably actually in Japan. Because of course.
He conquered everything.
Yeah. And also Japan is pretty right there, so, like, it would make sense, because it seemed like he found the tree not soon in his career, because obviously he'd already perfected the mind uploading thing, the flesh to automation, but still, yeah, anyway, but, yeah, so she's thinking to herself, who can I get here? The Prince of Lanling. He'll help me out, and he does.
Oh, yeah, because he knew her in life, he probably still remembered her as a servant.
Yes,
probably.
Exactly. He would remember her from her past life, and he knows her secret, and he can be trusted.
Yeah.
She knows that she's like, that's a very important thing. When you summon a servant, especially with catalysts, you want specific ones for specific features, and sometimes this doesn't work out. Like, arguably, Kiritsugu and Artoria don't work out because while she is a powerhouse, Kiritsugu is not trying to do this powerhouse-wise. Like, honestly, the Einsburns kind of fucked him. They probably should have given him a weaker servant of, like, an archer or an assassin, and had him try to work it out. Also, it would have been really great if they blocked up that assassin block before somebody summoned Gilgamesh, but anyway. So, like, comp is a different thing. So she, as a member of Team A, she probably wanted to summon regular, proper human history. Zhang Yu probably would have been a writer. That makes sense. What does she get in the Lostbelt when she's dealt her hands? She summons Prince of Lanling. And I do agree. I like the flashback, right? It sets him up. They have a great relationship. But also, his move is, he's not even done. Like, he's not actually in danger. She is. And he's like, yo, eat me. Get some
Save you.
It'll heal you completely, and it'll give you all of my magical energy. You'll be able to take care of this problem on your own. And she's like, all right, I'm about 200% done with this situation. Sure. Even she finds it gross to consume human life to perpetuate herself because she thinks humans are gross.
Very, very misanthropic.
Mm-hmm. And I think that is actually a quality she does share with Vich. This is why Vich thinks that they can be besties, they can be girl pals. Because Vich really does have that relationship where she does not like humans. She is having she's living her best life when she is observing human suffering. Which is honestly why she hates this fucking Lostbelt, because human suffering doesn't exist. A lot of other things that make humans don't exist either. But Lanling jumps in. He's super gallant, super effective. I find it kind of funny though that he immediately jobs. He's like, "I'll use my noble phantasm." Look at my face, and he's like, "Shit, it didn't work."
Oh no, my cavalry tactics.
But also, I think this shows off, again, more of Akuta's character, which folds into Meiren, even as a unit. She's slow and methodical. She's like, our chance for sure victory is gone. Let's pull back. I'm fucking immortal. I don't gotta go anywhere fast.
You play the long game.
Which is, by the way, I think it's a little weird that this actually is a conflict she has with Qin Wang, where Qin Wang is like, girl, you're not being serious. Like, why aren't you taking this seriously? Like, I'm a fucking immortal giant computer moth. Why aren't you taking this seriously? I'm taking this seriously. But then she's like, but you're not taking this seriously. And he's like, you're right, I'm not taking this seriously because I don't give a shit, but you clearly do. Why aren't you taking... Like, they have this great bance. I love this. They have a very complex relationship.
Honest, like, again, like, talking about Qin Huang, like, I love his character, and I love his... Like, I'm not gonna say I agree with his ideology, but the reasoning for his ideology I find very fascinating. I had literally one, what the fuck, moment the entire time I was listening to him.
Mm-hmm. Which was it?
When you get to the city and all the fucking creation is just venerating him, I was like, wait a fucking minute here.
And honestly, I think that's probably part of his eliminating suffering, because I was obviously lucky. A reason why maybe we wouldn't like this Lostbelt is because we're not farmers.
Nope.
We're creators, you know. How would we fit into this?
Well, like, this is the thing that, like, going back into, Meiren and whatnot, is in order to get to the Lostbelt of supreme, peace and non-suffering, basically it had to do, like, honestly, this couldn't have happened, like, quickly. This had to take a long time of just slowly weeding out rebellion and just giving people...
No, and doesn't somebody say that his works wouldn't have been complete until the 1800s?
Yeah, or something like that. So, like, it would have taken a long time, but yeah, it was just, constantly giving people... Like, I actually had to do a big hard think about this. Like, what would it actually take to fully placate humanity? And the way he did it is pretty much on point. You have to basically remove all knowledge. Because knowledge leads to question leads to opinions leads to clashes.
Right. And also knowledge of other... Actually, it's really interesting. There's no beast in this chapter. There's a lot of interesting beast commentary. Mash explicitly says that she's like, Master, this reminds me of what Gaetia showed me. This is the future he wanted to build for humanity, which I love that, by the way. I love that comparison, especially later when they say that Qin Wang is on par with a Grand Servant in power levels, right? Like, it's an interesting parallel. Yes. But also, when he talks about how people will clash and people will covet, that's Beast 4 comparison.
Mm-hmm.
As in comparing yourself to others, hating people for being stronger than you and hating yourself for being weak. Like, that is arguably, like, and maybe this is why he had such a peaceful reign, like, he's built a world where there are no evils of humanity.
Yes. Actually,
all of humanity's potentially dangerous urges are suppressed.
Yes. Because people do not create, people do not covet. Mm-hmm. If everyone has the exact same equal share, well, then there's nothing. There's nothing. If everything comes from one place and one person, well, and you know that person to be a supreme super being, well, you're not gonna mess his toes.
Right, and this is a human psychology thing. Like, you think, there's no way people would put up with one dude just because he gave out free shit. You're lying. You're wrong. People do that all the time. It's absolutely how humans work. Humans are humans are lazy fuckers.
Like, people...
This guy's giving out free health drugs. He has free healthcare. It arrives in rockets.
Yeah. Like, all you have to do is tend the wheat fields. That's fucking it.
Mm-hmm. And he's made it... He has genetically engineered through magecraft, through his sage arts, the most optimal form of wheat ever, right?
Yeah.
Like, the humans barely have to do anything because they don't need machines. Because machines would fuck it up. Because if people had devices, it would be like, oh, well, Farmer Chin Bob over there has a bigger tractor than me. And then you would have a crisis.
Well, it's not only that, because if you had devices, people would then wonder how they fucking work.
And you would need maintenance, which means you would need skilled labor force, which is not what he wants. Like, okay, so the artist thing, that's weird, but I think that's basically his way of, much like his way of defanging humans in the field, that's his way of defanging artists. He's I understand creative types. If you don't have an outlet, you're just going to cause problems. So he probably, with his unlimited surveillance Big Brother works, his fucking space wall. I love the space wall as a metaphor. We'll probably come back to that. But he is observing all places all the times. He would absolutely see when some kid starts to develop an artistic talent, right? And he's like, while that is dangerous, as we've said, it's not cost effective for him to drop a nuke on every village that has a kid who suddenly develops, sick beatboxing skills, right?
Like I said, ultimately, he does love his people, and he does love his people.
Yes, he just loves them like he loves a pet, which is part of the fucked upness of the Lost Belt.
Yes.
Like, he is the supreme being. He doesn't need humans to function, but he understands that he's like, nah, but they're cool. They're not hurting anybody.
Like, this is the difference I like to draw between fucking Lostbelt 2 and this one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in Lostbelt 2, humans were also kind of kept like livestock, and they're in that situation because Scotty could literally think of no other way.
Right. They're in that situation because humans should be dead, but Scotty has basically put them in a zoo to keep them from going extinct.
Yes.
There is a slight conflict where I believe that because of Scotty's nature, she also has this expression for the giants. Like, she doesn't have the strength and cannot bring herself to exterminate the Jotuns either, so she needs to build this ecosystem to keep both alive. But yes, fundamentally, she is, like, she would love to have an unlimited grain paradise for her humans to live in, but that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Like, heck, also this is another great comparison. Think about how both those worlds didn't have heroes anymore. But we could still contact the Throne of Heroes in Lostbelt 2. And I would argue it's because Scotty herself and because she kept around the Valkyries.
Well, like, here's the thing. Like, even in Lostbelt 2, they still had a fear of death.
Right, they did, but their fear was so... Like, Gerda's opinions of being squished by a giant were so weird and fucked up for a little kid, right?
Yeah.
But, like, they don't have... Terribly... They have prayers. They have prayers to their goddess who exists right over there, right?
Yeah.
But Valkyries remember heroes, and Scotty remembers heroes. Like, so... We were still able to get some connections, and, like, at the very least, the land itself summoned Napoleon Bonaparte, right? And like, the land summoned Brynhild. The land summoned nobody in Lostbelt 3 because these people don't have prayers. All their prayers are answered all the time.
Yeah. They really don't even have a fear of dying. Like, fuck, this was the thing that I found fucking wild, is that their health drug eventually just fucking, what's the proper term for it?
Euthanizes them.
Yes, euthanizes them.
It prevents them from experiencing old age. But until then, perfect health.
Perfect health. And I'm just like, I know some people, like I said, this is going to be one of Lucky's, probably controversial opinions, but I can't hate that as a concept. I really can't. Like, if there's one thing in life I do not look forward to, it's actually growing old and having my body slowly break down on me and just having increasing amounts of pain.
And that's why we work so hard on life extension technology and a lot of ultimately transhuman ideals of, like, transcending the limits of the physical form, which Qin Liangyu did himself, just only for himself.
Yeah, asshole. So, like, yeah, if someone said, like, yeah, hey, this drug will keep you in perfect fucking health for 50 years, but after that, you're gonna die, I probably might take it.
Well, here's the thing, Lucky. I don't know if they would go for 50 in Lostbelt 3.
I don't know, it's probably like 40 or something, honestly.
I mean, and statistically, that would be the halfway point for modern humans. Because life expectancy, by the way, going up all the time.
That is true.
And there are people who are over 100 years old killing it right now. Humans are very resilient. And honestly, I think that's the thing with Qin Liangyu is it's weird. He was once a human. He doesn't. I don't think he gives regular humans enough credit. Is the problem?
Oh no, he doesn't. He doesn't think they can fucking control themselves at all. He finds like,
which is very weird when he's like, "Hello, you Confucians are fucking it up." But if we're also bumbling idiots, how are we fucking up your perfect system? And then he's like, meteor drop.
And also, like, to be fair, like, remember, like, as much as he complains about fucking conflict and stuff, the only reason he got where he is by going around and kicking everyone's ass.
And like I said, the other vice he has removed is violence. How? By controlling the supply of violence.
Yes.
He doesn't want to just kill heroes because they could be useful. He puts them to cryogenic stasis. He has his own throne of heroes because there's not any heroic spirits from history because they're still alive. Dead. At least the cool ones. He's got fucking Li Shu Wen on tap, who's like 150.
They never actually call him Li Shu Wen.
No, they don't ever, but we know he is, because we know he comes out later. But spoilers, it's Li Shu Wen. And, like, honestly, if you knew the Fate ethos, that's his that's Old Man Lee, and that's his NP in, like, the Gouda Gouda comics and stuff. Like, it's not necessarily super subtle. That's the great strike with no thought, type, what is it, no second strike thing. Boom, you're dead. But it's interesting. And, like, how he monopolizes violence. And he trusts and respects violent people, right? Like, when he's like, I've got a new enemy situation, what do? I'm gonna call up my old buddy Han Jin. Hey, nerd, guess what? I got a war for you to fight. And God, Han Jin is he's just the fat little major from Hellsing.
He is! I love war.
Yes, he's that guy. He's like, when he wakes up, what does he ask his boss? Who do you want me to fight? What have you invented since then? And he's like, we have developed automated soldiers, so we don't need flesh and blood soldiers anymore. And Han Jin is like, excellent, great. Now my armies don't need to eat, they don't need to sleep. I'm actually quite surprised. A lot of people were shocked about the early Chen Gong cameo. Love Chen Gong, by the way. That's
actually no. Like,
I was for friend points.
Like, honestly, like, I wasn't sure what to think of him because people said he was maybe a little shit. I was like, no, he's great. I fucking love his fucking bands with red hair.
I think the memes about him when he comes out is playable because he blows up his own teammates, and also he does constantly talk about that in the Lostbelt.
He does. It's great.
But honestly, no, he's a pretty stand-up guy. Like, I was wondering, will he flip on us? Will he try and fuck us over? No, he's like he challenges you to. When he's having this conversation with Red Hair, aka Lubu, aka Red Hair, he's like, all right, we're gonna need a master. How do we know somebody's strong enough to take us in, right? Mm-hmm. And Red Hair is like, I don't know. I guess I'd try to kick him. And he's like, perfect, yes. We'll meet somebody. The first human we meet, you're gonna kick them as hard as you can. We'll see if they're tough enough to be our master. That's right.
And I do appreciate that when on the way out, he's like, don't worry about next time. We won't need to fight. We already know you're strong enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, and Red Hair gives the line, I ask of you, are you my master? Like he's that guy who's like, oh, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the thing.
I didn't know Red Hair was gonna be a dork, but I love him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and honestly, I think he's such a dork because Lubu is also I think he's actually an automaton. Like, he's actually also a Zhang Yu type. Like, I am a literal killing machine.
I know that.
The carrot stuff, yeah. But you could see them, you could see those three as a comedy troupe, right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Like, Chen Gong is the straight man, Lubu is the strong silent type, who's just like, grrr, in the end, right? And Red Hair is the funny man. And Red Hair is constantly claiming that he's Lubu and the other guy's Red Hair, I'm sure. And Chen Gong is just like, you are Red Hair. Stop it. Also, by the way, it is canonical to Extella, at least, if not extra earlier, that Lubu does have shoulder Chen Gong. If you play Lubu's side story in Extella, Chen Gong appears like this. I believe he is actually a Wat Arco design.
Actually, I think he is. I'm thinking about his lines and whatnot, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And also, I'm pretty sure he's related to Ronnie because, again, very similar designs.
Actually, no, I think there was something mentioned about Ronnie, too. I just can't remember.
Fucking Ronnie face when? She's actually I think she's actually like an Atlas. She's an Atlas-type homunculus, I think.
I believe so.
Something like that. We should do some stuff. That could be cool.
Hey, man, honestly, if you're going to do what is a homunculus, you might as well do a little bit of digging on Ronnie, right? Why not?
I'll double check her. I guess because there are a couple different types of homunculus. Like the Einsburn style, I believe, is different than the Yig Millennia style we see in APOC, because those guys are like mass producing them.
I believe it was the Music family specifically.
Yes, I do. I believe you are correct. I think that is the Music family, Gordorf's family, which is the specialist in that. But they're fucking mass-producing homunculi, whereas the Einsburns are like, produce one every generation kind of a thing. And all of those homunculi are different than the young homunculi we beat up in FGO, who are actually more like the mythological interpretation of homunculi, etc.
So who knows? Maybe Ronnie is some weird
But
other
Atlas
type.
Is also an alchemy academy, so they have their own style, I think.
Probably, yeah.
But yeah, no. Also, yeah, actually, I believe Axe did point out, I do believe that in Extra, Lubu is Ronnie's servant, and
yes.
He does follow her just because she looks like Chen Gong. It's a great relationship. Anyway, So, yeah, those guys are great, by the way. I'm so glad they show up. I do think this is a good overall point to bring up. I do agree with some people who are like, some characters don't really do a lot in the plot. Like, guys, I'm me. I love Mordred, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you want to talk about why am I so keen on summoning Meiren, it's because she's also very sassy. Look at the ladies I like. Jolter, Ishtar, Mordred. I like sassy ladies, okay?
Mm-hmm.
As Lucky says, I like the sass in the class. Which you, by the way, is constantly. Like, all of her lines are just like, like she is that
tired senpai. Just
yes,
what?
That tired nerdy senpai. Like she's playing the class rep kind of role where she's just like, oh my god, why do you need my help so much? What are you doing? Why are you bothering with this relationship? I want to just go to the library and fucking read until you summon a Zhang Yu-sama, which I have not yet, by the way. We'll see if that happens.
I have. I'm sorry. Again, this was another one of those stories like, oh no, I want them all.
Mm-hmm.
But
no, I didn't. Well, I was in save mode. Also, by the way, I don't think we mentioned this, but I would like to claim that my victory is yet another victory for Skip Gang. Skip Gang, not super skip, but I'm just Skip Gang now. It's the superior strategy. But no, I like Mordred. She's great. She does add. I think she adds a certain amount of grounding to the scenario. I
think she worked best when Spartacus was still in the mist.
Yes, because I think that was the good point where she was the sounding board off Spartacus.
Yes,
because even when they do their introduction, Jinkei is separate. She feels like a separate character. Like they're part of a trio, but Jinkei is like, why am I in a trio? Like,
and honestly, that works. Like honestly, Jinkei at the end was great. I fucking loved it.
And we'll get there.
Because
honestly, like we can talk about the character-driven story and the front half of the plot until he decides to drop him. He decides to do the Zeon colony drop on us. Everything's a pretty normal story, right?
Yeah.
Like, there are some weird interplay with, like, kind of like how Ophelia had a really weird relationship with Sigurd Surtur, right? Or how Kadok has his own plans for Anastasia to depose his Lostbelt ruler. There was some interesting back and forth between Akuta and Qin Shi Huang and Vich, but we were still doing the thing. It's not until he's like, I thought you guys were going to actually assassinate them. I need you to come to heal. And she's like, fine, fuck it. Yes, you hold all the cards. I'll do the thing. Only with more screaming and yelling. But, you know, I've been doing a show for 4 hours. I don't have any more screaming in me.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, and then everything seems okay. Like, you're going to be able to come to an understanding and, like, be like, hey, can we get that antidote? Our guy's dying right here. We have an arrangement. I love this, by the way. But I will talk about this a little bit, though. But when he does the flip, and, like, and you're like, oh, you're going to be destroyed. You fucking yell to the sky, Chichiwan, can you hear me? And he's like, of course I can fucking hear you. I'm right here. And you're like,
everywhere.
We had a deal. And he's like, he basically does the full-blown Darth Vader, I am altering the deal. And he doesn't need to talk about pray, don't alter it any further, because he's just dropping a nuke on you.
Yep. Shout out to Spartacus for being able for his legs to rebel against gravity.
Yeah, it's great. But Mordred, right, is a great foil to Spartacus. And that basically ends when, you see that when Spartacus dies at the end. Spoilers. Mm-hmm. We already talked about the jump. It is the iconic,
It's in the CM.
It's in the CM. I think it is arguably the iconic scene of this Lostbelt. Like, possibly even more so than Consort You Eats a Guy.
I would say so, yes.
More so than, because it doesn't have a standalone CG. It's more of a scene than Jinkei gets her second chance to kill Qin Shi Huang, right?
Well, I get that.
And I think that's fair, because there are a lot of defining moments, right, in these sequences. I think, like, the iconic moment of Lostbelt 2 is probably either Napoleon's cannon shot, or it's Surtur comes out, right? Everything is fucked, Surtur is here.
Like, I want to say it's, like I said, because it's between my two favorite scenes here, but it's definitely the penultimate, but when Qin Shi Huang reveals himself and literally says, I'm going to fucking hit you now, I will permit you to hit me back. I was like, oh.
That's a very powerful scene. I think that's the scene that really defines his character. But no, I think when everybody talks about this Lostbelt, they're going to be talking about Jump, right? Just like how when we talk about Lostbelt 1, we're always talking about Golem Punch, right? Like that's I think one of the, it's one of the big CGs as well. Like, it's a standalone art piece.
It is, but I guess, but.
Anyway, yeah.
I don't want to take it on.
No. We'll circle back around maybe to that we've seen later. But yeah, like Spartacus' scene, iconic moment. Great.
Well,
I loved it.
Well, honestly, I think it's really great because, like, again, like, I think it's because I said this last week. I think because of all the oppression and tyranny in the air, Spartacus has gone like full past insanity into rationality. And he becomes, like, super lucid in his explanations and whatnot. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, Spartacus.
Well, yeah, because I do believe he is an EX rank madness. So he is not sane for sure, but he's not a Lubu style or Hercules style. Like, he is a man who is all muscle, but he knows what he's doing. Mm-hmm. He is like, there is rebellion to be had. Whether he knows it's important for him to wander out into the wilderness and take the capital with some randos, or he needs to beat up demonic beasts, or he needs to punch a meteor,
or he just needs to sit back and let people enjoy some fucking health drugs.
Right.
That was something that I found interesting, is like in the moment when the fucking oppressor has given the drugs and stuff and people seem happy, Spartacus is all like, this is oppression, but the people are happy.
And like I said, I think he realized is because he hates oppression, but he is a rebel. You can't, when everybody's getting high on state supply, you can't rebel. There's nothing. These guys are fucking drunk on opium tea or whatever the fuck. The best drugs in the world. They're taking super Prozac, whatever. You're not gonna foment a rebellion. That's not how that works.
No.
So I think that Spartacus's rebel brain is just like, I will bring this up later in the drum circle as a talking point, but right now, these guys aren't rebels. And it's interesting how, like, and I think in their own way, everybody kind of contributes. I think I said this last week, Mordred exists because you need a power hitter.
Yes.
We need to have a character who we believe is strong enough to actually do this shit. Like, we have somebody whose noble phantasm can blow up that rocket. We feel like if she fought with Lanling, they could fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, her and Nezha are power hitters. Nezha, I think, is in here for more thematic reasons. I like that she's in here. I like that she has lines. She doesn't do a lot, but I like her as the grounded character, right? She keeps coming back up.
Like I said, and I said, her body has relevance to the Lostbelt.
Yes, like I said, she's there for themes. She's not here for a character arc. She's here to be thematic support and offer explanation to a lot of things, right?
Yes.
Exposition. Mordred has a similar expository role because she is the Knight of Rebellion. She understands Spartacus the best, I think.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't explicitly call out that she was once teammates with Spartacus, but she was, so she should know him pretty good, depending on what she recalls from APOC.
Another time.
But, and also I think, tactically, Mordred just makes sense, right? Like, and this is the thing, right? It's like, some people are like, man, I wish these characters got more detail, and I'm like, okay, yeah, but the story is short. It's focused, it's got some central characters, some new characters to focus on. I like that it gives Jinkei and Spartacus that action, but, like, my is like, well, you want the alternative? You want there to be no Nezha and no Mordred? Because, like, that's the thing. Stories easily get shorter. Stories do not easily get longer. There are deadlines, there are word counts and page limits, there are size limits on your file uploads, right? Like, there's practical limits to how many fights your coders can code, etc. It's hard for stories to get bigger, at least when you're talking about an integrated project like FGO. It's easy for editors and developers to be like, or you know, in meetings, writers to be like, let's cut that. So, like, I feel like if somebody was like, man, Mordred and Nezha aren't super developed, what do we do? The answer would be cut them. And I don't want that. Why would I want that? So, like, that's the thing I'd like to put into view. Like, would I love there to have been more, like, relevance to Mordred? Sure.
Like, honestly, I feel like, again, like, being the foil to Spartacus was real good because you get to see kind of Mordred's compassion in her own way.
Yeah, and also I think actually you brought that up. I think another thing about Mordred in this Lostbelt is it's grounding her character because we saw the two sides of the Mordred coin in part 1. In London, she was a very helpful, very enthusiastic ally and a fairly intelligent one, right? Helped MASH start to figure out how to fight and stuff. And, like, was I think one of the first characters to be like, oh, I totally know who MASH is bonded with, but I'm not fucking saying anything. I'm not gonna talk to that asshole. And then in Camelot, we get to see crazy villain Mordred freaking out, yelling about father and shit, right? Yeah. Which, looking by some of those Camelot previews I saw 5 million times, we will actually see in the movie. We will get some of that Mordred, which will be a little interesting. At the very least, we're going to see some Mordred slaps and some Gawain slaps and some Lancelot slaps. And I think, I do believe Agravain is just going to, make some knights change color and send them to fight as mooks, like he did in the story. Also, I want to say Apocrypha Mordred, that's a lot of character building Mordred. Right, that is Mordred. Mordred is in the saber slot. Like, she is one of the main ensemble characters. Like, okay. Yeah, I think that's, because I think there's a couple of major through-line characters in APOC.
Oh yeah, Mordred and
Astolfo forms one of them. Arguably, Jeanne forms a different one, because she has different goals from most of the characters most of the time, and Mordred Shishigo is another major, like, character through line.
Yes.
So yeah, seeing her as a supporting character, but an important and grounded supporting character again, I think this is just like FGO's writers are just like, we need like a third rebel character, maybe Spartacus needs a foil while he's here, and we need somebody to go off when we need to write those villagers out of the story, right? Mordred is an ideal one. But then also later, you know, we're gonna fight Liangyu and fucking Hanjin and the Royal Guard. Like, you need hitters. You need people to punch up. Mordred is one of those people. Nesha's kind of in the same way, but she's got thematic attachment. But yeah, Spartacus is a big deal. And I love how they phrase it. Like they realize, oh shit, the connection to the Throne of Heroes just lit up. These people have prayers now. Spartacus taught these people not just how to rebel, how to be their own people. he taught them how to hope again, like how to understand that there is something in life that they want. They have aspirations. I love that kid who has no name. Fucking dropping sick poems and everything, talking about the moon and shit.
Thanks, Jinkei. Sweet.
I do also appreciate we get to see, because the historical Jinkei was supposed to be a bit of a, like, they were trained in swordsmanship. I believe they were a noble.
Yeah, I remember they were more of a scholar and a noble rather than.
But yes, they had, in addition to like some knowledge of the sword, which I think everybody at a certain aristocratic class at certain points of history knows how to fight people, because that's just how it works. But definitely was much more of like a scholar, soft boy type, right? I mean, and if you think about it, Dallas likes to tell this anecdote that Jinkei was distracted by the like royal physician throwing a doctor bag at his head. That's not necessarily full-blown hardcore killing machine chops either, right? But Jinkei gets to show off much more of that artistic aspect, because honestly, I'm trying to think. I know Jinkei exists. She had lines. I don't really remember what she said in Septim at all. Like, I think she just existed so Nero had generals, basically. Boudica had much more character focus, even if people didn't like that focus. Like, Boudica was definitely the, like, big supporting character along with Nero. Spartacus was there, too. He rambled about stuff.
Tyranny.
And like Spartacus being there and Jinkei and all that, I think was supposed to convey the same point, that the Neo-Roman Empire or whatever was way worse than whatever this Nero was doing right now, right?
Yeah.
Like, and they didn't talk about it, but the impression should have been that those heroic spirits were summoned by the counterforce because the Roman heroic spirits, the new Roman Empire, were fucking it up. They were breaking the rules of heroic spirits. Heroic spirits are not supposed to influence the present when they are summoned.
I guess I brought Jinkei because, trying, assassinate a fucking king, I guess. And same with Spartacus, rebel against.
Like, and Boudica, too. There were Romans to fight. It's just that a lot of people thought it was a little weird that these guys sided with the quote-unquote real Roman Empire over the fake one. And I'll admit, it was a weird pull. But I think if this was, like, written now, there would be a lot more commentary about that aspect of it, of, like, oh yeah, no, the counterforce summoned these people because they are the best for the job and because somebody's fucking with the rules, right?
Yeah.
But so, Jinkei, super impactful character. Let's see. We talked earlier, and we got away from it, but we talked earlier about how we're kind of sad that, like, arguably, like, Lanling is the Mordred of the other side, right? Like,
yeah.
He's there as a supporting character, super supporting of Akuta, of Meiren. Great guy. Also supporting of Zhangyu. I do, by the way, love, though, we get to see all three of Akuta's command spell uses on screen. Unleash your noble phantasm, protect Lord Zhangyu, don't die. And she uses all three. Very interesting. By the way, did you get a little bit of a butthole clench when she brought that guy back at full health?
Yeah, no. I was like, oh no! I was like, oh wait.
Oh no, it's over. Yeah, no, it's so trolly. I mean, for story purposes, I think it makes sense to explain why he's fine in the next scene. Because she used a command seal to, like, keep him going. But still, yeah, no. Like, he definitely falls into a supporting role, and much like Spartacus, he leaves it about the halfway point.
I would not mind if I got another chance to see some Lanling in action.
I'm pretty sure he has an interlude. I'm
pretty
sure he's going to appear in Summer 5 because he gets a costume.
Yeah.
A costume that made very many people on the internet horny. Shocker. That's okay. Later that year, those horny people got access to Venti, so it's the same energy. I see the fan art. It's the same energy.
It is the same energy.
But yeah, so I believe he will be returning, and also as a permanent, they can just throw him in whenever, right? Like, there's a very convoluted thing where she literally doesn't take off her fucking sunglasses if you summon Welfare Meiren before you do Lostbelt 3, right? In part 1.
Is there?
Yes, like, literally that's her thing, is when she appears as a story character, she literally has her sunglasses down and doesn't take them off. So it's harder for you to draw that connection if you're not caught up on the story. It's wild, wacky, I love it. I'm almost sad I can't see that myself when I do it, but also I've already got my regular one. Does she have any comments for herself as a summer?
She probably does.
Maybe.
They usually have comments for themselves.
Who do you even have conversations about? She has comments to Shinshiguan. Oh, that's interesting. I love that. One of her dialogue lines as a normal version is if you have either Ibaraki or Shuten,
really?
Where she's like, Oni that have teamed up with Chaldea? I'd like to hear how this happened. I feel a little sad. She does not have a line if you have Prince of Lanling. She has a line for Xiangyu, of course.
Well, she doesn't have a line for Lanling. What?
And she has a line for Qin Liangyu.
That upsets me a little bit, because clearly she remembers everything, because...
Yeah, no, because that's the beautiful thing, is she was not summoned as a servant. She does not die until the end of the Lostbelt, and chooses to join the Throne of Heroes. Not even is recorded. She's, as a fairy of Earth, she's like, she can just be like, nah, I'll call the counterforce up. I'm in. Fuck it.
Immediately summoned by the master. She's like, God.
And again, her line is like, how do you have the gall? It's like, who has, I'm reminded of a DBZ, a Frieza quote, who has the balls? Like, she just shows up and she's like, you fucker.
You cheeky little kid. And I'm just all like, hee hee.
And I mean, she's got some great funny, she has some interesting dialogue lines that I need to hear. Love her voice, by the way. I've talked about this. I like ladies that have a little bit of the contralto danger. Mm-hmm. She does that too. Like, you hear it in her NP lines a lot. She's got that a little bit of a deeper register of like stabbing. Yeah, that is our answer to that earlier mailbag. That is a little sad. I wonder if she's not featured in his return dialogue. Though I don't know. That could be because of the weirdness. Oh, Summer has a line for Lanling. I was going to think about that. There is also a little bit of the weirdness about, like our Anastasia is not Kadok's Anastasia. She is proper human history Anastasia, summoned by us. Possibly recorded by Chaldea well before he summoned Anastasia. I
don't know. I have questions about that, because I keep wondering, how do we keep getting these Lostbelt servants in our fucking Chaldea record?
Well, yeah, so Anastasia is explicitly proper human history Anastasia. She is the normal-ass Anastasia. All of the things that were true about her as a servant when Kadok summoned her are still true, but she is basically, much like how they treat, like, Semiramis and Amakusa, she is a fresh download from the Throne of Heroes, basically. Now, it's interesting. Sigurd is limited. He's limited. But I think he's still supposed to be the proper human history one. Like, he doesn't have any features of being fused with Surtur. Lanling is also permanent, unlimited. He's just a heroic spirit. He could just show up. So it's interesting. We'll have to see how that works, because I think, do I want to say who the Cryptor Servant is for Lostbelt 4 even?
I don't know who it is. I can think of all the servants, but I'm not actually sure which one it is.
I could mention which one it is. I don't know if it's a big deal.
Yeah, sure.
So I believe that Pepe does actually say he wants to summon an archer. It's Ashvathaman is his servant.
Oh, Wheelman.
Wheelman, who is an archer and is story locked, interestingly enough. Canis has already announced she is one of Wodaime's servants, because he's such a baller, he has more than one. We know that she is story locked in the future. Fuck it, I'll say it. Dioscuri is another one of his, because he mentions he has multiples. They're permanent, though. It's weird. It's wild, wacky. So it's really interesting to see how they break that up, right?
Yeah.
Like, arguably, I would say it's probably because Canis has more story baggage, and also, I'm gonna assume that Canis as a heroic spirit would not necessarily want to work with us for no reason. Oh, wow, by the way, also, this is a really interesting, I don't think she has a comment for Lanling in here. Guys, I think you lied to me. I see dialogue for Xiangyu again. I see dialogue for all summer servants, which is very catty, by the way. Her summer servant design is, you've got a summer outfit, too. Don't think that Xiangyu-sama will praise it, though, like mine.
She loves her man.
She has a line for Lancer Li Shuen, a line for Benny Enma, because I believe that you may show back up in that story, in Sparrow Inn, and has a line for Summer Kiara, which is basically like, her exact line is, Yao Bikuni, what a bold-faced lie, you're that thing in the depths, aren't you, saying you've eaten a bunch of mermaids. You probably mean Manju. Like, just basically calling her out as being a fake mermaid lady. Like, yeah,
That sounds like, yeah, I could definitely see sparks between Concert, you and Kiara.
But yeah, so I do feel a little sad Lanling gets out, but I hope he gets more story influence.
Mm-hmm.
And because Lancer Meiren is a welfare future, I would also mean that probably could mean that he could be a decent supporting character in that story, because she's a center point. So that'll be pretty fun to check out.
That's what I'm gonna hope.
So I think overall we've kind of talked around like do you have any particular strong opinions about Qin Shi Huang's flip on us?
Not really, because like again,
it's extreme, but it makes sense, right?
Yes, that's That's the thing. I understand his methods. I don't agree with his methods because that is literally what he's doing is literally basically stripping away what it means to be a human. It really is. But also, I can understand it as one of the actual few ways to actually achieve eternal peace.
Well, yeah, and while he calls everything Confucianism, it's still the concept of this is the philosophy I do not like that is trying to get me.
Yeah.
That we need to get rid of this because that is a style of law that he did not agree with.
Yeah. Honestly, if we probably hadn't started speaking poems and shit, he probably would have kept dealing with us in good faith. But
I mean, he definitely would have still tried to get his hands on, and would have been a problem with his mass-produced shadow borders and everything. But
he probably wouldn't have dropped the fucking colony.
Yes, he wouldn't have. Well, he definitely would not have dropped the colony if we hadn't given them poetry and stuff, because it would have he wouldn't have had the reason to nuke those people at all to remove them, because they would have been perfectly fine. But he's like, I understand how this works. No. If you give people the poison of philosophy, we have to get rid of it right away.
You can't let it spread.
Because if it spreads, that'll turn into a rebellion, and then I'll just have to beat up all these people and kill them anyway.
Yeah. So he's basically cutting he's cutting off the poison limb immediately. Mm-hmm. So again, I understand his methods, and so I wasn't when it happened, I wasn't surprised. It's just and
I was the same thing. I was like, yeah, that was a fast turn. And again, I knew what the jump meant, but I was still just because you don't know the exact dialogue until it happens. So it's there was a little bit of the sorry, I keep cutting you off because I'm not done with my thought.
Yeah, sorry.
There was I mentioned this earlier. There was a little bit of in-character sass of hey, we had a bargain. How do you basically not really mad per se, but questioning him, trying to figure out his philosophy, being okay, you betrayed us.
At the same time, we don't actually fully understand understand things work here. We don't understand that he's actually
Holmes is big time crunching numbers to figure that out, right? He analyzes the benefaction drug. He's asking people. He's making deductions. Your military intel is working overtime to figure out this guy who is ostensibly your enemy.
And then once you figure out he yells at you. Yeah, you can't be spreading ideas because then people are gonna fight. You're just then it clicks. You're oh.
And that puts him, because he is on a course different than greater human history, and ultimately this leads to that conflict between him and Jin Kei, that final scene, which showcases a couple of things I think we're going to cycle back to. But like I mentioned earlier, our military intelligence is working off the clock. Chichi Wang's think tank is not necessarily working overtime on this.
Again,
I like this because he's a flawed character, and Ivan is interesting. I feel kind of bad for Ivan because he's the very first guy that he doesn't get a lot of the action. It's much more about Kadok and Anastasia's relationship with him as a concept and stuff, right? And
honestly, I would I think the whole crux of Lostbelt 1 is Kadok's relationship with you.
Well, yeah, it's very much an interpersonal, and I think we talked about this when we talked about it. It's very much an interpersonal conflict between you two that is supplemented by basically your differing viewpoints when thrust into this dog-eat-dog world. Kadok is fuck it, dude, I already felt like my life was this way, right? I already felt like I had to struggle every moment to even exist. I'm gonna get mine, right? Whereas you are man, this is fucked up. This shit's bad. This should be better.
Mm-hmm. Also, the whole looming threat that you might just be ending an entire kind of civilization, kind of.
But so but Ivan is an important part of the universe. He has a lot of motion, and he has some good scenes when he actually gets off his ass and wakes up. He's a catalyst for a lot of the really good shit.
Oh yeah, that final walk was good. Very good. I love that
final walk, punching a mammoth. All that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's very important, but he's not a very deep character.
No.
Scotty is a character we see a lot of, and we absolutely see her flaws on display. She is honestly, it's weird to think about the way her Lostbelt is, but she really is ultimately too kind. She cares so much about a lot of things that she wants everything to be just the way it is, and feels like humans are so frail that they can't progress, and doesn't she'd love to try and get them out of their hole, but she feels like she can't, and so she just doesn't bother. She builds this whole system to preserve humans in a technical sense, but which prevents humanity from growing again.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of an interesting thing. Qin Shi Huang's flaw is his absolute arrogance. I am the only true human.
Yes.
Everything I do is the right way. What the fuck do you mean miniaturization? Why do you have microcircuits? Why aren't vacuum tubes good enough? What is wrong with you people? Is this a circuit board for ants? And it absolutely fucks him. Because he has been himself for so long.
He's super narrow.
Right. He has completely specialized himself and his universe, his whole world, to this function. This is what Jinkei drops the bomb on him later, where she's like, here's the thing, you're stagnant. You're not going anywhere. You built a wall to keep out space. That means you're keeping yourself in. That means that you have decided human beings will never get beyond this earth, and that's it for us. That means we're gonna die eventually. Like, we're doomed. Like, I don't know. Like, Jinkei doesn't explicitly tell him this, and I don't know if Qin Shi Huang knows about it, but, like, I ultimately felt kind of her, like, if you don't leave this place, you're gonna die. Like, that's literally how it goes. Like, one of the days the sun's gonna pop, and you're gonna be done.
I do like how Jinkei mentions that because she was summoned, she has access to modern knowledge, so she knows how to use all this weird, crazy stuff, and she basically uses that as a weapon against them.
Right, because she understands our modern world.
Yes.
Which is good. And it's important to that conflict, because it's really about our world. At that point, it's about our history versus his history, truly.
Yes.
Like, not just in a sense of survival, but on a moral and philosophical level. But so, like, Qin Shi Huang is so specialized, like you said, he cannot bother to think about things that are not him. He is the victor. Clearly, everything he does is optimal. And then he's like, oh shit, fuck.
I have reached peak technological progress.
And that fucked him several times.
Yes.
It arguably fucks him when he tries to mass produce the Shadow Border. I love the Mores. I love that they fucking explode when you kill them.
I love that they use the fucking summer theme.
Right,
on
it's
the
it's such a weird niche moment that they're like, this is literally funny. They're like, this is a gag, this is a goof. And then when they mass produce show up, they're like, this is slightly less of a goof.
Still kind of a goose. But Da Vinci
still kind of a goof
is losing
because
her.
Da Vinci is full-blown angry gamer yelling into her headset.
She put on her glasses and everyone's like, oh shit, she's serious.
She's like, somebody get me an anti-world noble phantasm right now. Blow it all up. Why don't I have a nuke noble phantasm anymore? Damn it. But, like, I love them as they're so funny, but why do they fuck up? Because he rushes them into mass production without actually understanding what the fuck they're for. Because the actual Shadow Border is pretty tough. It's designed to survive a lot of stresses. While Sigurd's ultimate demonic sword of destruction cuts up the armor, it takes a shot from Tambovich's gun. You know, it takes a decent amount of beating. I think giants and Valkyries throw shit at it that it survives, right?
Oh yeah.
Like and when those humans show up outside it, we have absolutely no fear of them actually taking the border, right?
Yeah.
So, like, they're pretty tough. The Mores are not that tough.
Nope.
Because
quite a few of them.
He rushed what he thought would be the solution. It didn't work out. We see this when he doesn't think of portable communication, because he is communication network.
Yep.
He is the internet, basically. And then he doesn't even think of it. Han Jin thinks of it. Han Jin, his tactics guy, is like,
wait, if they can make something... ...
So... He has the full ... by the way. And then he's like, boss, I just realized something. If they can make circuits that small in their vehicle, doesn't that mean they could make antennas and communication devices small enough to carry on their person? And then, like a fucking gag, there's another pause, and then immediately somebody calls them and is like, the prison's under attack. Oh shit, I guess they are there. Somebody go deal with that, please. You know, like it's such a great turnaround. And then it bites him in the ass one final time, and that Jinkei moment, because he doesn't understand. I think the overarching thing here, Lucky, is that Qin Shi Huang doesn't understand OPSEC.
I guess that's one way to put it, yeah.
He doesn't understand not just telling people what he's doing and looking at them all the time and just being like, yeah, I'm here, what of it? And he doesn't understand securing his shit, which is what gets him versus Jinkei. Because Jinkei pulls out a fucking smartphone. It has a sprite. I love it. She's like, get a load of this, nerd.
He's like,
you can scan this, right? You're full of sensors, because you're Cerebro right now. You can figure out what this is. And he's like, the fuck is this? Is this a computer? I mean, this is, like, I think the way he says it, it's like, this is only a fraction of our processing power, but it's so small. Why would you want to carry our brain around with you? And she's like, oh, this is actually a portable communications device. Humans invented this to talk to each other. The fact that it's a portable computer is actually just an extra. Oh, and by the way, there are about 4 billion of these in proper human history. And Qin Shi Huang is fucking flabbergasted. He is poleaxed. He is bamboozled, right?
Yes.
Like, he is absolutely unable to think of like, what? You carry computers like this around like a toy? Everybody gets this? Everybody's talking to each other and fucking doing math on their phones? Like, he can't believe it.
Nope.
And Jinkei, and I think I love this, by the way, because this is Jinkei is talking about the success of humanity in adaptation and technical advancement. Because all technology in Lostbelt 3, in Synchronized Intellect Nation, exists only to benefit Qin Shi Huang.
Yes.
And to be fair, he invented a lot of it, but all of it exists to benefit him. He hasn't, and think about all the things he hasn't figured out that we haven't figured out. He's running on fucking ethanol.
Yeah.
He's running on an internal combustion engine. He is running a giant Space Gibson computer on fucking...
Vacuum tubes.
Vacuum tubes and corn gas. Which, yes, ethanol is cleaner than gasoline, but this guy hasn't invented... He has so much space. He hasn't invented wind farms or solar farms? Probably not. He probably doesn't understand photovoltaics, right?
Yeah.
Why would he? He can power himself, and he doesn't need to worry about global warming because he's the only source of pollution.
Yep.
I don't think the humans in his Lostbelt eat meat, right? There's no, like, I don't see them having, like, beef cows or poultry, you know?
No,
right?
like I said, probably fucking the super engineered wheat, because he did say he doesn't take all of it, so they probably eat the rest of it. And it's
he produced it, and he figured out how much to build his super crop so that he could have all the needs he needs for fuel and take that just as tax, and still leave the rest so that more than enough humans could eat it to live, right?
Yeah.
There's no need to worry about overpopulation because there's no life extension. But, like, he doesn't understand one of the things that to us is the greatest sign of technological advancement, miniaturization. Because it's all to benefit him, he's never thought that that's what defines it. He clearly understands mass production, right?
Yeah.
But he doesn't understand miniaturization.
Well, because the thing is as soon as he figures out a solution, he thinks it's the best solution. He doesn't think upon improving on it.
Until he maybe stumbles into something that shows him something new. Like, he doesn't perfect his personal body until he gets to study a real Zhen Ren, and he's like, oh shit, you're a fucking immortal, a true ancestor? Give me some of that shit. And he's like, this is perfect. This is a perfect body for which to punch people. To reference that scene Lucky likes. And that I really like too. I love that moment where he's just like, sup, I'm here. I'm actually here. This is my new body now. I made it so that we can fight. Because I think, is it Mash or Sherlock who is like, we're gonna debate. And he's like, no, we shall fight like humans.
Honestly, like to do that part, like, again, like, that moment, much how, like, again, like, calling back to fucking Gadia, that is the moment where I truly felt like Kushina regained his humanity.
Yes.
And
well, it's because like, Jinkei, in this moment we're talking about, right, Jinkei teaches him that in pan-human history, every human is a human. Yes. Every human is trying to struggle to advance themselves and the world around them, which is a thing I do actually think about our life. Like,
yes.
Like,
well, like,
humans are, I've said this before, philosophically, humans are community-based creatures. We are social creatures, right?
Yes. Yes.
And like some people are different levels of social than others. I think of myself as introverted, right? Like, I don't necessarily like being around other people. When I'm talking to people right now, I talk to people all the fucking time and share ideas. I just don't like being in the same space as humans all the time, right?
Honestly, yeah. If you could say if there's three things that humans constantly strive for, it's better ways to communicate, better ways to live, and better ways to one up each other. Honestly,
right. And even then, that's because competition for those other two things basically breeds that third thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, because we are constantly seeking to find better solutions to everything.
Yes.
Usually and honestly, if you think about it, like, it's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Like, ultimately, humans just want to find the best ways to fucking eat, sleep, shelter, fuck, be entertained, right? Because we're complex beings. Humans need entertainment. And again, that's part of why this Lostbelt is so fucked up. Like, these guys don't have culture. They don't have entertainment. I guess they figured out fucking, but they don't I don't know if they understand romance or anything. Like,
I'm pretty sure they don't understand love. I'm pretty sure it's like, hey, I noticed that you do not have a child. Would you like a child? Yes, I would like a child. Cool.
I didn't even know about that, though, because they don't understand parents, right? They don't have concepts of family, which is a big deal to modern humans, even modern humans, rather.
Actually, yeah, it is probably something at once you this age, you need to have a child or something.
Yeah, like, it's just, you need to do your part, right? Because you're gonna die eventually. You're gonna peacefully die. You gotta contribute to your next generation. Because we need more workers, basically. But yeah, it's still like they are so far from us despite being virtually unchanged physically, which is wild.
Actually, this might be weird, but no, I think they probably. I don't know if I want.
I mean, they definitely have emotions, and they have some. Like, think about back to that thing with Da Vinci and Holmes, right? They had a certain amount of cattiness about the opposite gender, right? Like,
yeah, no, I don't think there's necessarily romance or dating, but honestly, they probably like
they do not have a courtship culture for sure, but I think they understand like pairings.
Love and I'm sorry, unless Xixi Wang like completely reworked how an orgasm worked. I'm pretty sure they might just have recreational sex just for the fuck of it.
Probably, and he probably doesn't mind because that's how more humans get made. And because he knows they're going to be taken care of. That's the thing.
Yeah.
There's no overpopulation. He has enough food and enough drugs for all those babies. Free food, free healthcare. He knows what he's doing. And like, it's interesting to see how much he can accomplish when he's doing a single drive. And this is the thing we see in history. Sometimes you need great people theory. Think about Civ. You could make all that science for yourself. You could generate all that production on those wonders, right? Yeah. You could get all that EXP for those units. But if you just pop a great person, you can do shit a lot faster. Sometimes that is how history is made. Great people theory. That's literally a theory of anthropology, by the way. But sometimes you need collective action. Sometimes people need to come together and solve problems. Yes. And Qin Wang is bad at that part. He is he has advisors, and he listens to them. When Han Jin offers him some commentary, he's like, yes, we're taking it under advisement. Like he doesn't immediately go to Han Jin when he says, boss, what if they have tiny radios? He's not like, what you talking about, Han Jin? He's like, oh shit, they're breaking things. Fuck. I guess you're right. Like, he respects the people who work under him. I love that retirement scene before he talks to Jinkei, where he's like, Han Jin, Royal Guard Captain, it's been great. Love your years of service. You're dismissed. You can do whatever the fuck you like. Goodbye.
Like Qin Wang, he doesn't necessarily feel like an evil person.
No, I think he does evil things. Like, again, I'm talking, like, that shit with Vich was fucked up.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, his reaction to fucking poetry doing the colony drop, that's a little fucked up, too. But
that's a little fucked up, but, like I said, but again.
We understand his logic, and this is, like, this is the first time we've had a classic sci-fi freaky utopia dystopia Lostbelt, right?
Yeah, like that's the thing that like
Lostbelt 1 and Lostbelt 2 just sucked.
Yep, just dystopia.
They just sucked. Lostbelt 3 existentially sucks. Like, on a philosophical level, most people I think who played this are like, ooh, this is giving me the heat. Like the moment they started talking about like the Stone Age shit, and I talked to these people, I was like, I got the heebie-jeebies right now. This is unsettling. I don't like this place.
Yeah, that's what some people don't understand. Like, people always like searching for like, the paradise and the utopia. Just like a utopia can just be just as bad as.
Well, I believe the actual etymology of the word utopia is a double entendre, basically. Like, depending on what vowels you use. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna think I found a good definition of this. So
this is gonna be a long episode, guys. We're still not done.
We're 5 hours raw. I think we're getting there, though. This is pretty short, and we're already talking about kind of the climax, right?
Yeah, like
we're bouncing back and forth.
We're not going by blow by the story, but
we tried, but we can't. It's honestly, it's because the story is so simple.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
people saying, "Let's go 6."
Well, I mean, I'm going to edit this one pretty tight. By the way, we're not doing anything tonight, though. It's already 1:30 in the morning. We're not doing anything else but this tonight.
I'm sorry, my dude.
It's fine. It's okay. I wasn't doing it. I didn't have any plans. So I can't find a good one, but Utopia is like. There's Utopia and there's E-Utopia, like with an E in front of it. They are similar but slightly different. The idea, though, is that one version of them, especially I believe the Utopia, is supposed to be almost like an imaginary thing, right? Like the concept of utopia is supposed to be almost unobtainable. Mm-hmm. They both have symbolisms of perfection. It's an interesting theme. So yes, this is a utopia. This is a perfected world. Perfected means complete. Jinkei drops this bomb on him.
Yes.
Like she's like, your world is perfect. You've done it. That means you're done. You realize that by creating a perfect thing, you've said you're stopping. And then she basically hits him with the zinger, like, humans don't stop. Humans can't stop. That's why, basically, she doesn't say it like this, but she explains, this is why you've been pruned. Mm-hmm. Your version of the tree is done. And I think we have some great conversations with Mash throughout this about morality of this place, where, like, these people are happy and are at peace, but also, they're not going anywhere. Like, and I think Da Vinci explains a little bit more of the theoretical pruning phenomenon, where she's just like, there's just no merit to the universe storing this information. This place is done. It's complete.
Yeah. The story is done. They're not going to go anywhere.
He took over the world and stopped. And if it weren't for the contamination of the Lostbelts, that is how his story would have ended. Qin Shi Huang took over the world, and there were more normal wars. The end.
Stayed like that until the sun blew up.
But then I love this motherfucking moment that comes next, right, Lucky? Jinkei drops out this philosophy on him, and basically they come together and it's just like, I guess we agree to disagree. I see your points, but also, fuck you. What are you here for, right? Like, Qin Shi Huang gets tired of arguing with her, basically, and she's like, okay, what are you gonna do, stab me? Because he's very sassy. He's like, do you know how many times we have been attempted to be assassinated? Even before we got our metal body, and Jinkei's a little pissed off, because it's like, I think Dallas used this analogy earlier. It's like M. Bison in the old Street Fighter movie. For you, the day you tried to kill Qin Shi Huang was the most important day of your life. For me, it was Tuesday. Don't worry, she gets him back for that comment, for that spice. But he's basically like, I've got all my weapons trained on you. You will never approach my body before I kill you. And she's like, she basically does the Black Dynamite quote. I threw that shit before I walked in the room. She's like, as I've been saying, you have been scoped, baited, gotcha, got'ems. Because, like I said earlier, Qin Shi Huang doesn't understand OPSEC, doesn't understand E-War. Nobody else but him ever had computer technology. So he doesn't understand the concept of a computer virus, which Da Vinci has lovingly crafted and placed on that smartphone and blasted him. And, as far as we can tell, it actually kills him. It kills that him.
Yes.
He has to reboot. He has to switch bodies, basically. Now, he does get Jinkei back after that, and it is kind of sad, because you do have that moment when she's about to go off on her own where you're like, okay, but I have to ask you to come back safe. And she's like, dude, don't do that.
He's like, you're not a heroic spirit. You're my friend.
Hugs. Yeah, it's not just like, this isn't just a master-servant relationship. Like, we're comrades. We're friends right now.
This is also highlighted in the fact that where, Goldar was like, when Spartacus ran out, was like, use a fucking command seal, and Morta's like, don't use a command seal. And
yeah, like, he'll just freak out and stop.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah.
Though I do love the symbolism of like, he's like, no, now you are not yet an oppressor. You must use your command seal. Tell me to jump. I shall gladly jump for rebellion. And you do it. You're like, by order of this command seal, Spartacus, jump. And Spartacus is like, ha ha, time to rebel against gravity. Whee! He must go now. His people need him.
They did need him.
And I love this, by the way. Crying Warmonger, horrifying noble phantasm.
Seeing it in Apocrypha is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, that was after they did a little bit of work to make him more freaky, but even still, just the idea that, like, the way it works is he just converts damage into magical energy. So the more damage you take, the more magical energy he has. If he gets enough magical energy, he can release it on the equivalent of an anti-fortress noble phantasm, which we kind of see in APOC. So yeah, that's basically what he did. All the damage he took from the meteor impact, he turned it around into a blast that destroyed the meteor. Now, admittedly, that was probably so much magical energy that his spirit core couldn't take it, so he was fucked. But, like, he still had the juice to, like, blow up a meteor and land. And then Mordred was like, nah, dude, you can't fall.
Gotta catch him.
Even though you're dying, you can't fall right now. You're too cool to just hit the ground. And then Spartacus calls her the manliest knight, and she's just like, dude, what the fuck? Come on, man.
It's a good scene.
Excalibur's really strong. He needs to still survive. It's just Spartacus is really tanky. He has endurance EX. Do remember though that like just Caliburn, not even Excalibur, but Caliburn shaved off 6 of Herc's lives in one route. Like, so it's spicy. Maybe he could do the same thing he did with the meteor, where he could like take it and fire it back, but immediately be blown up anyway. I don't know, but yeah, he's a strong boy. He's tough. If he was a saber, he might be able to do it. You can summon Spartacus as a saber, and his noble phantasm works slightly different. It's one of those cool adaptive abilities. It's almost like God Hand, where if you hit him with an attack, he can gain the ability to absorb that damage in future and reflect it back.
Oh.
I think he still has to survive the initial hit, though. But yeah, he's a tough boy. This is something that doesn't come up a lot, because he immediately jobs out for an APOC and disappears. But Spartacus has a special quality that if you heal him by Magecraft, it costs you less energy.
Oh, interesting.
That's reflected in FGO as his healing per turn skill, because it also constantly regens him. He's like, Spartacus is basically the Wolverine of fate, only he's tall. Anyway, yeah, so, like, there's a lot of these great philosophical moments we have in these debates, right? But Jinkei, I do find it sad, but I do like, even after she's dead, Qin Shi Huang is like, I don't know why you look so sad as you die, because you still got me. You were the first person to ever make us fear for our life twice. So, like, it does feel sad that Jinkei still dies, but we need that final confrontation anyway, and Qin Shi Huang admits that, like, no, you're the first person to get us twice. Respect.
No, like I said, like, Qin Shi Huang gives respect when respect is due. Again,
yeah, he does the full-blown game respect game thing. He's like, nope, you got us. Good game. Now, hold on, I just need to waltz through my magical palace and go fight some people. So this is after, though, that big scene is after another big character scene where we talked about earlier, where in exchange for scanning her, Qin Shi Huang gives Meiren whatever she wants, and she's like, I want Zhang Yu. Duh. Mm-hmm. And he's like, okay, fair. Good calls.
You are a precious immortal fairy. You are also like us. You shall have it.
He's like, nah, I don't need that guy anymore. It's cool. Hey, Kuya G0, follow her now. You're fine. And he's like, okay. Because while he is, I find it interesting, Zhang Yu clearly has will, as seen when you have that final fight with him, right?
Yeah.
But he also is an automaton, so it's very interesting. But yeah, they get into this long conversation outside Peng Palace, right?
I feel like he's like kind of semi-autonomous. Well, I don't know.
That's a fair way to look at it. Well, I think he is fully autonomous, but he has loyalty.
Yeah. He also has a. I guess he's kind of like homunculus. He has to have like a designated master or something. And he basically operates on that. Yeah, he has pre-programmed functions, which even kick in when Qin Shi Huang is gone and he kind of rises up in the real world. But also, like, he clearly has processes and affection, and, like, I appreciate that by the end of it, he's like, nah, she my wife. No, yeah.
Like, he's just I'm not that guy, but I have cross-calculated what other me would have thought. I have perfectly scoped out what his plan was and how he felt. Therefore, I also like her.
I do feel like that was a little sudden, but at the same time, I understand it, especially after they did the big lead-up.
Yes, we talked about this earlier. They do a big... I love this scene. They have a big, long scene together, exploring their relationship and explaining why this Zhang Yu is different than history's Zhang Yu, but also how they're the same. Right?
Yeah.
Like, she does the fucking War Games move of, like, let's do a simulation. Obviously, clearly right, like, you can see how her character knows his character so well. Mm-hmm. She knows exactly what to say to him to arrive at the conclusion. She's just, like, feeding him prompt after prompt. What do you do? Mm-hmm. Oh, also, shit, I forget how to say his name. But that guy who Zhang Yu said could have become the Emperor. Subtle lore drop, by the way, that Yu just throws out, oh yeah, that guy had the dragon factor, aka the dragon core, so he had the same abilities that Artoria and Sigurd have. Wild. When is that guy going to be playable? Holy shit. Liu Bang, yeah. That's a big lore drop. The first Han Emperor, yeah. That's a fucker. Like, wow. That's not small potatoes, guys.
No.
Like, part of the reason why Artoria is the perfect king is because Merlin gave her the dragon factor. And it gave her so much magical energy that she could do so much, right? So, anyway, yeah. But they have this big long conversation that, like you said earlier, you love, I love it. It's great. Mm-hmm. But I don't think there's much to talk about that scene. It just happens. No, and it's cool.
It just happens, and well, I also think it goes a fair route to show Zhang Yu's thinking process, which I think is kind of important because before this, you just kind of see him as this. You might see him as this unthinking automaton, just following orders, doing stuff, but through this process of questioning, you get to see, he actually does have big, deep thoughts.
And you see a little bit of it earlier, because sometimes he gets posed tactical questions, and he computes them, right? He figures out what he wants to do. Because,
actually, this was something that they mentioned when you first see him. Like, he's a big, strong, scary fucker, but he has the look of intelligence in his eyes. Mm-hmm. But,
and it's well explained in this Lostbelt that the weird skeleton centaur form is like, that was what Qin Shi Huang upgraded him to so he could fight even bigger and harder.
Those arms are bolted on, I believe, like it was said. But, yeah, but like I said, it's a great way to explore the relationship. Honestly, it was that scene I was like, oh no, I have to roll for this man. But, yeah, basically, during that, she gets him and was like, alright, we're gonna go fuck off to the corner. Don't anyone bother us and we won't bother you. And Qin Shi Huang is all like, yeah, no, that tracks. That makes sense. Mm. Cool.
And then she comes back anyway, because she realizes that, because she has the horrifying thought. Chaldean knows where the tree is.
Yes.
The only thing that could be worse that Qin Shi Huang knows that the tree is real is figuring out that Chaldean knows where the tree is, because they will cut down the tree. And that ends the married couple fight. I'm trying to think, was there anything else we need to cover before that? I mean, so, how did you feel about Qin Liangyu? Another important recurring character.
I don't know, I kind of, like...
I like her dedication. I'll say this first, Lucky, and let me see if this helps you figure out your thoughts. I feel I appreciated her motives, I feel like she didn't own up to what she was doing as much as other characters. I feel like she did not get those extra respect points from me that Skak Scotty did when Skak Scotty literally does the math and she's like, how many living things do you have in your world? Billions? Like, Scotty nuts up to the idea that she is killing a shitload of people when she's fighting you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Liang is just like, you guys are just making more corpses. There's too many corpses in my history. But she doesn't, I don't feel like she tries to have any empathy with us. She's just she's got a lot of baggage in her past because of her life, right?
Yeah.
That she doesn't try to come to understand us. And it's kind of tragic that way.
Yeah. That's why, like, I kind of want to call her a tragic heroine.
Mm.
I think that's the best way I can put her.
She seems cool. She seems nice. She has a great joke when she is the token girl, right? And she doesn't understand why the boys like their shiny new toys.
Mm-hmm.
I compared it in a conversation with some others. I think it was at D&D, but it might have been a different time. I compared it to and I said this. Genrobuchi is a huge nerd. He made a magical puppet, not anime. That feels like a scene that somebody saw in real life, where like it's like high school boys fawning over a new model in a magazine, right? Like a build kit, and she's just like, I don't get it.
Yeah, but
and she seems, by the way, like as a playable servant, she seems super cool. One of her skills is literally she has a skill to represent the bond and loyalty she forges with her master. She's really rad, but
yeah, that's her legend. She was super loyal to the emperor even when her husband was imprisoned.
Mm-hmm. When her husband was in prison, when he eventually died.
Yep, still super loyal to the emperor, and the emperor recognized that. Gave her like 3 poems?
4 poems, I believe.
4 poems.
4 poems praising her, which becomes one of her noble phantasms. Her spear, by the way, is technically an incredibly shitty noble phantasm. I think it's D rank.
Yeah, it's not because the spears were never actually magical. They were just what her cavalry was known by.
Yeah, they were the symbol of her and her unit, who were known to fight bandits. I think it even says in the description of her noble phantasm, an anti-hero might feel a little fear if they saw it, but that's it. But still, like, it's got a little bit of like, oh shit, this is a weapon for beating up bandits and bad people.
Yeah, but like, I can kind of understand, because this is what, like, here's the thing. She's just a person. Mm-hmm. Like, she only knows the life that she has in the life she's beginning and what she's been taught. Mm-hmm. And mind you, she has not been taught that much. No. She has been taught that Shishi Wong is the right way. She fought for peace. She has seen the peace. And here comes a whole bunch of fucking people.
Well, and also, she's seen what disorder looks like, is I think very important.
Yes. And honestly, I don't ever think Chaldea, and all she has is this weird ass tall tale that Chaldea is saying that they're not the right history. Like, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty reasonable about like a lot of things. Like I mentioned this before. If someone come up and told me that I am a computer simulation of just another Lucky, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm me, and he's me. But if someone came up and told me that, yeah, your world is actually fake and we're gonna destroy it, I'd be a little bit like,
Well, yeah, and Chaldea can't really stop to explain things to her at any point.
Yeah.
And obviously, the other thing is, Qin Shi Huang is skeptical, too. He doesn't believe it until he actually sees the fucking tree, and he's like, oh my god, you were right? I thought the fox bitch was just lying to us, because she is just, as the kids say these days, a fuckboy. I like to imagine that Qin Shi Huang would have picked up internet slang from that phone. He would be like that. We have learned a new word.
She also refuses to listen, because guess what? We're Confucians. We're here to spread.
Right, she just thinks that we're being... like you said, it's tragedy. We could do so much good if we could work together, but she is just set in her ways. And I think it kind of talks about how very tragic the whole Mountain Lee thing is, period, right?
And also, remember, she's super fucking loyal. Super fucking loyal. It's literally one of the things about the...
It defines her as a heroic spirit, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, no, if she could be that easily dissuaded, like, that literally does not compute. No, with her character.
But I also feel like it's kind of sad for her. Like, I don't have a lot of... I mean, I have sympathy for her, but I don't necessarily... Like, I didn't feel bad that, like, she got beat up fighting servants and died. It's just, like, that's sad. I feel kind of, annoyed that she was like, I thought you would have attacked us while you were evacuating. And we were like, listen, we're not here to just beat people up for no reason. But I also was like, this doesn't resonate the same way that, like I said, like Asuka Hawk Scotty or even Qin Shi Huang does. Like,
yeah.
She is dedicated to her ideals, but they don't resonate to me the same way. And I think it's because of something you said earlier, Lucky. She was taught those ideals, right? Like,
yeah.
Those weren't her ideals. She just pick those up from a guy.
Yeah, because if I remember right, during this world path, like these villages have been going on for a while, and just as Qin Wang just slowly expanded, she was just picked up with them. So she those little farming villages is what she's known all her life. So she doesn't know. Here's the thing: if you don't know of a better world and can't imagine a better world, you don't think of a better world. Yeah. That's what Qin Wang basically has based his entire civilization on, is people are completely content with what they have right now.
Yeah. No, it's fair. So, but I think that's a stark contrast to a character I think a lot of people really like and want to see more of, Han Xin.
Yeah.
Because this motherfucker is like, guys, I love war. Thanks so much for, he has been retired. He can go retire to the woods. What does this guy do? He's like, hey, Chaldea, great to see ya. You know what? I love you. You gave me war. I thought I wasn't going to wake up again. So, I'm just here for, I've been dismissed, so I'm here for one last great fight. I brought my boys, and, we're gonna fucking fight now. Let's go! Yeah! And he takes it, and he doesn't feel bad when he loses, really. He's just like, damn, I thought I had him. That was the end. He's really great. I'd really be interested to see if they could make him work as maybe like a caster, like Chen Gong, or maybe a writer. He'd be interesting to see if they could do some work there, you know?
He was the general that was against Zhang Yu. I'm trying to remember. I can never remember the fucking side that he was on. Fuck. Listen, I am just now starting to learn a bit.
Han Xin, so he's he served Liu Bang during the Qin Han contention. Brilliant military leader, great strategies and tactics. And became the origin of certain Chinese idioms. So yeah, this guy's absolutely a heroic spirit, BT dubs.
Yeah.
He actually worked under Zhang Yu for a while, too.
Oh.
And then he switched to Liu Bang. Neat.
But, yeah, no, I found him a as I said, he's definitely the fucking, God, I can't remember who he was in Helsing. The
Major.
The Major, there he was. He's definitely the Major. He's this weird, stout little creepy dude who's just like,
oh yeah, he's like, at first I was like, man, this guy's a little bit of a creep. But then it's like, oh, he just ditches all his he doesn't ditch all his creepy vibes, but he ditches most of his creepy vibes because he's just excited. He's just a boy who loves toys.
Yeah, he loves fighting. He likes seeing new technologies. He likes coming up with strategies. He likes playing war. He likes
and Lostbelt Han Xin has been through a lot. He does this rant with you where he's like, God, guys, I've fought a lot of shit. I fought the rest of China. Fought the Romans and the Greeks. That was cool. I thought when we finally beat up the Aztecs, he's going down the line of the world's great civilizations. And he's just, and the most important thing is, I genuinely don't think that really quote unquote fucked him up. I think he was pre-fucked. I think the dude just loved war and loved fighting it, and he was honestly more fucked up by the fact that he wouldn't keep getting to do wars, right?
Yeah. He got to go down fighting,
and he got to call up a couple of the royal guards, the only living soldiers around, who honestly probably have a pretty boring job considering that Qin Wang is a giant sky computer.
I know.
Yeah, okay. If somebody could invent industrial sabotage, he'd be in trouble, as we see from the phone thing, even. But anyway, they get to punch people, and we get to go out with the royal captain, a very consistent good character. I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I feel like he's very different than how probably Old Man Lee as a playable servant will show up, but, he's a very consistent character. He is the foil to Qin Wang, and arguably to Han Xin as well, because he's just he's
very calm, calculated, and no nonsense.
Yeah. He is the mind of a martial artist. Also, he, drops Tomovich with one punch.
Boom. Punches that spirit origin.
He's a heck of a fighter. And he goes down fighting, like Han Xin even says, dude, what the fuck, did you think you were 100 years younger or something? And he's like, yeah, I got a little carried away. Thought I was still young. and he dies with a smile.
Mm-hmm.
Han Xin does the classic one-liner, oh man, some guys get all the luck. I don't know if he actually died in that moment or not, because he wasn't a frontline fighter, but I could see it happening either way.
Yeah.
Still, Han Xin should totally be a servant, and you've got a design. Delightworks, next year, bronzes? He should probably be a bronze, maybe. Be a 3-star? I don't know.
I don't know. Like I said, fucking the Lightworks is setting weird precedences everywhere now. It's we can just drop new bronze, or we can make limited bronzes. We don't know. We're the Lightworks. We do what the fuck we want.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Qin Wang obviously should be a 5-star. He's a Lostbelt king. He's a pretty peak level, power level servant. He's on par with Grands, who we have summoned as 5 stars. Zhang Yu is also a 5-star, but again, that kind of makes sense because he's power-wise, he's got great output, you know?
Like, honestly, like, what is Chengon? 1 or 2-star?
I believe he's a 2-star caster.
Probably good for Hanjin.
Could see it. Because, Lubu is 3 stars.
Mm-hmm.
And so is Red Hair. Because obviously they're the same. Among men, Lubu. Among horses, Red Hair, guys. God, I love Red Hair so much. Even though he contributes almost nothing to the story. I just love his presence. He brings the zany after Spartacus is gone, literally.
Yes.
Though I do also like that, like, he gets to show off some of his talents. He's fast and strong, great at rabble-rousing. When, like, you're causing a distraction at the prison, Chenggong is like, okay, you guys stay out here, because you know what's great at causing a distraction? And Red Hair is like, me, it's me, I can do it. And he's like, woo, let's go! He's
like, I'll carry you! I was like, oh, sweet, I got a ride. This is after the Shadow Boat has been stolen. You're like, man, walking sucks! Good thing I do it a lot.
Yeah. You never skip leg day.
Never skip leg day.
But no, so, okay, I think that's all the supporting characters out of the way. I think the only thing left is, because we were talking about the tree, is like, so we find the tree. It was in the Fusang tree. It was in a compressed dimension. It's the biggest tree we've ever seen. And we learned some shit about trees. Because Holmes explicitly calls out that the trees are all named for galaxies. Also, by the way, inside this tree, inside the space inside this tree, there's a literal fucking another galaxy.
How does this work?
Like, he says the energy output of the tree is galactic scale. Wild.
This is the first time. Yeah, but if okay, so... Well, actually, no, before, like... Wait, did we fight the... We fight the tree at the end, so we fight Kushi Huang before...
Yes, we fight... So, he shows up in his body, and the tree pops out. Or maybe he fights us, then the tree pops out? I'm trying to remember, shit.
When did he drop the fucking...
I think that was before we fought him.
Yeah, he dropped it before he fought him, but I'm trying to remember why he dropped it now.
I think he was just like, I don't need this anymore. I'm trying to remember. Because it was like you fight the married couple first. That's when you're trying to go for the Fusang tree. Then after you fight them, he rolls, like, you talk right at the tree. So basically what happens, that's right. You fight the married couple, and then Vitch is like, oh ho ho, you hid the tree right here, didn't you? Ha ha ha. And then he shows up in his body and is like, ah shit, it was all true? And then the tree pops out, and he's a little freaked out, but he's like, never mind that. If you want to cut down that tree, you gotta go through me. We're gonna fight. I don't need this building anymore. Yeet! And he throws away his old body, and he fights you, man to man. Love it. Great.
Well, again, this is why I say he becomes human again, because he realizes at this point that his timeline's been pruned, and he understands why.
Right.
And
again, I think, like I said earlier, he needs to conflict with another human. He understands, you are not one of the people from my world. You are another thinking, feeling human, fully fleshed out, right?
Yes. And he's like, all right, so now that I understand the problem, there must be conflict, and humans must fight humans. So we must now battle between my perfect world of stagnation or your wild world of advancement.
Yes.
And I love how he says this. Therefore, I will punch you. I will allow you to punch me in return. And he just has the arms open, come at me, bro.
Yeah.
And you come at him. I did like many other people, and I brought a Jalter. It was great.
Yeah, no, I own a lot of Avengers. I think Dante's might be the only one I don't have. So I was just, frontline was Merlin, Gorgon, Jalter, and I think I had Mash to save points in the very back, and then it was, Salieri Dog.
I'm so mad.
Dog is great for that fight.
I'm still mad I accidentally burnt my Salieri.
Rip. Didn't get to use it chance, but yeah. So, no, I meant this earlier. I used my J-turn strategy. I was like, by the way, I find this funny, because I think the game designers did this deliberately. In the script, he says, this is a battle without hatred. This is just a conflict of ideals. What does everybody do going into this fight?
Bring out Jalter, who is all hatred all the time.
Whose NP is literally roar of hate. But yeah, I was like, by order of this command seal, use your noble phantasm. And Jalter is just like, got it. Though honestly, that still even shows the strength of our world, where one, we are hanging out with cool guys like this, but also, like, our world can even make use of anti-heroes like this, right? Like,
yeah,
it's a whole thing. But yeah, I nuked him in like 4 turns, I think, just because I needed a little bit of turn setup.
But let me see here. Let me think. But basically,
well, yeah, after you punch him, because we talked about Xiangyu earlier. After we punch him, he's just like, you got us good. I think we've seen the limits of this. You've reached the limits of our body. We can't defeat you like this. You guys are all working together. That's great. shit, I guess this means we have to leave humanity to you. And Zhang Yu is like, what? No. Basically, he's like, no, I work for her now. This is her dream. She wants to reunite with Zhang Yu and live in peace. Well, I'm not going to let you cut down the tree.
I do also want to, before that, I want to note that Qin Wang notes out that you were able to win because you all worked together. And I think, I can't remember the exact name, but he says, what would happen if he defeated you? And you just said someone else would have done it. Because...
Well, yeah, he asked you about circumstance, where he's like, is this just something you could do, or could anybody do it, basically? And you're like, if I lost, somebody else would come.
Yeah.
And that kind of, again, that's kind of perfecting, showing off the purpose of our world.
It's like, humanity is a wild creature of constant conflict and constant cooperation. Sometimes at the same time.
So, yeah, basically, like, we won because we had friends with us, and Qin Wang was alone.
The power of friendship, y'all.
And because we always knew that we would keep going, right? Like, even if we fall, somebody else will take our place.
Yes. But yeah, then after that, after we have a solid bro moment,
we have a very sad fight with Zhang Yu, honestly.
Oh my god, the second fight. No. Oh god, I hated it.
So guys, in case you didn't notice, he charges no NP per turn.
No,
and he's damaged every turn.
And I think the defense debuff gets stronger every turn. Oh god, it was a sad fight. I did not like it. I do not like beating on broken machines or broken men. He's not a machine. He's a man. He's a man among men.
But that's like, yeah, no. But it works out thematically, and honestly, I do still think if you were like, oh, I don't want to do it, he'll still kick your ass too. That's the thing.
Yeah,
he's still a strong guy even as he's dying, and then he dies, and he's like, I'm parted from you again.
He says the exact same thing that originals
said, yeah.
Yeah, that was like, oh woo, my woo,
what will become of you, basically.
Yeah, what will become of you? And she loses it.
Yeah, she does the full scream at the sky, and then she's like, all right, I should have done this the first time, but fuck you and fuck you too. She merges her spirit origin with the tree, takes it over, which is why it's an assassin and it curses people. Duh, themes. And she just goes on a rampage to blow your ass up. But Qin Wang is like, well, this is ugly and unsightly. This isn't gonna stand in my house. This is our house. This is not gonna fly. So he joins you. I love it. It's great.
I do love it. Honestly, I probably would have lost that fight if Qin Wang wasn't in the background. It's like, I can fucking take everything, bitch.
No, they gave him multiple NP levels. I think they gave him 10 skills, and he's got a great kit. No, it's spicy.
Yeah, no, he almost 1v1 that fucking tree.
Like, I do believe it is shown if you try hard enough. Yeah, he's full strength. You can actually have him solo that tree. Now, like I said, my only problem with this fight was the particle effects were too much. Mm-hmm. My phone did not like it.
Yeah. Also, the fucking tree awakened, so there was galaxy inside lights, and you're just like...
Yeah. And it was spicier than some of the other trees. Like, it didn't have piercing or anything, but it had some interesting stuff going on. Yeah, I still had that bug. My NPs were silent. That was okay, though, because one, rave music, great, and two, just that I had to play it when I did the Wanted, but just the orchestral version of his theme that plays when he does his MP. Mm-hmm. I love it. It's great. But so we hack that tree. It falls. And Yu is just like, she's real sad. She's like, shit, dude. I guess Zhang Yu was right. I'm gonna become an angry ghost and die, I guess, for reals. And Qin Wang is just like, what are you talking about? You're like an elemental spirit. Can't you just join the counter force? Like, he says it classier than I am right now, but we need to wrap this up.
We do.
So she's stunned into silence. She's like, what?
Why the fuck would I do that?
Basically, yeah, she's like, why would I do that? I hate humans. And he's like, no, listen, girl. He does the classic girlfriends thing. He's like, no, chick, listen to me, honey. If you join the counterforce, you're not actually dying, and you could actually come back, and you might even meet Zhang Yu again, because you can all be summoned. Like, well, it's actually, a win-win. You're gonna die, but also you can come back.
He actually explains that because she knows the actual proper history of Zhang Yu as not a fucking mass murdering tyrant, but as a hero trying to save his land. He would actually be recorded as a proper heroic spirit. Therefore, they have the chance to meet again.
If she synchronized her real memories of him with the Throne of Heroes, it makes him more likely that he could be summoned. Because he probably prior to that would have been an anti-hero. Not that it means he couldn't be summoned, but it would have been fucky, right? Mm-hmm. possibly even have, like, Innocent Monster and shit applied. Arguably still has Innocent Monster applied, because obviously her recollection of Xiangyu has gone back in time, basically, and even though he's permanently summonable, he's still influenced by his Lostbelt construction. I do believe that as a playable servant, he takes it in stride, though.
He's like, yeah, whatever, I'm fine.
His brain is still proper human history, Xiangyu's brain, but he's just like, I'm a robot centaur now? Whatever, I can beat people up, fine.
I'm sorry, it makes me think of when this came out, there was a bunch of comics of how Xiangyu and Yu would do the hanky pank, and they're all hilarious. I think my favorite one is her just bent over, and he's all like, "Don't worry, I can handle it." And he's just like, "My wife, I don't think this is a good idea." She's like, "Do it." I'm like, "Oh God, I love creators. They come up with the weirdest shit."
Yeah, no. And also, I mean, he is a giant robot centaur, but also she's an immortal vampire. Not that I think it mattered. Though I do love, I think it's her second ascension, or is it her third ascension? Well, her third when you ascend her line, where she's just like, so her first ascension is closest to her form as a cryptor, and then her first is like her 0th ascension. Her first ascension is, come to think of it, now that I'm a heroic spirit, I don't have to fucking have a disguise. Woo, I'm me. I think when you ascend her the next time, when her form doesn't change, she's like, "Oh, what do you mean I'm distracting? What are you talking about? What's wrong with you people?"
And then the next one, she's like, "Fine."
And her last one is like, "What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Fine, whatever. We're gonna hang out now. Now we're friends. I'm gonna be with you until you die, motherfucker. See how you feel." Like, even when she's admitting that you've helped her out a lot, she's like, "I'm still sassy about this. Okay, I'm gonna make it weird." And you're like, "Whatever." Well, I'm like, "Whatever."
She's great.
But yeah, so and then she just de-ghosts, because he's like, "Listen, you're still gonna be a weird ghost lady. You don't have to do it right now. Anyway, get the fuck out of my house." And she's like, Qin Liangyu like, "Piss off, ghost!" And she's like, fine. And just leaves. And then we have the ending, which is actually pretty good. Like, the end sequence where he's just like, I imagine him, like, putting his hand on your shoulder, and Qin Liangyu is just like, "Okay, well, we leave it to you. Don't worry about our Lostbelt. There won't be any freaking out. There won't be any panic. It'll just be just like how every day is for these people. They will live and die in peace."
I do like it. His first thought when the walls came down, I can check on the rest of my empire. Lovely.
Yeah, because the storm barrier disappears, and he's like, I can finally see everything. Great. It's like the Wi-Fi got turned back on. He's like, sick.
That's a great way to put it.
I love it. I can see how everything is. Perfect. And basically he's like, don't worry about us. Go on now. Go on. You're fine. And he has the great moment of the moon is out. That kid is there making poems, and he's just walking through the fields. He comes up and he's like, "Hey kid, what you doing?" And the kid's like, "Doing poetry. It's cool. I gotta do poetry for Spartacus. He's my hero." And Qin Liangyu is like, "Neat.
I do like it.
Moon, huh?"
He's all, and I do like it. Like he's like, in this moment, he's all retrospective about, like, all that poetry about me was really cool, but would it have actually hurt to have some poetry about something else? He's like,
Well, and I think it's that little moment, right, where he realizes that, maybe, like, now that it's over, he thinks about, maybe I was wrong to stop to, like, consider my world perfect. Because, think about it. He has rocketry, right? He built the Great Wall in space. He probably didn't go to the moon. Why would he go to the moon? There's nothing there. That doesn't make sense for him. There's no people there. There's no resources to be benefited. It's fine. So looking up at the moon, he realizes that, like, shit, that's another, like, a what if. Like where did we lose our sense of wonder? I think, basically. That's kind of what I felt. It's like, he's reminiscing. He's like, yeah, that was cool, but could I have been cooler? And then he just stands in the fields as it all, fades away.
Oh, I love it how he was all like, "Who are you?" He's like, "I'm the motherfucking emperor." And he's like, "Really?" He's like, "Really?"
And he's like,
he actually talked to his people.
One to one, yeah. It reminds me a little bit of how Salieri played piano for those Yaga. Where he was like, "Nah, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna show these people what the fuck music is.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
And I am going to kick ass at it." Because, it's really interesting. Scotty has to let her people know, like, it is a special day. You may sleep in. Don't go outside. I'm getting sad thinking about Gerda right now.
Oh God, Gerda's no.
That's still a deep cut. That's like a Devilman deep cut for me. Like, that shit still makes me feel bad. Also, yes, it's been like 3 years. I'm still not over Devilman. Thank you very much. I'm still hurt. Well, I think Gerda is she's the up and down of the human condition, because she's a true innocent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like she gives you all the emotional like energy you need. I mean, I believe his Bond CE, or is it it's his Valentine CE, is he's like, hey, I whipped you up some potions of immortality. Check this out. That's gonna be a fun scene to see. Oh, actually, Qin Shi Huang's gender is us, basically. We is our gender. So does he have both? Does he double up?
Oh, I hope he gets both.
That'll be rad.
Yeah.
Yes. Sick.
As I said, like, honestly, I think...
Yume Ren's has gotta be so catty. It's gotta be so, like, it's just obligation chocolate. How dare you? She is the cattiest paisen, and I love that about her. But no, like, Qin Shi Huang doesn't feel the need to make a big announcement, but he still feels like he needs to, like, get down to earth. And that even becomes our CE, right? Like, that's the really funny thing about it. Our CE from Lostbelt 1, Patsy, right? Like, a perfect realization, a memory of that guy who, even though he was a doggo, he was a human to the very end. He was a human being. Our legacy for Lostbelt 2 is Gerda, like that innocent girl who was like, hey, you guys are cool. Like, she took us into her home and everything, right? Mm-hmm. Like, was kind of our through line. Why we felt like we needed to do some shit.
Actually, I guess I want to, like, finish your thought, excuse me.
Well, I was going to say, Lostbelt 3's is, what do they call it? Phoenix in the Fields? Phoenix Rising? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And it's Qin Shi Huang chilling in his wheat.
Yeah,
like,
with the people, if I remember correctly.
I believe there are some people in the background, and it's just like, well, here we are. This is the end.
I want to say these CEs are the people who made maybe the strongest impact us in the Lostbelt.
That would make sense, because I like Boy. He's also just Boy.
He is just Boy. But, like, it's... Because with Patsy was literally the one who challenged us to be like,
Patsy took a bullet for us, and then was like, listen, you motherfucker. You gotta live. Because your world is cool, and my world sucks butts. So don't you dare give up. Mm-hmm. And Gerda didn't really have a moment where it was like a call to action for us, but it was still I would say, like, just
like, I think it was
Gerda's her of the tales of our world, right? Like,
Gerda was a gut check in a sense. Like, Patsy's world was fucked, like, and like, you know, it was horrible and thing, and Lostbelt 2 was fucked in its own way, but they still are just all innocent, pure children.
Yes, they're all basically, it's a world of kids, right?
Yeah, and Gerda's just all like, oh, you're so lovely. You guys are great. And you're just all like, we are going to have to destroy this. And we're going to have to destroy this sweet child. But also,
we understand why, because of how we talked to her, where she's like, what's getting old? What's having a family? What's science? Like, she doesn't, much like the people in Lostbelt 3, she's like, I don't know shit about shit. I just know about herbs and helping people and farming and the goddess. Like, she is an absolute, like, simple rural girl. And it's really interesting.
And Lostbelt D, like, we come on with
is a pretty constant character. We meet him very fast. And we have constant interaction about what he on his. Do we not bump into? I think we don't bump into Scotty until at least a third of the way through LB.
Yeah, we have to actually when we actually go to the castle. I think was it the first time we were captured or something?
Yeah, it's a while though.
Yeah, but no, like Qin Shi Huang is established very early, and we it's like his character is slowly revealed, and even his character kind of has a climax that resonate that, like, I doesn't want to say fully resonates, but it collides with ours, like, literally. And it's because of that, like, we realize things about ourselves, we realize things about, like, what we believe in. It's like through conflict, we became stronger for it. Like, yes. which is very much on theme for the Lostbelt. And that, and through conflict, we advance. Through peace, through absolute peace, I should say, like, we stagnate.
Well, yeah, that's this conflict. But I posted the text, and it's also very thematic. Like, as we leave, as we roll out, he's like, check out those guys. They're going on to face the future. They're going to do some real shit. But we can only watch. Basically.
I love how you say that, but as you summon him, it's like, I know what we said. But...
I know, I love that. When you summon him, he's like, hey, I know we said we were just going to watch and let you do it, but we were worried. Let's be real. We were worried about you. You're not going to be okay.
You need our fabulous self.
Why? What are you guys talking about? People are going to watch the shit out of this episode. Also, it's not actually going to be 6 hours because of editing. I will kick the shit out of this episode, right? To make it small. But yeah, no, I double checked some of the future CEs. Those are going to be interesting.
But
also, some of them are good. But I think you are actually right. It is thematically about the characters we build the connections with.
Mm-hmm.
And in a sense, the characters who are quote unquote gone. Like, yeah, Qin Shi is summonable and he's cool to show up, but when we leave him, we're leaving this dude forever. This guy is literally sending us away after we destroyed his world.
It's not always the journey we take, but the bonds we make. Again, bonds. Very, very strong subplot.
And I'm gonna... actually, shit, I don't know if Heian-kyo gives a CE at the end. It probably does.
If it's a story event, I assume so. Well, actually, does Lostbelt, does 5.5
Both Lostbelt 5 give one. Yes.
Oh, yeah, then I'm gonna assume so, then.
Yeah, I don't know. It does. Okay, cool. I don't have any details on that, and I don't want to look at it yet.
But,
so it's good that it exists.
Yeah. So very last point. The epilogue. So during this, you do get the antidote from Koyanskaya.
Yeah. The moment you go back to your quarters, it's there, and she gives you a fucking receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Because of course she does.
Yeah. Like I said, you are clients. I wonder how long, again, I know she's in Lostbelt 4, so I'm really interested to see what her character is going to be like in there. I already know she's going to have a new costume. I'm like, yes, this is good. More Tamamo costumes. I appreciate this. But again, shows to her that she is ultimately a mercenary / businesswoman / secretary.
Yeah.
Oh man, I am really wondering around the events where she will be summoning to our side. Is she just going to take on, is she just going to be our secretary? Is that all her line's going to be? Talking about
that, or possibly. Also, I'm very curious. Like I said, I'm pretty sure she's got like a different cost. Not every Lostbelt, but she has a high frequency of costume changes. Which is, by the way, different than her in her trailer. In her trailer, she's in like a spy cat suit as well. So, like, I'm very curious how they're going to handle like different ascensions and sprites, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if maybe she might be one of those characters who has different attitudes at different ascensions. Like, for instance, if she starts at a very Konanskaya-like ascension and is like, because that's what you think of her, right?
Yeah.
Or if perhaps she starts as more Tamamo and becomes more Tamamovich Koiska as you ascend her, and she gets back to her power level. It'll be interesting to see.
Oh, yeah.
Because they could definitely do some interesting characterization. I do feel like it would definitely, she would be similar to the way, I mean, I think about Yume Ren. I think it's a similar thing where she'd be like, one, fuck you, but also, all right, we're here, whatever, I'll deal with it. You're the boss.
Oh, yeah, that's probably it. You are now the boss, I guess.
Yes, you're the client.
Yeah. So probably high levels of sass, but also high levels of, aptitude, I believe.
Yes. Like, I feel like, you know, like her line when there's an event going will probably be like,
should I pencil in on your appointments?
Yeah, basically like, oh, it looks like something's going on. Do you want me to take care of it, or are you going to do something about it, nerd? I expect she will have an incredibly catty line for regular Tamamo.
And probably Tamacat. Probably
I don't know if Cat will be catty, or if it will just be like, what the fuck, me? Whomst is this me? Is this allowed? Because, like, if you think about it, as far as we've seen, I don't think Cat could be a further incarnation of Tamamo from Vich. Because... like, Vich is, like, almost all work, no... Well, she is a little bit of play, but, like, she's very serious, very goal-driven, a lot of sadism, and a lot of scary lady. Cat is, like, just an absolute lunatic, literally. Like, she's a berserker because she's just
but also
play,
absolute...
work.
But also the ultimate maid.
Well, yeah, she is complete innocence.
Yes. Which
is a quality that Tamamo did possess at one point in her life.
Somewhere.
And then that's what Cat represents, is just like, yeah, she's all that stuff. It'll also be interesting to see whatever Vich ends up for with an NP, because I assume it would be offensive, like Cat, but I'm kind of curious what weird thing they'll do with it.
Honestly.
Because technically, lore-wise, Dazzling and Napping in the Dazzling Sunshine is supposed to be an extension of Eightfold Blessings.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure that's going to be her fucking extra attack, because her just picking out a giant fucking gun.
Yes, the gun just comes out, and she's just, you know, she'll probably quote Sniper Wolf. Here's a love letter. It's a bullet from my gun. Bang!
Mm-hmm. Sniper Fox.
We'll see what kind of animations she has. That'll be interesting. Because I could see her doing, like, Kung Fu, Tamafu, but also, like, various guns, explosives, etc. Magecraft, maybe even.
I feel like they probably pulled off something from Dodgy. If I remember correctly, I believe Dodgy did had a very unique torture where she would chain people around an iron pot and then pour like super hot liquid into it and have people's flesh be burned against it.
Could see that. Could see some interesting stuff.
Like I said, the assassins like to have the weird torture devices.
Yes, actually, you could have torture techniques as a skill. It's a goodie. Just a flat up decent defense pop.
Shit. Actually, let me look it up real quick here. Because like I said, like things that pop, like that's like one of the only things that pop out for me for Dodgy. But let me see here. Let's see here. Pond of alcohol, forest of meat. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. The Pao Lao, I believe it is. Dodgy was best known for invention of a method of torture called the Pao Lao. A bronze cylinder covered with oil was heated like a furnace with charcoal beneath it until the sides became extremely hot. The victim was made to walk on top of the slowly heating cylinder and was forced to shift his feet to avoid the burning. The oily surface made it difficult for the victim to maintain his position and balance. If the victim fell into the charcoal below, he would be burnt to death. The victim was forced to scream and dance in agony before dying while observing King Zhao and Dodgy would laugh in delight. Yeah, that's a noble phantasm.
Yeah, that could be a thing. But also, we need to know that this is also still Tomovich, so she's got her own weird stuff going on.
Hey, there's a Hokusai painting of Dodgy. Well, I mean,
as you said earlier, it was...
Yeah, it's in the Hokusai manga, but I didn't
It was Hokusai who did a lot of this syncretism.
Yeah. I should post it. Good old Hokusai.
Well, yeah. Loth, here's the problem. The episode is winding down now at 6 hours. You missed the first 5 hours of it, so...
You are late as fuck.
Yeah, considering we've been going for literally about 6 hours, you are late as fuck. What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? It's already noon. Get your life together. Okay. Yeah, I think that's... We talked through we did kind of do all the story beats, and we talked all the character bits. I think the other thing to do is talk about... Do we think there's an... Actually, no, I think you covered it already. We could characterize the overlying theme of this as basically peace versus conflict. Mm-hmm. Like, that was a major theme. Everybody was like, but peace, though, was a major element. How do you think about Akuta as a crypter? We kind of talked about it as her character. I like the twist. I knew it already, but I like how they executed it. Yeah,
like, again, like, did not know that boy got 8. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. It'll be really interesting to see. So, it's not a big sin, because obviously Meiren is a persistent character because she's an immortal vampire servant now. But it is kind of interesting that they did the classic stuffed in a fridge thing. Both the girls died. Mm-hmm. So far. And even then, Kodak only didn't die because his girl servant took the bullet for him. Mm-hmm. But also, I will say, Consort Yu's quote-unquote death is weird because she doesn't really die. She basically, her physical body is destroyed for a little bit, and she could just stick around as a ghost, but she decides to join the throne. But it'll be interesting to see their talk. Oh, actually, that's right. There was an epilogue. We did not talk about that yet. Sion gives us a call.
Yeah. Now that the wall is down, they can reach us. And apparently we're not heading back. We're going straight to the next Lostbelt?
Yes. Because she's figured out how, and the captain's going to meet us there because she's figured out how the captain is going to get us over the ocean of Lostbelt 5.
Okay.
So we got to go to 4 first because she needs to. Basically, she's like, I need you guys to go to the Indian Lostbelt and pick me up some shit so we can actually make our trip. Because during the probably no more than a week or so, you were down in Lostbelt Town. Sion was crunching the problem because you wanted to attack Atlantis right away.
Yeah.
Right? But you can't. So they've figured out a solution. It's in 4, so that kind of explains what we're doing because we're already out there, you know? Mm-hmm. And actually, I think she even mentions, she said, no, what will be Lostbelt 6 is collapsing constantly.
Yeah.
That one is fucked up.
She says that one should collapse on its own.
4 is constantly contracting and expanding.
Yes.
Which is weird, but it's not, like, gonna explode. Because it has a very firm difference depth, whereas Lostbelt 6, canonically now called Avalon Lefay, we mentioned that earlier, is, like, different depths EX. But, anyway, I think Xion even actually says she's gonna, like, have the fucking Wandering Sea, like, wander over to us, so we can get picked up and get some tech in. Which will also give us an excuse to maybe do some race shifting events, because we can do that again.
Yay.
Here's the explanation for stuff for that, but we're not talking about 5 right now. But yeah, so that's our epilogue. Honestly, as a crypto character, Yu is interesting. I kind of like how they played to that. It's always good to have that token character who's more than what they seem.
Mm-hmm. Well, we still got a couple who haven't. Well, we still have many who haven't been explained. But...
Yeah, but she filled kind of that interesting role of like, oh, you thought it was this? That was all a fucking lie. Literally fake. Marsbury made it up. She's actually a vampire. Boom.
Because Marsbury really wants us to see. You gotta remember, Marsbury, even though he did this really great organization that has saved the world, is a fucking mage.
Well, and this literally gets brought up when we talk about this backstory stuff, where it's like, no, Marsbury, he needed race shifting to work, so he figured a nigh immortal true ancestor would be able to do it, even if humans couldn't do it. So he'll get one in the organization and keep her around, and, like, he's trying to do good. But also he did, like, it was bait, but it was fair bait, right? Where he was like, listen, my organization, Chaldea, we're small, we're insulated, we're not going to ask any questions. If you join me, I'll make up your story. If you follow it, nobody will say nothing. And hey, you bought it, so.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, and I think it's there, what you call it? Marsbury definitely explained, like, we see that side of Marsbury of, like, he seems less shifty than maybe he has in the past, but still shifty because he's a mage. Like, he's trying to do good. It's his life's work to build this system. But that means that he's a mage, and he's a, is the enemies of your family ranked as a lord? I think they might be.
I'm pretty sure they are.
They're very high up in the Mages Association, so it's a big fucking deal. So yes,
because they're the leads of the astrology department.
Right? Yes, that's right. They are the head of the astronomy department. So yeah, so like he's doing big fucking deal mage shit for a good cause, but it's still a little weird. Like I think we had that conversation several weeks ago. Somebody sent in a mailbag about why do people talk shit about the Mages Association. It's like because Marsbury does stuff like this. Yes, I understand why he did it. He had multiple reasons. It was for a good cause. It's still a little fucky. Mm-hmm. The dude asked an immortal vampire to join his security force because he was worried humans couldn't survive the process because he didn't know yet. Though, actually, hey, speaking of Bants and like getting some more Romani action back, it would be great if we could put Ren and Romani in the same room. That would be an interesting conversation, because unfortunately, poor Dr. Romani missed all of that.
Yeah, he's like, wait, what do you mean this is a true ancestor? What do you mean she tried to kill you? What do you mean she became a tree?
And he was just like, oh my god, stop telling him things. It would probably start with him being like, why are you calling this servant Senpai? And he'd be like, well, you see, much like I am Mash Senpai, this is clearly my Senpai. And
she is just like, honestly, I do kind of wish we had more opportunities to recruit old cryptors.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out, because I'm trying to... I don't know. I don't want to spoil too much, and I don't remember everything. Yeah, that was another epilogue thing. The villagers we left were helped out by the Chaldea doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Gee, I wonder if that will go anywhere.
But, like, here's the thing. Like, I remember the fucking Lostbelt. I remember the Lostbelt 4 CM, and it looks like we were getting on pretty okay with Pepe. Like, I don't know, like, the whole,
I feel like the way Pepe is... By the way, Robin, you don't have to do anything with time codes. You can basically be like, it starts, it ends. Yeah, like, don't feel the need to, like, break up topics unless you're, like, losing your brain. Okay.
Yeah, this big. But, like, yeah, no, like, everything I've seen about Pepe just seems like, no, this is a cool bro.
Pepe is definitely the much like how Ren is catty to us and Vitch is catty to her, Pepe is catty to everybody. Like, look, he's a sassy boy. He's just one of the girls, you know.
But friendly at the same time, you know?
Yeah, he's got a certain amount of friendliness. Like, it's a gentle ribbing. Like, he seemed like he was genuinely tight with Ophelia, obviously, like the flowers on the grave. He tried to connect with Akuta. He supports Kadok in a more openly supportive way than Beryl, who supports Kadok in a fuckboy way, because everything Beryl does is as a fuckboy. He shall die as he lived, as a fuckboy. By the way, if this, especially now that they've... as far as I can tell anyway, they've confirmed that Lostbelt 6 will not explode before we can punch it. Yeah, if this motherfucker gets away, I'm gonna be sassy.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna get away.
We gotta get this guy. This guy's gotta get yeeted.
Honestly, I feel like, just on his character, I feel like he's gonna get away. He seems like someone who will slither out of trouble, you know?
Yeah, we'll see.
Also, I won't mention that. That was in the third opening.
And a lot of stuff in openings.
Yeah.
Which they also showed again, by the way, at the start of the stream, they showed the opening as well.
But yeah, no, so everyone got cured of poison. We took out another Lostbelt. We made a bunch of friends. Some of them got evaporated.
Mm-hmm. And Chengong, Red Hair, and Mordred popped back off. But Nezha didn't have to because she was summoned. So
yeah. Oh wait, actually, I wonder if that. Are you sure that the Wandering Sea is coming to pick up? Because I remember to say Nemo's coming to pick us up, but Captain, excuse me, spoilers. Yes. Oops.
That's
but
okay. I'm pretty sure they're gonna explicitly mention that next Lostbelt anyway, and it's Again, we talked about this when the prologue came out. It's not really a big secret,
but because again, I did check the LB4 CM. Neza does show up, so is Neza just hanging around for this next Lostbelt as well?
Probably. Remember, she was summoned at New Chaldea, so she is our permanently summoned servant, like the characters you see in events and stuff.
I find that interesting that they picked Neza. I guess she does have relevance to both of these.
Well, yeah, I believe Neza was picked because we were thinking we would be hitting up China next anyway. Yeah. Trying to remember the timing.
Well, I do like me and Neza, so not too, but
yeah. Technically everybody we summoned, for the Three Musketeers we summoned were Chaldean servants. They were summoned in the Lostbelt temporarily
using our sweet briefcase.
Yes. Whereas Chengong and Red Hair were summoned by the counterforce.
Summoned by the land.
Yes, when the connection was forged, the counterforce was like, Kill Bill alarms going off. Fucking Zordon Alpha, give me a teenager without it. Get me servants with attitude. And
they definitely had attitude.
Well, I mean, it worked. Red Hair had the power, and Chengong had the brains we needed. Pretty fun guys. Can't wait to see him. So it'll be interesting. Unfortunately, we're gonna have a little bit of a drought. It won't be until June, I think.
Was it June?
I believe so.
Man,
I think May was a dog shit month. I don't know if Nezha's locked to the shadow border because she was summoned in Chaldea 2. I'm scrolling so fucking much.
Okay, I found it. Okay, let's see here. The banners are in.
Yeah, June. I'm looking at it.
June.
Now, so obviously, May is a dead-ass month, right? Literally nothing of import really happened. There was the Meiho Residence event, but that was basically a stealth sequel to the Kogetsukan event, right? It was a daily quest every day. Yes, people were seriously concerned about the delay on 4. But no, it's coming. Now, because we have to get Guda Guda 4 out of the way. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. It's been 6 hours. I'm gonna go crash after this and watch sports documentaries.
Sports.
But I do believe they will probably have to sketch that up. And like I said, nothing really happens in May. You need a week for Meiho Residence. I think it's a week. But hopefully they should be able to push Lostbelt 4 to probably drop slightly sooner so they can make sure to get Guda Guda out before Anniversary because they have to. They have to either delay Anniversary after it anyway, or they have to push it up. So they'll figure out the pacing. Because if you forgot, because it's been 3 hours, not been 3 hours. Shit, that was in hour 1. It's been 5 hours.
About talking.
Well, I don't know if it's been 5 hours for you guys. It's been 5 hours for our patrons. God bless you guys. Shout out to you. Golf clap.
Hey-oo.
Pachi Pachi to you and Pachi Pachi to me. And Lucky for being here this long. But, like I said, the final edit version is going to be, something. I'm going to aggressively edit. Also, if this episode ends up slightly delayed, if you're watching this a little bit late on the day it's supposed to come out, this is why. The episode is big. But people, honestly, these are some of our historically best episodes when we do our big, deep Lostbelt dives. And we had to. Fuck, man. It's short, but honestly, I think there was more to talk about with Lostbelt 3 because, like we said, there were so many characters who were important. And it's hard to do a blow-by-blow with character beats. You have to talk about everybody's character arc all at once.
Yeah, that's why we kind of just jumped from character to character.
We tried to do it beat by beat, and then we just got lost, because it was well, shit, we need to talk about Tamovich, we need to talk about Meiren, we need to talk about everybody. Because again, I know some of the general beats and characters of 4, I don't know the deets. I'm very interested to see how it works out, and what happens, right? Yeah. So, we'll see there.
I mean, all I know is the fucking CM. That's it.
Mm-hmm. You know the CM, and you looked at those banners with your eyes.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll see how that goes, and stay tuned for summer. Not summer. Samba.
It's
like a summer. Samba Christmas. Get your free cats.
Your only free cats.
Yeah. And then after that, it will be Sparrow's Inn, and I mean, technically, while it is a New Year's event, they could start it early, I guess.
New Year's.
There's still a separate. Because here's the thing. There's a separate big New Year's banner lucky bag thing, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a welcome to what will be for us, welcome to 2020 event, and then that event also launched with Sparrow Inn. But still, I don't know what they'll do. They might give us some time. God, my stomach's rumbling. I guess it's because I haven't eaten anything since dinner, which was many hours ago.
You've been talking a lot.
Yeah, I've been burning my brain calories. We've been working our brains and our voices like mad.
Sucrose. You need your sucrose.
Yeah, I could probably use some sugars, maybe some complex carbs. Anyway, we're getting ready to wrap up, so we're in the final business stuff. So we'll see Lostbelt 4 when it gets here. Also, by the way, speaking of that, shout out to fucking FGO. They technically did in the same 12-month period, in the same annuum, 3 story releases.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they were all Lostbelt 5, technically, but still, those are big. That's big. Because, in the calendar year of next year, we're not going to get that. Because it'll be Lostbelt 4 and then all the way until December before Lostbelt 5 Part 1.
Oh, God, that's going to be a fucking trip.
Yeah. Now, there's going to be some spicy events between then. But it's a big gap, because that'll be, like we said, that's June until, like, last week in November, first week in December, I think. Maybe even later than that. I have to look at the schedule again. It's interesting. But yeah, we will continue to keep you apprised of future Lostbelt stuff as it comes out. Like I said, next week will be a pre-game or a post-game, depending on how fast they decide they want to pull that trigger on the Samba event. I do believe it is time-gated, so you guys probably can't get too far ahead of us. And it's a lotto event, so I'm going to go crazy. So I said this earlier. Let's do our final business wrap-up, right?
Right.
I mean, we do get OQ. OQ is not late. So here's the thing. So actually, this is what people asked. Why is Lostbelt 5.5 a story and Imaginary Scramble isn't really because it's not labeled Lostbelt 4.5. It is a kind of 4.5. It takes place after Lostbelt 4, before Lostbelt 5, but it's still like a temporary event thing. It's basically the same as OQ Labyrinth, which we should get as a soft prologue, or possibly a very hard prologue, depending on how it works out, to 4 next year as well.
Yeah.
Though, hey guys, time to nut up. If you didn't do the first CCC, rerun's coming. Get your BB. Otherwise, you're gonna have to wait yet another year for it to become main interlude. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. A lot of people are gonna have a lot of fun checking out that Kiara boss fight, because that's another one that people like to wish they could replay. Mm-hmm. It's very challenging. That's gonna be interesting shit. Because you have to bust your butt a little bit to get all those Kiara punishers. Am I actually gonna do that on a rerun? We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it works.
It depends on how do you get the Kiara punishers again?
Farming currency and missions, I believe. Missions unlock your currency.
I forget. Did you roll? Did you get any event CEs?
Nah, brah. I did not really roll on that. I think I tried on some. Maybe I spent some tickets. I didn't really get a lot of CEs. Like I think I have a decent number of copies on the Cage, the 3-star. Mm-hmm. I don't really remember the 4 or 5-star, and I don't know if I've got them.
I know I
have some of them. I'd have to be reminded what they are. Let's not do a fucking... That's not for literal months. Let's not go down that road right now. What I want to say is, as I established earlier, there is only one Teach Me topic for this month. It will be, what is homunculus? There's actually an A in it, but what homunculus? However, we are running a Fanservant Friday poll. We got a pretty good poll for it. I saw at least a couple of the mailbag, one of which we read out on air, which shouted out to it. Had general positive response on Discord and on other stuff. So we're doing it again. So we talked about modern servants, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I decided, because sure, I could have revisited spooky themes, but that, it's not the spooky season anymore. It's fucking December now, okay?
Okay.
But I don't have any holiday themes either, really. So I decided to go with modern themes, and I bashed together 4 characters who are all writers. So the options our patrons have to vote for are Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin, Jacques Cousteau, Maria Okiarabisca, who is a famous from the Second World War, actually.
Much tank.
Yeah, she is... the short version of her story, if you don't know her, is she is the woman whose husband was a Soviet officer who died. She sold all their possessions to buy the Soviet army a T-34 tank, under the condition that she got to drive it. And the Red Baron, who, by the way, is slapping into the lead. He has 54%. Though we only have 13 votes with 10 days left, so you got some time. If you haven't voted yet, check it out. With actually, Jacques Cousteau is actually number 2. But there's still plenty of wiggle room. You could even this up, and we will take it when it comes. So I think that's our last wrap up. Next week we will be back with probably, if there's a part 2 banner of Lostbelt 5.5, there's some shenanigans there, which they should be, because it is a story. It's billed as a story. It's got a map. We'll see what's the haps and more stuff. So yeah, I don't got any more energy for you. I'm done. We've been doing this for 6 hours and 15 minutes. Lucky. You got anything? You got anything else?
Nope.
Wow, my voice is starting to crack a little bit too.
Yeah. Hopefully by next week, maybe we'll see if they have a part 2 banner out and see if one of our predictions will be right. But other than that, no, we're gonna be waiting on Samba. We're gonna be waiting on part 2 banner and
also eventually probably a Christmas because there's still a couple of weeks for it.
Yeah.
Heck, if there's not a part 2 banner, there's like 3 weeks left for it. There's really no excuse.
Yeah.
Everybody get ready for all those GSSR graphics because that's New Year's this year.
Yep.
I am not ready for that converson right now. It has been 6 hours and 20 minutes. Okay.
Let's go. Let's leave. Let's go.
Let's do the outro. We got to get out of here. We're going to take our bow and go. No encore, no standing ovation. We're out. So, hey, if you like this episode, despite how long and rambly it was, please give this episode a like on YouTube. If you have any comments, let us know in the comment section down below. Do you love the long episode? Do you hate it? How do you feel? Let us know. You can also join our Discord. The link is, as always, in the description and our channel page. If you're new here and haven't already, please subscribe to our channel to get more of whatever the heck this was, and lots of other stuff, such as Wanted, etc., many other things. You can also hit that bell for notifications, even if you're already subscribed, so you always know when we post a new video. Like I said, this one might have been a little late, so notifications help. Also, posted that Wanted in the middle of the night at like 11 p.m., so notifications help you out with that. Also let you know when we're streaming. Next week, we'll be back with some streaming. I don't know exactly what I'm doing on Tuesday. Really waiting for that Among Us update, guys. Come on, help me out. But Thursday is Cyberpunk Day, so I will definitely not be streaming because I will be busy playing Cyberpunk. Lucky may be streaming Cyberpunk, or he may be a Cyberpunk burrito. I don't know.
I think I'm gonna stream Cyberpunk come hell or high water.
All right, fair enough. All right, you heard it here first, guys. Lucky said it, and when Lucky says stuff, he does it. Which, shit, we still don't have that stream back. That 30 days hasn't passed. They've done nothing, so I'm pretty sure, like I said before, Bandai Namco Marketing is just literally sitting on that one, but we might have to wait the 30 days before they give it back. It's not like it's our most successful stream ever or nothing, guys. Anyway, there's that. You can also support us with the join button. It's a button. It's in our description. Join us. Give us a little bit of support. Right now? Oh, you mean on Tuesday? We could. I know you keep asking about it. We could do some stuff. I joked about playing a mean game of Cluedo. Of the Clue. I don't know. That's a Tuesday me. That's a future me problem, okay? Not a 3 a.m. me problem. 3 a.m. me. That's okay. I wasn't doing anything else today. Well, I'm not gonna because I have to edit the episode. I can't go to bed yet. Work ethic. But you can support us by joining our channel as a membership, etc. Also, hey, you can support us on Patreon. You can access this episode early in audio format, downloadable for as little as $1 a month or $10 a year. And at other levels, you can get lots of other goodies and great stuff. It's really cool, and you should do it because it supports us. And we'll see you guys for more. Let's look after you next week. Gosh, I hope this is out before we stream What's Up again.
Well, you won't have to worry now so much since that will be mostly on my end.
Well, yeah, at least if it's finishing processing, I will, do that. Oh, God, no, don't talk to me about shit. We'll see what happens.
All right.
I'm talking about the Patreon as well. We'll see what's up tomorrow. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha.
It's 3 a.m., guys. And I
Whatever,
think that's
bomb.
yeah, 3 a.m.
Go.
Bye.